Insomnia Gaming Festival is the pinnacle of gaming nerdiness, and we at ScanPro Gaming didn't hold back. Over the Easter weekend, we showcased some incredible gaming products and had some wicked fun features at our stand at I-72, so let us take you through it. Our entire area was sponsored by NSE and Intel and was situated in the heart of the festival, which drew in crowds all over the weekend. First up, our tabletop RPG area presented the ultimate way to tack up your TTRPG sessions, thanks to Shaw, Roland, Iyama, and JBL. Across the weekend, we had our team teaching visitors about the products and how to best utilize them in an RPG fashion, as well as some show-stopping showcases. We had the team from I Made This announce and display their upcoming TCG Creator Clash for the very first time. We also welcomed Billy Tricks and Rage Darling from the live improv D&D team Session Zero, as they teamed up with the ScanPro Gaming team for a D&D one-shot run by Dungeon Master Barlow. For those who fancied a bit more fast-paced action, we had Helldivers 2 across all of our stunning 3XS systems, beckoning those who wanted a challenge. Compete in our Helldivers 2 competition to get 100 kills during one single game, and continue on around our booth with your head held high, moving on to the next challenge. With pure performance of our 3XS systems, it was a hard carry for some, and few were victorious. We had a rage booth for those who literally wanted to show us their rage for a chance to get onto our event leaderboard. Some of the highest scores we saw were 120 to 122 decibels, which is as loud as an ambulance siren. Finally, with Helldivers 2 and the Rage booth under their belts, guests were welcome to our claw machine, the Claw, hosting thousands upon thousands of pounds worth of goodies from our sponsors JBL, Intel, Iyama, Corsair, Elgato, Nvidia, Cooler Master, Deepcool, and Asus. We also had a lineup of amazing streamers who went live on our booth, like old school RuneScape legend Skidler, drumming sensation Mr. Greggles, talented cosplayer Bex, and many, many more. Our streamer booth hosted only the best quality Elgato products and dived into the premium Elgato suite to ensure that our streamers had the best quality stream at the event. Our sponsors NSE and Intel were also running the British University Esports Championships, which saw an insane amount of nail-biting action across their selection of tournaments. Our friends at Monster Energy also showcased their brand new 3XS custom build PC, built inside the chassis of a very, very big Monster Energy can. We were sandwiched between them and the Pringles booth, which we can't complain about as they kept us fueled throughout the weekend with their brand new tantalizing Pringles flavors. The festival was also jam-packed with its own tournaments, LAN parties, tabletop games, stage shows, evening entertainment, indie games, expo stalls, cosplay, and much, much more. We had an incredible time at I-72, and we hope you did too. Snapped a pic or video of us at the event? Make sure to tag us at Scan Gaming or Scan Computers on socials so we can see it. And if you'd like to check out any of the wicked products from our partners or those sweet systems we had at Insomnia Gaming Festival, then make sure to head over to our website at scan.co.uk. Thanks again to NSE, Intel, and all of our partners, as well as you guys, for making I-72 so special, and we'll see you at I-73.
I'm Becky, I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE. We are here at Insomnia this weekend running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals. That's 8 weeks of competitive play leading up to this moment, and it's just great to get all the teams here in person playing their finals live here at Insomnia.
I'm Kenny, I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. It's just so cool to see how much things evolve and how amazing everyone has gotten at playing the games we know and love.
I think just seeing people come together, getting Monster, trying out Pringles, getting really stuck in everything we have to offer here, it's great to see it, honestly. So on the main stage, we're super lucky to have the Intel NUCs, which have Intel graphics cards in there. They're so small and compact, This morning we had our Valorant Women and Non-Binary finals, and it's awesome to get women and non-binary members of our community up on the main stage.
When the players get loud, it's just amazing. And the fact that they get to come and show up in the finals, it's just so much fun.
That's the longest series I've ever played in, to be honest with you. We just knew we had the mental fortitude to keep going when we went into the final overtime. I'm just so happy with all the boys, man. I'm really happy.
Big thank you to all of our partners, Intel, who is our main headline sponsor, and then also Monster Energy, Pringles, Special Effect, and also Bugs.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Scan Invitational being hosted by NSE. We had a great round of Swiss yesterday and now we have our top 8 teams ready to battle it out and claim our grand prize here today. I am Ed to the Ruiner today, joined by Spectrion. And how are we feeling about the day, bud?
I mean, plenty of games for us to go through. I mean, 3 matches within quarters, semis, and grands, of course. 2 BF5s, BF7. It's a lot of Overwatch for one day, and I can't wait to get stuck in. First match of the day, going to be Kent Sune taking on Southampton, if I'm not mistaken. This one should be an interesting one, I'll say. And, of course, we've just seen plenty of Overwatch play recently. We've still got a patch, next week? Mm-hmm. Everything's still up in the air. I know that some of these teams might not have been maybe scrimming. They might be a little bit more deathmatchy than even University Overwatch normally is. What that does mean, though, is it should be exciting, it should be chaotic, and it should be a great time. And yeah, we're just kind of waiting, seeing exactly what we can get figured out in the lobby. We have our map pool for today. No graphic for it, but I will just read it out for you. You can imagine it. But Busan, Oasis, Nepal, Samara for Control. Icon, Valpower, ESO, Midtown, Hollywood for Hybrids. Flashpoint, Push. And Escort is Junkertown, Shambhala Monastery, Rialto, Route 66. So a strong map pool for us. When they add more maps for Flashpoint and Push, I will be the happiest man alive.
It gives you a little more to say than, yes, we have Flashpoint and we have Push, and those are our map pools. But yeah, it's also important to remember that this is a tournament which is taking place in the middle of most university spring break. So obviously, hope everyone's chilling and decided that they're going to spend their Sunday watching the stream today, enjoying some Overwatch, because you know what? That seems to be a pretty damn good use of the time. So a lot of the players are maybe out of the scene just a little bit, haven't been playing quite as consistently. Also to remember that this is a tournament that allows alumni in, which for some teams it can be a bit of a boon in the sense of they have players from the past who can now come back incredibly strong. Something that we might be talking about in a later game, but we'll have to see how the bracket goes for that to end up translating. And for some teams, well, yeah, maybe they aren't quite used to playing in the team environment so much. Maybe it's a bit more chill, as you say. There is still a lot on the line for these teams. So expect some shenanigans, expect this kind of maybe more brawly, chaotic kind of style. But at the same time, you know, the people here today, they're out for blood. They want the prize and they want it bad. I believe it's £500 prize.
I think so. And on top of that, of course, we do have our giveaway sponsored by Scan Computers. You can win 4060 Ti 8GB. You can win a 180Hz Cool Up Master monitor, Razer Black Widow V4 keyboard, and a Razer Cobra Pro mouse as well. So make sure you enter that. It should be something or other in the chat. But I mean, between me and you, I've already entered the giveaway, and like, if you guys enter, it lowers my chances. So weigh that up, you know.
Yeah, you kind of threw just you threw just a little bit.
A little bit.
Proposing that. It seems like all the players are actually ready in the lobby, so we're probably going to be able to get in as soon as humanly possible. First map of the day seems like it's going to be Busan. Both these teams have interesting styles that they want to play. From memory, playing against Kent in the playoffs last time, they were kind of menaces with their, don't laugh, Life Weaver. Hey, look. I'm not even. I think that was an Adaro situation. I don't see if Adaro is playing. Adaro is not playing today, unfortunately. So not quite the Life Weaver break back line, but it could be something just as interesting.
For my sanity, I hope that's not the case for 1,001 reasons.
But for entertainment, you'd hope it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Double-edged sword kind of deal. As we are going to be going to downtown first, both these teams going to be hovering the spawn room a little bit. We've been seeing a lot of Lucio Kiriko. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Lucio Kiriko being played at the highest level. Some teams are opting for the BAP, but it seems most of these teams want to go the way of the Kiriko instead.
Yeah, we got the Kiri Lucio Tracer, pretty good. It's going to be locked in. The difference is going to be the hit scan choices between your Cassidy and your Sojourn. Sojourn having some off-angle control, a little bit more. And, of course, the Railguns for the one-shot potential cast being a little bit more consistent. You've got a nade to mark the flanks. And, of course, with your tanks. And right now we are seeing the D.Va a little bit, maybe not as commonly played, rather than the standard Orisa. But if anyone can, it will be Seta. So just establishing full control of the drum room right now. And right now, early space taken by the left side of our screen.
Yeah, and control is the key when you're playing the D.Va. You just want to hold that space. Billy Jim G, however, does not care about that space. He's just going to run it through. Gets the spear onto Aiden, shoves him right into the back line, but he's going to have to reset here. The poking and prodding still ongoing as Billy is taking a whole lot of damage here. Is eventually going to be forced to back. And this is the issue when you're running the Kiriko. You don't have the ability to stay in the fight quite as long here. Orisa going to have to cycle those cooldowns effectively. None of these teams care about the point. The Saints are going to be demeched, and even though the kill hasn't been confirmed yet, you are now down a tank. Unless Cool Beans has something to say about it, just dinking him in the head. Oh my god, okay then. Allegations of Zimic, maybe true, maybe untrue, but with this aim, seems pretty damn good.
I'll put it this way, I can see why. Fantastic performance from the Cassidy. I mean, you look at the ult charge between Derpy and Cool Beans, and it is a world of difference. I mean, 40% more or less, and there is a reason for that. Cool Beans is a fantastic player, and honestly, saving his roster best. With Seta being DMX, didn't have much of a chance unless the Cassidy made some sort of miracle. So great start from Kensune, sorry. They got control of the objective and a Deadeye 2 to Overwatch the point.
Yeah, Billy going in really deep here. Does have this Terror Surge to work with in case it seems necessary. Doesn't deem it for the time being, as we see Angsa on this angle right now. Suzu is going to be forced out pretty early. Has this Kitsune rush to come back to the point, which is now going to be contested. Both these teams trying to take control of this. Mirrored Kitsune's on the side, so both of these teams have a lot of staying power in this fight right now. Aiden has the beat, but Volt has the counter one. The later beat is generally going to be the one that's better, and we see Billy running it all the way in. Cool Beans dead-eyed to try and make something happen there, but Billy going to be getting the initial kickoff there. And beautiful stick from Gligger. Oh my god! That was a bit of an alley-oop if I've ever seen one.
Throwing arm like Michael Jordan, because I don't know. That was a crazy stick, and while it was largely cosmetic, you know, it doesn't really allow you to win out the fight, then it's still just super flashy. It allows you to build that confidence, build into the game, and you know, increasing in percentage on the objective. That's exactly what Southampton are aiming to do right now. Ult's not ideal. The overclock is about as powerful as yours going to get, but nothing else really coming out. Means this next fight, Egg, is going to be almost entirely dry.
Yeah, it is going to be a lot on this overclock of Derpy. There is the bomb in case it could be used to zone out. Never really going to be that good at getting a whole bunch of kills. Derpy does decide to let it rip right now, and they don't care about the D.Va's Matrix. They're just going to try and work him down. Instead, it's going to be Cool Beans for the bomb a little late. He's going to end up backing Derpy all the way up. The duel actually coming out here. Voltsa just... Not Voltsa, sorry, Aiden.
I love that push from Aiden. Allows the Baby D.Va to survive, able to disrupt the Sojourn, but unfortunately not enough to stabilize the fight. So percentage is going to keep on ticking up to 50%. And I'd say there will be a recontest. This next fight is going to be probably advantageous for Voltsa and co. coming up to those support ultimates. And unfortunately for the opposing side, I mean, Kensune don't have that many tools to utilize.
If you can get this fight to last a little bit longer, Kent can build up to that Kitsune rush and then eventually get the beat of their own. Southampton have to go quick here, and they've actually caught Cool Beans way out of position there. Uncharacteristic mistake, but Derpy traded out in the meanwhile as well. So both these teams now down their Sojourn, losing a lot of firepower in the fight. It gets a bit brawlier on the point, and generally you favor the Orisa here. Volts are going to let that beat rip. Aiden hasn't quite built theirs yet. Orange is still lurking in the shadows right now. Has this pulse bomb ready to go. Billy falling so incredibly low. The pocket is good, but is it good enough? Not quite. Overwhelming damage, and it is going to be capitalized on by Angsa's Kitsune rush as well. Just front load the damage into the Orisa, get him low, deprive him of resources, and then win the fight off of that.
Well, it's also the fact that Voltsa and Feigal rips their support ultimates earlier in the fight. They don't secure kills off of it, and when Angsa's and Aiden's are online, they get the later push. There's no beat to respond to, and you know, considering that there's already been an investment, it's already been some sort of, you know, spend out of Southampton, they simply can't answer the reinvestment that Kitsune brings to the table. So no chance in that fight. Reaggressing now, but last fight territory here on Sanctum.
Yeah, speaking of spenny fights, it is something that Billy and Gligger will have to work with. They have the ultimates of their own. Both these Sojans also going to be trying to race each other for that overclock. Billy wants to let the Terra Surge rip. Just going to be zoning, but does make the space. But Cool Beans can make a hell of a lot more happen on the side with the overclock.
Whoa.
Catches 1, catches 2, catches 3. That's a whole lot of value for Cool Beans 69. The man, the myth, the legend.
And Derpy rips the overclock a smidgen too late. Of course, we didn't mention it when Cool Beans moved over to the Sojourn, but clearly finding a value there. It is the standard pick for a good reason, especially if you aren't feeling the pressure, or if you are feeling the pressure, sorry, on Cassidy. She's a great pick, and if you can hit the shots like that, the more the merrier, you know? So, super impressed what we're seeing from both sides, looking super competitive, at least earlier on. This D.Va, I think it has to be the main wrinkle here, but with Billie Jean moving over to the Winston, that's going to make Seta's pick a hell of a lot stronger. Your ability to mark the Winston so much better on the D.Va than on the Orisa or any other standard pick. As well as that, you also have easy control of the high ground, so Billie Jean might struggle to find value here. It's going to have to be a massive skill check to see if the Winston can really access the backline.
Speaking of skill checks, Orange is going to be rolling out on the Widow as well. We're going to be seeing how long Orange wants to stick on this into the Winston and the Tracer. This high ground, largely inaccessible for the DPS, but the Kiri can TP in. Obviously, Billy has no issues getting up there as well. The game plan here seems to be protect the President. That President going to be Orange on the Widowmaker for the time being. The space is going to be taken, and Cool Beans just from downtown going to be catching the headshot onto Gligger, and that is the Q signal. That is the go forward button for the rest of the side here. Center is going to be demeched, however, not entirely ideal here. So a lot of space going to be lost for Kitsune, and Cool Beans, yeah, once again, going in uncharacteristically aggressively and getting punished for it. Orange seems to be going back to spawn already.
We're going to remake here, so they want to continue this battle for the objective, and with Derpy going down, it could go either way, but there just isn't the bodies here for the side of Kentamine. I would expect shut down by Anxa, Seta, D-Mex as well, and I will say objective now truly controlled by Southampton. Again, the repush is here, but will it matter?
And when the fight gets scrappy, you can see the value of the D.Va right there. Winston always has the edge in those clean dive engages, but it's okay, nothing's clean about this. Derpy, a very messy fight if you're Kent right now, because Derpy's just killed 2 of you on the back. It seems like this has been a never-ending fight, as Volts are able to capture and onto the opposite number as well. Southampton really running themselves back into this. Volts, so we know him, we love him, very aggressive, looking for that boot there, but incredibly strong play.
Pendulum swings back and forth more than a couple of times in that first engagement. Dust settles, and again, Voltzer and Co. in control of the objective. But there's going to be a repush, lightning fast, overclock close, beat almost online. This fight could get chaotic.
Yeah, very early beat there from Volta is just going to be disengaged by the rest of Kent for the time being. Pressure is coming out onto the Sojourn. Cannot go down before his overclock comes out. Is able to get it. Gligger's Pulse Bomb may just be a little cosmetic because the picks have gone the way of Kent. Cool Beans. Oh! Someone check his PC. He could be the good player, but this is not normally.
I mean, the weight on Cool Beans' back right now must be absolutely ginormous, because so many of these fights are just won out because he just headshots 3 people, as exactly we saw there. That is one option off the table, and one that Derpy still has available to him. And speaking of the ults in general, it's going to be 3v3, a small advantage, I say, to the aggressors.
Billy goes in Billy gets burned. Have the Primal Rage. You see the idea there. Go in super aggro, use the Primal to take space, but didn't end up popping it. The damage was simply too overwhelming, and Gligger is going to be caught out as well by Orange, making their mark on the Tracer thus far.
Yeah, lovely off-angle duel, and that just allows you to stabilize as well. It was a dry fight for Southampton. It's not the end of the world for them at all, because they can repush here, but they would have loved to find a little bit more, at least force some resources from their opponents in that previous. Kitsune, pressure setter.
Yeah, really good Kitsune there. Is actually going to be forcing both the beat and the bomb. Oh, Vigo got jump scared there.
Oh!
That's 2 jump scares from the D.Va, 2 for 1 deal at your local Busan market, as we see right here. And Kent going to be cleaning up the rest of this one. Gligger has to reset quick. He knows that we're approaching final fight territory.
I mean, just terrible time for the Kiriko there. Doesn't matter in the end, but that's going to be surprising. I'll put it that way. Seta, if it won't be by hook, it'll be by crook, but gets the kill with the ults, but all the same. Ult spent across the field. The only thing online right now will be the Primal Rage. So in a quick fight, then the advantage has to be for the aggressors.
Yeah, and that's the early pick onto Cool Beans as well. Billy going to be pretty annoyed at that last play here. Anksa proving to be ever elusive as per usual, but eventually going to be hounded down by the DPS line of Southampton. So a stay of execution here for the Southampton side for the time being. They need to build up some of these key ultimates, such as this Beat Spectrum.
It's going to be realistically 1-5 territory here, so this map could be decided in this final engagement here. Cool Beans close to an overclock. Anksa closer to a Kitsune Rush, but Gliga, Volta already having their ult 9 means that if Billy, Jing, and Co hit the go button early, they could just win.
Yeah, Billy does go in pretty aggressive here. It's going to be hounded out for it, but Volta actually dueled out by Aiden here, and the pressure, there's nothing to relieve that from the Winter now, and Cool Beans going to be making their own mark with the overclock right now. Just a turret on the point. Absolutely brutal gameplay here. Getting a little jump scared by the Tracer for the time being, but will eventually be felled. And that was a damn close map, but it is going to be Kent taking that one 2-0. First map making their mark on the series.
Yeah, super impressed what we're seeing from Kent, but super impressed more what we're seeing from Cool Beans. That guy is just insane at the video game.
Yeah,
I mean, it's worth saying in that final engagement that Volta goes down with the sound barrier. If he had it to maybe block out, use some of that defensive utility to keep his side alive, then maybe that we would have been looking at a different final fight. But as it stands, not able to utilize the sound barrier, and Cool Beans and Co get the first map. That's Busan in their favor, and I believe it's Southampton's map pick now. Remember, their options going to be Eichenwalder, Paraiso, Midtown, and Hollywood. And if I were them, I'd probably pay like a Paraiso. But you have options here.
Well, tell me a little bit more about why you're thinking that way. What Paraiso here?
I'd say that it's no disservice to Derpy to say that realistically Cool Beans is having the better social performance. So anything with long sightlines, I'd probably just say is out. So that'd be your Midtowns and your Hollywoods, I'd say. Also, you typically want to play more dive tanks, or your opponents are going to play D.Va. So it's worth saying that you can access high grounds on both sides. If you want to play Orisa, if you super want to force Orisa, then your options are going to be probably Eichenwalde or Midtown. And if you want to play Winston, your options are almost the exact opposite of that. If I were them, though, I think that taking the pressure or taking the ability to frag away from Cool Beans is more important. So I personally would pay probably like a Paraiso with your Winston comp.
Yeah, it seems like we're on the shutdown Cool Beans trains. And we do know that Derpy is able to play the cast to a pretty high level. Certainly has no real issues picking up that character as well, the traditional hit scans either. So that has mostly been the kind of triage of DPS that we've been seeing in the meta recently. It's your Sojourn cast and your Tracer. Tracer is almost always a must pick, and so it does just depend on what that second slot is going to be. And quite rightly, as you said, the longer sightlines will favor the Sojourn. If you want to apply a little more pressure to the enemy divers, or if you're playing on a brawlier close range kind of map, Cass can kind of get in pretty close, down and dirty. That extra 25 HP along with the roll just to get out of a sticky situation, it's not quite as much mobility as a Sojourn, but it can keep you in the fight as well. Can just get you to peek in and out of cover, makes Kazli a far better brawler than the Sojourn. But that all depends on what map we are actually going to be going to, which is going to be one of the ones that we haven't mentioned, Hollywood.
Yeah, interesting choice. I'll put it that way. I think that, again, sightlines for Cool Beans is going to be very much dominant there. So we'll see exactly what more work you can get done. Does have that verticality, but I think it's not as maybe wide open as you can get on some of the other maps. I think marking the Winston with the D.Va could be very much an option. Last point, very favorable for the Orisa, so they're fair enough there. Not sure I'm in love with this pick, but we'll see exactly what they can get done with it. Also, I think you mentioned the kind of triage of DPS we've been seeing recently, and fair enough, the Tracer double hit scan, but it's also worth kind of remembering that a lot of the time we are also seeing Echo comps.
Yes.
And that's like a Ilios, so seeing plenty of Echo. Normally just play to front load the damage, hard bully the tank, and once you get that done, you can kind of play a little bit slower, play just kind of punishing mistake style, which is often what I see with Echo. But we haven't seen it so far in the series. I have a sneaking feeling we probably won't see it too much today. It's not something we really like to play in UK Uni Overwatch, I think, that much.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like Echo players in the university scene. I really can't. None come to mind other than maybe Mercs from Nottingham, but Mercs haven't been playing for a hot minute, so that would be a problem. And obviously, I would talk about Nottingham, wouldn't I? But as we were saying, not biased in the slightest. We are going to be seeing, the Hollywood pick here, and it is, we said, I don't think that we're going to be seeing the Echo simply because, not just because of the play, but also it's simply not particularly viable on the same point. There's far too much open space instead. Would be very interesting to see a kind of more traditional dive comp here. Derpy is hovering a couple of things in spawn. I'd be very impressed if Derpy stuck to the Junkrat, but so my money is on that it isn't going to be happening. Yeah, going to be playing something a little more refined here.
Yeah, okay, so we got Monkey Dive on the defense. This is actually pretty interesting. I kind of expected him to start on the Orisa, but Winston also does make sense. You can just pressure cycle pretty effectively. You can control space super effectively. But what we also can say is that it's going to be hard to execute relatively consistently. If there's any slip up on any of these cycles, then without a pick coming through from the hit scan of Derpy on that Cassie, you're kind of just a little bit on the back foot, I'll put it that way. And again, Sata running out on that Diva, marking defensively, Billie Jean. I think the compositional matchup right now is smallly in favor of the aggressors. No also answer on the Ana. I'm not sure if that's just for a spawn peak with a sleep with a nade, what have you, or if they really want to charge up into this Nano boost, use it to enable Cool Beans, Orange Setter, whoever you will, on those super aggressive cycles.
Yeah, very interested to see the Ana. It's something that we've been seeing predominantly out of APAC. Now, you would be very observant to say that we are not in APAC, correct? But we've been seeing a lot of the traditional brick Ana style come out there, which seems to favor away from the Lucio Kiriko, which has been played predominantly in the West. So it would be interesting to see if maybe that kind of stylistic difference could come in. Hollywood first, if you do play your Ana kind of in the choke or even behind the choke a little bit, you don't necessarily give them the best sight lines there. However, there's also not going to be a whole lot to pressure them. Now, the issue is when you try and move your Ana up. Say you want to get to the high ground, well, suddenly there's a Tracer. Suddenly there's a Winston. There's even a Cass who could be on top of the hotel on the opposite side of the point to just be dinking you in the head over and over again. It's going to be a bit of an interesting balancing act, and it's for all those reasons I say I'm not entirely sure I see Angsa sticking on the Ana long term. However, I would like to be surprised.
There's always a world for it, but I happen to agree with you here. I think that Ana is going to be a little bit tricky. I do like how they would play it here, to be fair. Not running the Brigitte, instead of running the Lucio. I am kind of a sworn Brigitte hater. I think she's very weak right now. Your ability to mark off angles is, kind of weakened without the same amount of healing. With the DPS passive, and Lucio is kind of just better and also speeds you, so fair enough. Again, though, with no Monkey as well, you just don't have the same level of nano target. I think that Monkey is such a great pull for the Ana that, without playing one, the other might be a little bit less viable in a lot of scenarios. I think we're hopefully getting ready to get back into the game, so you have to listen to us yap a little bit less. But...
top. If we're making a list of top 10 yaps of all time, we would easily be top 2.
You would be much higher. I would be a little bit lower. I gotta put myself down. But you are the king of yapper.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Love you, bro. Anyway, we're going to be seeing him roll out on this. Angsa is going to be sticking onto the Ana here. So trying to make this rotation is going to be risky. You see Sata going to have to chill, kind of peel back for that Ana, just to actually let them get through. Sata mostly seems right now to just be marking the Winston. That's the play here. Or they're just going to collapse onto Derpy, way caught out, very far away from the rest of the team there. The peel not quite there. And Kensune just going to be opening this point clean up.
It just doesn't really take them much effort. They realize that Derpy isolated on his lonesome on the Cassidy, and it's a pretty simple dive to put the pressure onto the Cassidy and remove him from the equation. In an attempt to counter dive, Billie Jean just gets shut down as well by the Diva, and 5 minutes, 40 seconds of the time bank, about as large as Kensune could realistically even expect, even hope for, so they haven't even had a chance to build into any ultimates. It does mean that it can take them a hot second to begin charging for this high ground, and Cool Beans, okay, he does fall over.
Yeah, there's the very brief window of opportunity here if you're Southampton, where Sata does not have that met back and the enemy team is down the tank. You lose the point, not ideal, but you end up winning the fight anyway. So the battle is lost, but the war potentially won in the long term here. But now that Sata is going to be rematched, we're going to be resetting to a little bit more of an even fight here. Both teams going to be very even on their ults.
Yeah, it's going to be super tricky for the majority of the aggressors to challenge the high ground here. Southampton will have an iron grip on it, so it's about when they elect to drop and contest the objective where the possibility of a kill very likely opens up.
Yeah, Anxa has to play very careful in the backline here, and Sato actually enabling this quite well by trying to pressure out Billy just to stop him from going in. You can see right now there's so much bullying happening onto this Winston. That jump is beefed massively there, and the Suzu also not actually going to be getting the healing off. Gligger, though, in the meanwhile, is able to catch on to Cool Beans, but eventually the pressure does come out onto Billy Jim. The bomb is good for splitting a little bit of space right now, and space is all that you need. Just give this team a little bit of time, a little bit of space. They're going to make some magic with it.
Yeah, it takes a hot second, and I think there are a couple of mistakes there we saw. I mean, the missed jump from Billy Jing made him super easy to take down. Oh, this chase from Aiden is brutal! Just absolutely flattens Gligger. Exactly.
The hunter becomes the hunted. What the hell was that, Aiden?
I mean, all it stands though, ultimates are online. Best ultimates most definitely in the favor of Kensuni. This Nano Boosted Overclock could well spell the end of second point here for Southampton. We'll see if they can leverage any sort of defense.
Yeah, Beat is going to have to be really clean here from Volta. Cannot afford any kind of Ajax, but the pick came out before. Coolbean's only now going to be popping that overclock. Catches Volta on the back of the high ground. Oh my god, someone stop him! They have a family, Coolbeans. This isn't fair. 5 minutes on the clock.
That is a straight-up Sojin differential there. Derpy tried to pop his own overclock super late in the engagement and just decapitated by Coolbean 69. I mean, this is what his third super multi-frag, overclock. He's had a 3K, 4K, 4K. No, he's just having a fantastic series, and it doesn't really matter what Volta and Co can, try and bring to bear. He's kind of just doing whatever he will. There's not much they can say. We'll say, expensive fight for Kensune. So this refight, I mean, with only the bomb and the, bomb, it's going to be a hell of a lot less threatening than the Kensune rush that their opponents have.
Yeah, very scary shot to Volta there. Fire is going to go very aggressive with the Kitsune Rush and actually does shut down that threat, but Derpy traded out in the meantime as well. Both teams are down a DPS talent now. You can see this is so aggressive. Southampton are being pushed all the way back to the spawn right now, as the bomb is going to come out here, but the remake not quite viable. Southampton eventually able to retouch back on this point, and finally they have a little bit of reprieve, a little bit of pressure taken off their backs.
Yeah, Billy giving me the heebie-jeebies there by jumping in with no armor, like 200 HP, but able to survive. And Derpy, a late frag onto Aiden, makes the repush is going to be ahead of a lot, further back. So with a time bank like this, you need to do whatever you can to whittle some time off the bank. And a pick like that, exactly going to be necessary. I'm not sure how long we want to see this Derpy Widowmaker, though. The lack of frontline damage is going to make Seta especially free. And, I mean, Sojin with the Railgun is such a good counter. So if Coolbeans, who's having, an absolute blind of a series so far, decides that Derpy should no longer be living, then I don't think there's too much that the defenders can really do to make that not so.
I guess the thing that you're thinking if you're Derpy is that this is a relatively linear last point. There aren't a whole ton of angles that you can be gotten from, but the distance isn't exactly a whole lot. You see the Derpy already having to be pushed back in the spawn room. We're essentially fighting a 4v5 right now, but make it a 4v4 as Volta catches on to Coolbeans, and it is going to be Derpy now coming back in the fight to land a couple of shots here, and Billy just going absolutely hog wild on the point of this Primal too, cleaning up as well. Very clean Winston play right now. This last point is always an absolutely brutal one to take if you're the attackers right now. And Southampton, they seem to be chilling a little bit more.
Yeah, I'd say that Billy Jing is putting a pretty strong Winston performance, at least so far. Maybe inspired by Gushui being able to actually play the game again with NetEase, bringing back the Chinese server. So we love to see it. Oh, lovely headshot too. Coolbeans dispatched early on, and that's going to be another 10-15 seconds that we aren't going to be seeing any push out of Kensune. Just have to wait for time, and this, Infrasight too could do the exact same thing. Oh, it's getting closer and closer for all the attackers though. Overclock, Pulse Bomb, or Self-Destruct, sorry, and both support ults too mean that could well be dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous right now. Beat has to come out here just to relieve some of that pressure. Volts are able to mirror with one later of their own. Coolbeans has this overclock, has made magic with it in the past. There's so much pressure that's trying to come out onto Coolbeans right now, and it is all working. Anxa, Coolbeans, all going to be referred to in the past tense for the time being as the cleanup does come through on this point. Aiden caught out as well, and this baby diva. Welcome to the game, Sata. Welcome to the game.
I will say that was an expensive fight for the defenders, especially so. And so if I'm the attackers, what I'm thinking of is running up to the objective, popping Kitsune Rush, and if defenders can't really do much about it, right? They don't have any mitigation tools, even like an Orisa, Gold, like a Defense Matrix. The bubble is going to be blown through in an absolute second. So this is going to be the hardest fight of probably the entire defense. If they manage to get past this hurdle, though, this hold, just in the archway is going to be essentially locked in.
Especially because Cool Beans has gone over to the Reaper now, and a Kitsune up Reaper is absolutely brutal. You see Billy jumping in here, but actually able to catch onto Aiden, but will be falling so low, not quite able to charge that ultimate in time, but it doesn't even matter. Trades are going to be going back and forth on the point right now. The bomb to Southampton going to be forced to back all the way up, and Cool Beans, even on the Reaper, is still making the work happen. Derpy does catch the stray headshot from downtown as well, but it's just Volta here that can... But it is going to be Figo getting back as in, using that Suzu to keep everyone nice and live on the point. Now Billy's back, has this Primal to work with as well. That could be a whole lot of health, a whole lot of time to work with if you're Southampton for the time being. And Derpy with another headshot from downtown. You need to keep your eyes on the Widow, or else they're going to make some kind of magic happen. Don't forget about the point, guys. Was very, very close there as we do get back into this right now. Anks are going to be falling incredibly low, but still staying alive. And now Billy has to be very careful of this Reaper. They need to be very careful of the Widow too, who's popped the sights from downtown now. 5 seconds left on the point. Is anyone going to be able to retouch this? We're going to have to see. They're going to come in very aggressively. Tracer just about able to touch onto it here. The sights are still out. The beat is pretty good now. You know that you're going to be out of the fight, but it didn't catch onto Cool Beans. Klinga end up picking that kill up. Another trade onto the Widow. These teams are so evenly matched. It's so back and forth. But in the brawlier fight, you think that you're favoring the Diva here. Those shotguns, those missiles, simply too much damage for Billy to deal with for the time being. Remember that spawns are always going to be better for Southampton here, so they really need to try and they need to get the touches on the point. You need to win this out fast. And fast they will. Kent, by the skin of their teeth, managing to take this point.
What was that, a 4-minute or so defense, though, of the last point? Absolutely ironclad out of Southampton. Where was this team throughout the entire rest of the map? When the dust settles, it's about even for both sides, right, in terms of success. Southampton can pat themselves on the back in the knowledge of a defense well construed, but also with a bit of a niggling thought at the back of their minds that realistically they could have done that for the rest of the map, and it's still going to be completed against, right? And on the flip side of things, you've complete the map, but what once could have been a ginormous time bank means that it's just whittled down into nothingness. If we go OT, if their opponents are able to finish with time, then we could be looking at a durable only scenario for Cool Beans and Co. So I think both sides going to be cautiously happy with how they played. It's going to really contextualize that, though, is going to be this next round here. And starting out on the Moira flank, so clearly wanting the survivability, wanting the ability to tempo the coalescence, they could well play this Diva comp as basically just a Brawl Star and find some real success.
The Moira is very interesting here. It doesn't synergize quite as well with the Diva as, say, a Kiriko or an Ana would, but you do get a lot of survivability. People often say about Moira that you don't have a lot of utility on that character, you just have healing and damage. Some compositions only really call for a lot of healing and a lot of damage. And Moira's able to do both of those pretty effectively. And Angsa definitely no slouch on this pick either. Figo actually also going to be playing a Moira of their own, so going to be playing this comp in a more traditional kind of 5-man, very aggressive style as opposed to that hard dive that we're used to.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how they elect to play it. Already pressure onto Seto, who is a target if they mess up their positioning just a little bit. But will be able to be stabled, and the real challenge isn't going to be taking early space for Billie Jean and Co. It's going to be fighting for the objective, but Seto will continue to contest, keep them off guard, keep them off kilter.
Yeah, and Billy forced to the low ground here means that he's going to be taking a whole load of damage before the fight even begins. Has to jump in with no armor, and also has to jump in down a Lucio, because guess who's back? It's Cool Beans back again. Tell a friend, because they're just getting the headshots from way downtown. It's going to be a D-mech here onto Sata, however, so a brief window of opportunity, and Cool Beans is going to close that window pretty damn quickly.
I mean, Sata still has a mech, though, at the end of the day, so you're still going to be feeling a little bit unsure of yourself if you are Kitsune. Cool Beans body blocks, but will be able to escape a lovely slide to get out of harm's way. And remember, no mech coming up closer and closer. This is time, though, where Volta can take as much space as he wants.
Yeah, and at the nick of time, Sata are able to get the mech back as well. But forced so far back are the rest of Ken. And Ansa going to be forced to use the Coalescence, but it's not so much for force as it is a trade. A nice kill onto Gliga there as well. Going to be forcing the fade out of the Moira. And so right now, kind of a bit out of the fight as the rest of Southampton have wrapped around all the way into the back, eventually able to take out Aiden. So the map has been flipped here, but now they are stuffing themselves into this very small choke. This is... What is happening? Where is everyone? He's going to be coming out from Volta as well. Bomb in this enclosed room. Volta, are they able to escape? Yes, just about. The remake is going to be good. Zeta able to get there. Billy is now on the opposing high ground with a primal rage as well. And Derpy going to... Orange going to get moved into the disruptor shot of Derpy to go down to that one. It's a chaotic fight. It's a brawly fight, but it's one that Southampton wins. At the end of the day, you can't argue with results, can you?
Yeah, I love the play of stabling in Cafe as an aggressor to build your sound barrier and then winning the fight off the back of a sound build. That is a crazy fight plan, but if anyone's going to pull it off, it will be Volta on the Lucio, and it will be Southampton on the attack. Objective unlocked. I mean, 2 minutes slower than their counterparts, but unlocks all the same, and if they're any quicker through last, then they could very much still match the timeline of their opponents. Cool Beans, again, with an overclock. We've seen what miracles he's wrought with those before, so I have to be a little bit more worried, though, if I'm Southampton.
Yeah, but you can also be pretty worried about Derpy, who's picking up some heat now, packing some serious firepower on the Sojourn now. Going to be getting the initial pick onto Anxa there, and Volta trading onto the backline as well. Cool Beans is always a problem on the high ground now. Derpy actually deems it necessary to pop the overclock right now. And yes, you win the fight, but Spec, was that potentially so necessary?
At the end of the day, you can't argue with the results, right? That's what you said. And at the end of the day, Payload's still rolling forward. Derpy's taking forward space on the high grounds. Billy Jing as well. Their ults aren't amazing. They're still pretty strong. You've got Beat, you've got Pulse, you've got Coalescence that's close to being online. This is still a fine scenario for Southampton, but as you mentioned as well, advantage most likely to the defenders.
Yeah, as Derpy gets absolutely rolled over there. Going to be tripping over a pebble there, and Corbin's going to be taking full advantage of that as well. Gligger forced all the way back. Pulse Bomb is good, though. Billy is traded out here. Kent still stabilizing here off the back of all of this, and they only had to use a Coalescence and a Pulse Bomb there. So they still...
you're super happy about that.
Yeah.
You're super, super happy about that. I think that Derpy there gets taken down because he's a little bit too sticky on the high ground, as it were. Probably had the respect that Kensuna were just kind of taking that space. But, I mean, because they only use those two really cheap ults, and they've got the sound barrier through, and most importantly, they still have that overclock of Cool Beans, so still plenty of tools to leverage. And time bank half gone, now 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, oftentimes you're thinking about quality over quantity. Why not have both, as that's going to be the bomb coming out just to clear the high ground, but that ends up being a little bit of a curse for Cool Beans because they all back away from the overclock as well. Not a whole lot of work going to be coming down. That is an absolutely massive disruptor shot of all things, but went in so aggressive there and did get punished for it. I mean, hey, you got some decent ult charge out of it, lad, but you did feed just a tad.
Well, that's what happens, yeah. Volta Lucio diff onto Aiden. Yeah, decides not to pop the sound barrier. Remake is going to burn time, but also staggering yourself out a little bit. It actually forces Pulse on, but it's just worth. I really don't like that investment from Gligger, but as it stands, it doesn't also matter all that much. It's only Pulse Bomb. Minute 30 left to go. Will be a hot second before the recontest can come through from Zeta and Orange, but I believe they will be able to touch all the same. Once they crack the choke, they'll be able to fight on the objective, but once they do that, then it's Derpy with an overcook on high ground. How do they deal with that other than the sound barrier of Aiden?
They have to do something about this high ground early. Volta is going to be popping that sound barrier very early. Cool Beans actually caught out there. Billy is wreaking havoc on the backline, and there's nothing that can be done. Zeta is trying to think, well, maybe I'll just trade backlines, go on them while the Winston goes on mine. But Winston has a lot better dive pressure and better kind of kill potential in those situations there. And Billy taking full advantage of that. Didn't even need to pop the primal.
Yeah, really love that fight there. I mean, able to split the defenders so effectively. So the beat only catches onto 3 members. And then it's Billy Jing in the backline just taking care of whoever and whatever he wishes to. Take care of business as it stands. Yeah, I mean, it's just putting more pressure onto Billy, right? That's really the reason you go back to it in a scenario like this. If you aren't under pressure as well, it makes it even easier. So Derpy will have the monopoly on picks now, but basically a hell of a lot easier to take for the defenders.
Yeah, Zeta actually just going to be dying there, falling over. Tank presence is gone. Volts are dueled out in the backline, and Anks are going so aggressive into the small room with the Coalescence right now. Pulse Bomb does go the way of the Dodo, not able to get a whole lot here. And Billy, yes, you're going to be able to get this kill onto Angsa with the Primal, but you're also going to be feeding 1,000 HP worth of ult charge over the rest of the team. But that's also the bomb used from Satyr. That was
traded for a frag
messy.
onto Billy, I guess. It's not the end of the world. But as you mentioned, yeah, it's still very messy. Respawns a smidgen closer for the defender, so not sure exactly how much we can see out of Derpy and Co. as they still cast it on the objective. Again, Overclock online has been a little bit quieter than his counterpart so far, but if there's any time to find his voice, it would be now. Minute left to go. They need to get a fight, and they need to get it a win now.
Yeah, Billy's gone over to the Orisa as well, so definitely has some more staying power, can actually deal with the Bastion very effectively. Can always spam him in the turret form. And Anxa now, oh, this is how the turntable's going to be the aggression coming out onto that Moira instead. And that's a whole lot of damage coming through here. But you can't keep Derpy alive in the backline. And that's a whole lot of damage now gone. And Spawns are always going to be better here for the red team. Cool Beans dropping from this high ground on the Bastion. Honest Overwatch is dead, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, Bastion's also really bad right now. Let's be entirely honest with ourselves. Bastion is not a strong hero. There's a reason there's one Bastion player in OWCS in 3 regions, and it's because the hero is just not very good. Ult's getting closer and closer for pretty much every player involved, but any way that we can see a finish out of Southampton will be an OC finish, and they're hiding in the high ground. They're lurking, trying to catch their opponents off guard.
Yeah, and this artillery strike is going to be able to clear the point very effectively. Gets all into that vault, so you're playing a dangerous game there, buddy. He's able to get the beat off, but the pick does come through onto Derpy. Coolbeans has actually been making some magic happen with the Bastion thus far. Stick does come through. Kills are there. 2 traded out, so it's an even fight for the time being now. But with the Moira going down, apologies, it is going to be all but over now. Trades are still coming through here. Anxa back, however, with the Coalescence, clearing all that space on the point. It was a messy map spec. But at the end of the day, results are results. And Kent going to be taking that one, going 2-0 up in this series.
I mean, yeah, spaghetti all over the floor, but I don't think you care too much if you're Kensune and, you know, you happen to be up 2-0 in this series. You happen to be on match point for the remainder of this engagement, and they are so close to punching their ticket to the semifinals. Again, it is Cool Beans who just has, I mean, I'd call him a life game. It looks like he's just doing it every game. That final shot, fade away onto Derpy. Just the cherry on top of things. Super impressed by how he's been playing the entire series. And considering it is now Southampton's map pick, and they have a choice between, I mean, the 2 Flashpoint maps, right? Suravasa and New Junk City. I'm not in love with their chances, I'll put it that way.
For lack of a better term, Coolbeans did absolutely unspeakable things to the Southampton side. Flexed on them with the Sojourn. Derpy did have a pretty decent showing on the Widow. I feel like we were seeing both the strengths and weaknesses of that Widow pick on the last point come out in real time, because there were several fights where Derpy was just able to get an opening frag right off the rip and shut down the fight and burn an easy 20-30 seconds off the clock off of one single shot. But then you could also see times where Derpy was a complete non-factor in the fight because there was simply too much pressure, and Derpy just had to back into the spawn room for the rest of the day, right? So Derpy was certainly able to get their own say in here, was able to deal with things quite effectively, as apparently it is actually going to be push next. So
yeah, I hold my hand up there.
Happens to the best of us, don't worry about it. But yeah, Colosseo instead. That being said, even with Derpy, you know, picking up a little bit of steam, finding their footing, Coolbeans 69 did unspeakable things. Ended up playing Bastion and winning on the Bastion, which is
just front loading the damage onto Billy, and he just can't keep up unless he goes like a Ramatra, I guess, can live. Orisa can sometimes live. It's tricky, and you kind of need to get an opening pick, because if Bastion is allowed to just unload his entire turret, you're kind of cooked. It's such a strong ability, you know, counterbalancing how weak he is in that recon form. So, you know, fair enough to him. Like, I got to say that Bastion ult, when I saw Volts pop the sound barrier, did give me the heebie-jeebies a little bit. Because if we saw an Ajax, firstly, I would not be surprised. But secondly, it would be so embarrassing. But we were saved, at least for that particular engagement. Still plenty of games for the day. So, you know, we can't ring the bell saying no Ajaxes just yet.
Of course. I mean, if Volts or Ajax there, then we would have just disqualified him from the giveaway that's being held. Speaking of, exclamation point giveaway in the chat. Earlier, we did mention that there is going to be a bundle which is powered by Scan to give away. It includes the graphics card, the 4060, the 180 hertz monitor, mouse, and keyboard. It's all some great stuff. So, exclamation point giveaway. Make sure to join that in, and just enter, see what you can win. It always helps.
And if you do win, you get a bunch of cool stuff. Again, I want the monitor. That would make my life better. 4060 Ti. So extra snazzy.
I'm sorry, I'm not a computer nerd. Is there a difference between a 4060 and a 4060 Ti? Or have I just said something that I'm going to get hounded for?
You said something you're going to get hounded for. Okay. Basically, right, a Ti is extra snazzy. There's the regular version, which is fine. And there's a Ti version, which just makes it better.
Right.
It's like if you're a dude and you have a toothpick in. You're just better.
A toothpick? What are you yapping about? Remember the yapping tier list we were talking about and how I was apparently higher than you on that, yeah?
Yeah, you are higher. I'm not saying I never yap. I'm just saying you're higher. You're better at yapping than me. Look, Colosseum is going to be up next. It's going to be super interesting to watch because often going to be a heavily frontline trading map. So I think the Winston that we've been seeing out of Billy going to be a little bit trickier. The Diva we've been seeing out of Zeta too. So I'd kind of expect these teams to move towards Orissa's or March's, kind of what have you. And we have been seeing a lot less, stickling to the actual meta more or less recently. I say recently, by which I mean the end of Hollywood, right? Mm-hmm. But I would expect more brawly comps, more frontline loaded comps. Sojourn's tier still a possibility. I would pray that we don't see another super long deadlock, because the last time I watched this map, it was an OWCS. That took a minute and a half for a frag to come through, and between two sides like this, with the amount of mistakes we've been seeing, I wouldn't expect teams to play perfectly for that long. Still a possibility, though, and one we have to kind of keep in our minds. I would imagine we go Orisa Sojourn, but always room for variation.
Yeah, obviously I would say that Bookie's favorite right now would be on the Kent side. But Southampton, certainly a strong team. It's got to be on the DPS to kind of step things up a little bit. I feel like Billy's been having a pretty solid series on the tank thus far. We were seeing some good tank play. We were seeing some pretty good tank play come out there, especially on the Winston. But this map not really going to favor that. Derpy was able to find their footing on the Widow a little bit, but was still not having the best time. Volta and Figo seem to be doing their job just fine. And DPS, again, everyone here is very talented. This is the problem that you're dealing with. Derpy is great and Gligger is good, but Orange and Coolbean today might just be a little bit better. Maybe the arms of Derpy and Gligger are slightly too short to box with, the talents that are Coolbeans and Orange today. However, once again, more than happy to be proven wrong here. But I wasn't expecting to be proven wrong by a Torb pick.
I mean, Torbjorn, I don't hate if you don't want to take the Tracer on V1 that is good at marking Orange. Is going to have a super rough time accessing pretty much any backline. Going Cassidy here rather than Sojourn, I'm not a huge fan of, but it does allow to frontline the damage. Note the Moira as well for Angsa, making this composition a little bit more brawly, making the Diva a little bit more viable on a map like this. But all pressure, again, onto Coolbeans, onto Derpy.
Yeah, just going to be trying to look to kind of mark angles and relieve pressure here with the composition. That's what the Cass and the Torb are for here. Map is going to be flipped between both these sides, and whenever the map is flipped, you do favor the brawlier team. The Orisa are able to kind of steal the bot away, and yeah, that's exactly what's happening. And you're in a really rough spot now. You're in a really rough spot now for Kent, because now you have to chase the bot down. It's always going to be harder to do that than to just hold the space. And Derpy going to be punishing Orange with a beautiful little left click to the head as well. And Southampton going to be winning this fight out. But the map flip's so crucial there.
Yeah, that it is. This engagement is still ongoing. There is still a chance for Frag to come through the other way, but Aiden going to put a rather nice bow on things with his fatality. And an exit frag onto Angsa as well means that Southampton now truly in control of the objective. First fight is important on push. I think we all know it's to be true, but the really important one, where all the marbles are, that second fight, and Gligger makes it so damn easy with a free pick onto Coolbeans.
Yeah, second fight is done, basically. Orange has decided that Cass is going to be the solution here. This is what's going to be swapped over to. This one is going to be a pretty rough one to attack into. This is an absolutely absurd high ground to have to deal with. And Angsa already has built a coalescence, but Volta's already built a sound barrier as well, but is going to get hounded down. The damage simply overwhelming. Coolbeans is, again, being allowed to do what they want, being allowed to play the game just a little too hard, and you cannot let that happen if you are Southampton.
Well, it's going to be a lot harder for them to not make that happen, considering he's got another Overclock in line. It's been... I mean, it's the first ult of the series, or first ult that they can really get a chance to leverage from the Sojourn, so we'll see exactly if he can bring the same heat that we've seen in the rest of the series continue through to Colosseo. And speaking of ultimates in general, I mean, 8 of them online, just Voltza and Angsta who don't have them. So I'd say a small advantage probably to Kensune as they, keep battling for control of the leads, but this really could go either way. This window is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, gonna be a little bit of a meat grinder fight for both teams right here. So many tools to work with. Coolbeans is on the high ground, and there's nothing, absolutely nothing that can shut him down right now. That's 1, that's 2. Can we get a third? Of course we can get a third. This is Coolbeans we're talking about. Who thought that we wouldn't? Who thought that we wouldn't?
Coolbeans drops off the high ground, and it is just like tripping off a meat grinder, but unfortunately, there's no beat kinda. That's their opponents can fall back on Derpy. Gligger just gets dispatched by the flanking overclock. And I mean, it's not the worst fight in the world for them, but it's also really not that great. No chance to build into Volt's to sound barrier. The Deadeye finds absolutely naught. And only having to spend a single check mark for Kensune is about as efficient as it gets. So they can now battle for the lead. Only the window can stop it coming through.
Yeah, the window, and it is going to be the attempt there. The
Whoa!
bomb in the back!
Only
it gets 2! What is happening today, Sator? You absolute lunatic! Going to be breaking this fight right wide open. Nice and bright here. That bomb was absolute doomsday for the side of Southampton to have to deal with. Lead going to be taken now. So, yeah, lead going to be taken now by Kent. Oh my, Sator. What was that?
I mean, who's to say that realistically anyone even made a mistake there? Just a crazy Pokemon coming through from Sator, taking care of Gligger, who had that Molten Core, Voltzer as well. Obviously also biting the dust. Lovely pick. And now, I mean, they can only continue to gain and garner their lead. Coolbeans makes it awkward, though.
Yeah, Coolbeans plays a little too aggro there, and it is so deceptive how much damage the Torp can deal from range, especially with those headshots. Orange is deciding to go on a little bit of a mad flank right now, which worked at least temporarily, but temporarily alive and very permanently dead.
I will say, super interesting, but we haven't seen a hammer kill yet. Gligger's been pretty quiet on the on the percussive maintenance, I'll put it that way. So I'd love to see him post a frag with that Savon.
Can we agree to give Gligger like an extra entry into the giveaway if there's a hammer kill?
I don't think we have that power, but I would be so in favor. Voltzer goes down, that makes it awkward.
Yeah, you can't exactly get a hammer kill when your Lucio has been felled. You can't quite get in there, but Kensune going to be capitalizing off of this. They haven't had to use a single ult to even retake that fight, so really strong play. I guess the consolation is you didn't spend anything if you're Southampton here, but still a lot to work with for both sides.
Yeah, I think it would be worth spending ults in a scenario like that if you have the opportunity to, but not really given that. So, again, in defense is Kensune. Again, Coolbeans with an overclock. We've seen how this story plays out before, Hector.
Oh, yeah, going to be seeing whether we can get a repeat of history or whether someone's going to be changing right now. Coolbeans does have the high ground, does try and want to make this happen right now, but the beat is there, but there's still too much damage. It's overwhelming. Gligger going to be caught out, and it's Derpy as well. Has Coolbeans missed? Has Coolbeans missed with these overclocks? Has he? Someone
That's a 4K for him. That's a 4K for him. As the dust settles, it doesn't even matter if Voltzer insta-beats it. Coolbeans is going to have his absolutely merry way with you. Fantastic play out of the Sojourn. And once again, it's going to be Kensune getting closer and closer to the back line, to the finish line of Colosseo here, folks. Sound barrier not online for either side, so no mitigation. A deep bomb catches nothing.
Yeah, not quite the same as not quite the same as the last bomb that was dropped. Billy falls into this small room here, but that's going to be the Terror Surge in a really good spot, but does fall really low for it as well. Derpy also going to be popping that ultimate, but now we've had 2 ults which have been burnt to get a whole lot of nothing right now. But that pick onto Coolbeans, an absolute godsend. Stay of execution here for the side of Southampton as Sator going to be going in to try and pressure out that window, but not a whole lot to be done for it. And finally some reprieve here, even with all these late kills, which is just some nice ult charge.
I would very much expect that Angsa will not be able to multi-frag here, just because they're playing Moira. And
what?
Wait, no. What's happening? What's happening? Let's focus up.
No. This isn't in the script. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, Angsa's killed 2 people. The nade, finally dispatched. The respawn's too good for Southampton, but that got way too close. It's a stagger onto Angster, that's true, but it's also time that is also off the bank of their opponents. And speaking of time, Southampton need as much of it as possible. 72 meters the lead and just 3 minutes to make it up. I'm not feeling confident at all if I'm Southampton, but there is a chance. It's about if you get these DPS ults online and if Bolts can find value out of this sound barrier. Else, Coliseum might be cooked, so we might see a 3-0 for Kensune.
We've been talking so much about shutting down Cool Beans, but it seems that we also need to shut down Angster on the Moira, apparently.
Real.
Billy gonna be falling so low here, and the Immortality Field was already used early, and Cool Beans is once again downtown. Is it fair to say that Cool Beans is just having his way with this team?
I think it would be fair to say that. I mean, he doesn't even need the overclock there to find the entry double kill, and these late staggers are going to come through all the same. So again, they can't be a quick recontest from Derpy, from Volt, so they're going to have to wait for the respawn. Those are valuable ultimates that Southampton won't be able to leverage here. Remember, we need time, we need distance, but we need it to be at least in the middle of the map here if we want to see really a chance from Southampton. So going from bad to worse here, this Deadeye needs to find value.
Yeah, incredibly early. Orange going to be matched with one of their own as well. So a game of chicken between the cast players right now. And it's going to be Moira going out of this small room with the Coalescence. Not so much ability to shoot back as you can shoot in here. And again, it's Coolbeans on the high ground. Going to be instantly beated here. So there's a lot of damage that has to be circumvented right now. Kent going to pop a beat of their own. Coolbean's not actually getting that one, but it's still sitting pretty up here. Beautiful boot, though. That was a great heads-up play from Volta there. Single-handedly winning the fight for the rest of the team.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty fair to say. Bomb doesn't get anything in the end, so it's just about dying on the objective, getting what exit frags you can, getting what ult charge you can, and most importantly, if you ask me, getting what time you can. Minute 20 left to go. Only the window active right now for Fei Gao. On the opposing side, they have absolutely nothing. So I think it's kind of fair to say that Southampton might have this next engagement at least on lock here, Ekta, but it's about what they do in the one after that. When this Deadeye, this Coalescence comes online, that is going to make or break them. Plenty of fights to give up for their opponents of Kensune. They only need one to win out this map and the series.
Yeah, the window, I was going to say, really good on this point, but not so much when the entire rest of the team just pushes all the way through it and catches Derpy as well. DPS talent is gone, but Billy does get that nice spear, the coup de grace onto Cool Beans as well. Orange, though, picking up Heat just a little bit. It's not just Cool Beans, it's also Orange as well. You cannot count any of the players of Kent out for the time being. You have your DPS talent, Cool Beans, Orange, Angster apparently, just working it through.
Yeah, I mean, the Cassidy is not something you'd often see in a composition like this. It's kind of double hit scan setup, very rare, but it is definitely finding its value. I'd say it hasn't been as much in the kill feed. It's just been Orange, who's just doing fantastic damage and marking. Oh, Angster dies, so that makes it awkward.
Sata is hiding for a remake. Are we going to get this? No,
it doesn't come through. I mean,
oh,
fair enough.
Okay,
so there's first fight coming through, and the important thing for these overtime fights is if Kensune are losing them out, they have to be losing them out while gaining a positive ult trade. This time, it's not negative. So at the end of the day, they can be relatively happy with it. Gligger dying there does make it awkward, but it shouldn't matter in the end. I would expect a tactic to allow everyone to be back in the fight about the same time. And note the snail's pace that they have to go at, just pushing. I think it's 3 fights that we're going to need to see one out consistently for Southampton to gain the lead here. See if they can. But again, Cool Beans, overclock, you know the drill.
It's going to be a Sisyphean effort here from Southampton, just pushing this bot constantly up the hill just to get it pushed all the way back to them. It's going to be a nice little combo here, trying to combo the Terror Surge with the Deadeye. And Aiden is going to be picked for it, so that is the fight opened up here. But they're feeling pretty confident if you're on the side of Kent right now. You want to end this. You want to end this right now. Orange does have that Deadeye. Billy just going to be living through it. Orange falling so low. Coolbean still has this overclock ready to go. Doesn't want to pop it yet, because everyone is just so low on the side of Kent, and yeah, the damage was overwhelming. Window invested as well, and this could start a little bit of a snowball here for the side of Southampton, because with that, you've allowed Derpy to get closer to the Cassidy ult. You've allowed Gligger to charge up this Molten Core.
I'm really not in love with the decision to invest anything at all there, but at the end of the day, Coalescence and Deadeye for Sound Barrier and Window, it's a pretty worthwhile trade here. Advantage here, probably to Kent. I mean, Angster over to the Mercy is funky as hell, probably to damage with Coolbean's overclock, but I don't like this.
Yeah, and it is going to be Gligger trying to shut down the point here to just overload everything. In the meanwhile, Coolbeans is still from downtown with the overclock, and it is damage boosted too, and eventually it's just going to be overwhelming as Aiden catches the opposite number. Both supports are down. Supportal combat going to be coming out for Aiden. It was a good effort, Southampton, but at the end of the day, arms were simply too short to box with gods.
Honestly, I think that was the least flashy overclock we've seen after Coolbeans so far, and it still gets them the fight win all the same. So over to the Mercy in an extended fight is normally pretty risky. You're giving up a lot of healing, you're giving up a lot of utility that other sports maybe would have. But if it's just for the duration of the sound barrier, then fair enough, Pints, it's value. I do kind of love that fight plan, right? Because as long as you flatten them with the overclock sound barrier pressure spike, then there's not really much that your opponents can do. That pressure spike's so high. After that kind of sound barrier and the overclock runs out, if they're able to live that, do Southampton, then it gets a little bit awkward, but they don't, to put it lightly. Kitsune get their third win in a row. That makes them 3-0 in the series, and their first victory in the Streams tournament. They will be going to the semifinals.
Yeah, congratulations to Kitsune there. Commiseration to Southampton. Again, by no means a weak team at all, but I think if we look back at the matchup, it was a case of the answer to can you shut down their DPS talent? The answer for Southampton, unfortunately, not today. And I would ask who we think player of the match is, but I feel like that would be an insult to you, it would be an insult to me, and an insult to the viewers. So tell me a bit more about why Coolbeans is player of the match.
Good head shoot. I mean, at the end of the day, there is some lovely positioning. I really like how he controls space with the overclocks. But at the end of the day, all the positioning in the world isn't all that important if you just don't hit the shots. And it felt to me like Coolbean's crosshair was just magnetic today. So, fair play to him. Just a fantastic tournament he's been having. Fantastic match today. And semi-finals berth that he can pat himself on the back for earning.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely phenomenal play. We do know what our next matchup is going to be, which we are going to get after a short break. Warwick versus Goober Gang. So be sure to wait. I'm not entirely sure how long we're breaking for. Scheduled start time is 2:30. We could go slightly earlier to then if both of the teams are ready, but we will have to see. In the break, do remember ~ giveaway in the chat, just to mention again exactly what is on offer. You're going to have the 4060 Ti graphics card from NVIDIA, the Cooler Master 180Hz monitor, the Razer Black Widow mechanical gaming keyboard, and the Razer Cobra lightweight gaming mouse as well. So ! giveaway, you can enter multiple times. I believe that anyone can enter as well, so make sure to share the link around with your friends as well, all students. And we're going to see you after a short break. Warwick versus Goober Gang. We can't wait.
Insomnia Gaming Festival is the pinnacle of gaming nerdiness, and we at Scampro Gaming didn't hold back. Over the Easter weekend, we showcased some incredible gaming products and had some wicked fun features at our stand at I-72, so let us take you through it. Our entire area was sponsored by NSE and Intel and was situated in the heart of the festival, which drew in crowds all over the weekend. First up, our tabletop RPG area presented the ultimate way to tack up your TTRPG sessions, thanks to Shaw, Roland, Iyama, and JBL. Across the weekend, we had our team teaching visitors about the products and how to best utilize them in an RPG fashion, as well as some show-stopping showcases. We had the team from I Made This announce and display their upcoming TCG Creator Clash for the very first time. We also welcomed Billy Tricks and Rage Darling from the live improv D&D team Session Zero, as they teamed up with the Scampro Gaming team for a D&D one-shot run by Dungeon Master Barlow. For those who fancied a bit more fast-paced action, we had Helldivers 2 across all of our stunning 3XS systems, beckoning those who wanted a challenge. Compete in our Helldivers 2 competition to get 100 kills during one single game, and continue on around our booth with your head held high. Moving on to the next challenge. With pure performance of our 3XS systems, it was a hard carry for some, and few were victorious. We had a rage booth for those who literally wanted to show us their rage for a chance to get onto our event leaderboard. Some of the highest scores we saw were 120 to 122 decibels, which is as loud as an ambulance siren. Finally, with Helldivers 2 and the rage booth under their belts, guests were welcome to our claw machine, the Claw. hosting thousands upon thousands of pounds worth of goodies from our sponsors JBL, Intel, Yama, Corsair, Elgato, Nvidia, Cooler Master, Deepcool, and Asus. We also had a line of amazing streamers who went live on our booth, like old school RuneScape legend Skidler, drumming sensation Mr. Greggles, talented cosplayer Bex, and many, many more. Our streamer booth hosted only the best quality Elgato products and dived into the premium Elgato suite to ensure that our streamers had the best quality stream at the event. Our sponsors NSC and Intel were also running the British University Esports Championships, which saw an insane amount of nail-biting action across their selection of tournaments. Our friends at Monster Energy also showcased their brand new 3XS custom build PC, built inside the chassis of a very, very, very big Monster Energy can. We were sandwiched between them and the Pringles booth, which we can't complain about as they kept us fueled throughout the weekend with their brand new tantalizing Pringles flavors. The festival was also jam-packed with its own tournaments, LAN parties, tabletop games, stage shows, evening entertainment, indie games, expo stalls, cosplay, and much, much more. We had an incredible time at I-72, and we hope you did too. Snapped a pic or video of us at the event? Make sure to tag us at Scan Gaming or Scan Computers on socials so we can see it. And if you'd like to check out any of the wicked products from our partners or those sweet, sweet systems we had at Insomnia Gaming Festival, then make sure to head over to our website at scan.co.uk. Thanks again to NSC, Intel, and all of our partners, as well as you guys, for making I-72 so special. And we'll see you at I-73.
I'm Becky, I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE. We are here at Insomnia this weekend running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals. That's 8 weeks of competitive play leading up to this moment, and it's just great to get all the teams here in person playing their finals live here at Insomnia.
I'm Kenny, I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. It's just so cool to see how much things evolve and how amazing everyone has gotten at playing the games we know and love.
I think just seeing people come together, getting Monster, trying out Pringles, getting really stuck in everything we have to offer here, it's great to see it, honestly. So on the main stage, we're super lucky to have the Intel NUCs, which have Intel graphics cards in there. They're so small and compact. This morning we had our Valorant Women and Non-Binary finals, and it's awesome to get women and non-binary members of our community up on the main stage.
When the players get loud, it's just amazing. And the fact that they get to come and show up in the finals, it's just so much fun.
That's the longest series I've ever played in, to be honest with you. We just knew we had the mental fortitude to keep going when we went into the final overtime. I'm just so happy with all the boys, man. I'm really happy.
Big thank you to all of our partners, Intel, who is our main headline sponsor, and then also Monster Energy, Pringles, Special Effect, and also Bucks.
Insomnia Gaming Festival is the pinnacle of gaming nerdiness, and we at ScanPro Gaming didn't hold back. Over the Easter weekend, we showcased some incredible gaming products and had some wicked fun features at our stand at I-72, so let us take you through it. Our entire area was sponsored by NSE and Intel and was situated in the heart of the festival, which drew in crowds all over the weekend. First up, our tabletop RPG area presented the ultimate way to tack up your TTRPG sessions, thanks to Shaw, Roland, Iyama, and JBL. Across the weekend, we had our team teaching visitors about the products and how to best utilize them in an RPG fashion, as well as some show-stopping showcases. We had the team from I Made This announce and display their upcoming TCG Creator Clash for the very first time. We also welcomed Billy Tricks and Rage Darling from the live improv D&D team Session Zero, as they teamed up with the ScanPro Gaming team for a D&D one-shot run by Dungeon Master Barlow. For those who fancied a bit more fast-paced action, we had Helldivers 2 across all of our stunning 3XS systems, beckoning those who wanted a challenge. Compete in our Helldivers 2 competition to get 100 kills during one single game and continue on around our booth with your head held high, moving on to the next challenge. With pure performance of our 3XS systems, it was a hard carry for some and few were victorious. We had a rage booth for those who literally wanted to show us their rage for a chance to get onto our event leaderboard. Some of the highest scores we saw were 120 to 122 decibels, which is as loud as an ambulance siren. Finally, with Helldivers 2 and the Rage booth under their belts, guests were welcome to our claw machine, the Claw, hosting thousands upon thousands of pounds worth of goodies from our sponsors JBL, Intel, Iyama, Corsair, Elgato, Nvidia, Cooler Master, Deepcool, and Asus. We also had a line of amazing streamers who went live on our booth, like old school RuneScape legend Skidler, drumming sensation Mr. Greggles, talented cosplayer Bex, and many, many more. Our streamer booth hosted only the best quality Elgato products and dived into the premium Elgato suite to ensure that our streamers had the best quality stream at the event. Our sponsors NSE and Intel were also running the British University Esports Championships, which saw an insane amount of nail-biting action across their selection of tournaments. Our friends at Monster Energy also showcased their brand new 3XS custom build PC, built inside the chassis of a very, very big Monster Energy can. We were sandwiched between them and the Pringles booth, which we can't complain about as they kept us fueled throughout the weekend with their brand new tantalizing Pringles flavors. The festival was also jam-packed with its own tournaments, LAN parties, tabletop games, stage shows, evening entertainment, indie games, expo stalls, cosplay, and much, much more. We had an incredible time at I-72, and we hope you did too. Snapped a pic or video of us at the event? Make sure to tag us at Scan Gaming or Scan Computers on socials so we can see it. And if you'd like to check out any of the wicked products from our partners or those sweet systems we had at Insomnia Gaming Festival, then make sure to head over to our website at scan.co.uk. Thanks again to NSE, Intel, and all of our partners, as well as you guys, for making I-72 so special. And we'll see you at I-73.
I'm Becky, I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE. We are here at Insomnia this weekend running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals. That's 8 weeks of competitive play leading up to this moment, and it's just great to get all the teams here in person playing their finals live here at Insomnia.
I'm Kenny, I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. It's just so cool to see how much things evolve and how amazing everyone has gotten at playing the games we know and love.
I think just seeing people come together, getting Monster, trying out Pringles, getting really stuck in everything we have to offer here, it's great to see it, honestly. So on the main stage, we're super lucky to have the Intel NUCs, which have Intel graphics cards in there. They're so small and compact, This morning we had our Valorant Women and Non-Binary finals, and it's awesome to get women and non-binary members of our community up on the main stage.
When the players get loud, it's just amazing. And the fact that they get to come and show up in the finals, it's just so much fun.
That's the longest series I've ever played in, to be honest with you. We just knew we had the mental fortitude to keep going when we went into the final overtime. I'm just so happy with all the boys, man. I'm really happy.
Big thank you to all of our partners, Intel, who is our main headline sponsor, and then also Monster Energy, Pringles, Special Effect, and also Bugs.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the wait. Obviously, perfection takes some time, so we had to wait to get the match all set up and ready, but we are good to go. This is the Scan Invitational, powered by our friends over at Scan, and to celebrate the Invitational, Scan Computers are giving away some amazing gaming hardware. Remember, type !giveaway in the chat to win some amazing hardware provided by our friends over at Scan. And if you haven't already, make sure to head over to scan.co.uk/3XS and take a look at some of their award-winning custom systems. Once again, !giveaway. There's a whole lot of good stuff to win, Spec. And speaking of the Scan Invitational, tell us a little bit about the tournament, kind of how it's been going, maybe just some context for anyone who might just be tuning in.
Format, Swiss stage, single elim playoffs. Pretty simple. I think it was 5 rounds of Swiss ended up being played out. That helps us select our 8 teams for our playoffs. And of course, we are up to the semifinals, just finished our quarterfinal match. So second game of the day out of 3. This game is going to be to decide who goes to the grand finals. It's going to be between Warwick and the Goober Gang. So going to be a funky one for sure. I'm trying to think what else is there about the tournament. Pretty fair. I think it was first to 2 for Swiss, best of 3 for first to 3 for playoffs, first to 4 for grand finals. Pretty standard map selection, nothing fancy like what they've been doing in OWCS. Yeah, I think that's kind of everything off the top of my head.
Yeah, interestingly enough, both of these teams, this isn't the first time that they've played against each other, not necessarily just in standard university esports affairs, but also in the NSE finals of summer last year. I believe that was a 4-1 to the side of Warwick, and they were running with a slightly different roster. Today, we do allow alumni for the Scan tournament, and Warwick did field a team with alumni, the Warwick Geriatrics, but they got sent back to the retirement home anyway. So we aren't talking about them. We're talking about the current team. So they have a couple of the pieces remaining. I believe Key Dog and Andreas were playing in that finals as well. But we also have a couple of extra pieces as well that have come in today. Some more current players, some more fresh, younger faces, players such as J9, players such as Matt Murray, who are going to be going by slightly different tags today, so we'll be referring to them as that just for consistency's sake. And then we also have the Goober Gang side, who have such highlights as Bertie the Cow and Bruce Wayne. I love this team already.
Yeah, I love how we get a little bit of personality out of the players, just in terms of what IGNs they're going by. Not everyone can be all stern and grim dark all the time. So I guess sometimes you want to be a little bit more fun, a little bit more wide open.
Yeah, so there are a couple of Spectrions in the world, and there are a couple of Egder the Runers in the world, and it's about deciding where on that spectrum.
Two extremes.
We got the extreme on one end and the extreme on the other end, as both teams are ready to go here. So we are almost going to be getting into things here. First map of the day does seem like it's going to be Nepal. So what can we expect to see? Or maybe just give us a little bit of scouting about these teams, maybe off the rip, Spec.
I mean, Andreas is in for Warwick Angels, and I've only ever seen Andreas play Doomfist and Malga. And Malga very, very rarely. So very much expect Warwick Angels to continue playing their style of running it down on Doomfist. I would really be surprised if they went on literally anything else.
Yeah.
Goober Gang know this. Guaranteed. They have a great understanding of what Warwick Angels want to play, just because, Warwick Angels have made it to every final recently, it feels like. So there is by far the most tape on how they want to approach the game of Overwatch. And even in, the recent university finals, they made it to both. They won both in 4-2 and 4-0 fashion, if memory serves. So there's going to be plenty of tape on how they play on relatively recent patches. However, if I'm Goober Gang, I have kind of 2 choices. I can counter comp, or I could just run out on what's comfortable for me and make just style adaptations to win out. If I'm counter comping, I'm going for Sombra, Cassidy, Arist, that kind of nonsense. And if I'm just trying to really play at the standard style of Overwatch. I don't know exactly what Goober Gang would move towards 9 times out of 10, but standard is still going to be Orisa, probably Tracer, Sojourn. And that, I'll be a bit worried about it because playing into Tracer Sojourn players like Matt Murray and J9, that's rough. I'll put it that way.
It's always going to be very difficult. We're talking about all of this. Well, we can talk a lot about this. Are we going to execute on the style? Are we going to be counter-comping them? Oftentimes, it's simply a case of, as a wise man once said, it's a shooter. You get shot in the head, you die. And players such as, or today, Kitty Input and Novulan are phenomenally good at clicking people in the head. And having to deal with that is going to be very rough. Once again, just a reminder of the giveaway being powered by Scan Computers here today. Exclamation point giveaway in the chat. Just for a little more detail, 4060 Ti graphics card provided by NVIDIA, a Cooler Master 180Hz 27-inch adaptive monitor, a Razer Black Widow mechanical gaming keyboard, as well as a Razer Cobra Pro lightweight gaming mouse as well. RGB2, make sure exclamation point giveaway. Get some of that good stuff. Might be sounding like a broken record, but hey, we want to thank our friends over at Scan for making this tournament possible and also providing us with this giveaway for you guys. Yeah, and maybe me, because I did enter it as well.
Okay, but like realistically, there's only going to be one winner. So they're the only people who actually, I don't know what I'm saying. Point is, you can go over to Scan to check out their award-winning systems. So, of course, they will be selling their own computer. So if you're in need of a bit of an upgrade, of course, giveaway is part of it. But you could also just, break out some of that hard-earned dosh, hand it over to our friends so they can continue sponsoring events like this. So you can have a strong computer. So that's what we have. Right now, we are waiting on a technical issue as a certain player is experiencing a certain issue.
Right. Remember scan.co.uk/3xs in order to see that. But talking a little bit more about the teams now, scouting done on the Goober Gang, Newcastle University, it's kind of interesting because we haven't been seeing them at this highest level in quite a while. I don't believe they made the playoffs in NSC. Don't believe they were... Or at least if they did make them, they were never seen on stream publicly so much. I don't think we've seen a team on stream since NSE last year. So in terms of exactly what they might be running out with, it's kind of up in the air. They did favor the Junker Queen quite a lot last year, which has always been a relatively even-ish matchup into the Doom. Very, very skill dependent.
Queen
you can always try.
Yeah,
you can land a knife. I'll let you explain. You're the man with the brain.
I mean, Knife is super good at disrupting Doom cycles. I mean, if you try and use your short punch, as when you cancel punch to fly further to escape, then the Knife can really mess up your escape. Same with your slam. But equally, if you don't land the Knife, then Doom is very good at kiting the Junker Queen damage. That scrap gun just doesn't do all that much damage if Doom is doing a good job of avoiding it as well. You can use your punch to cancel Axe. So the matchup very much 50-50. The kind of main difference is going to be that Doom ult is bad and Junker Queen ult is good, which is very ooga booga brain of me. But you can really use Rampage to kind of win out a fight as almost a win con. And I mean, while Doom's neutral is arguably a little bit better, Meteor Strike is probably one of the weaker ults in the game, just lacks that same amount of kill pressure, the same amount of utility as a Rampage like that. So if we see Newcastle win out the ult fights, then we have to see Warwick win out the neutral fights. And if vice versa, we are seeing the neutral fights won out by Newcastle, and there's something going very wrong in the Warwick camp. Wouldn't expect it. I would very much so say the Warwick Angels are the firm favorites heading into this game because they've been playing together for a hot second now. I mean, the roster they're starting out with now, not their full starting five. They normally would have Thrall in to play that main support, but Micro Yeti's in, a massively strong player in his own right. So I would not call it a downgrade by any means.
Yeah, I also know a little bit more about Micro Yeti. 8 foot tall, does bench press cars on the regular. It eats 700 grams of protein a day. Saw him in the pub the other day. He slapped me on the shoulder and said, "Hey, what's up, Pipsqueak?" So he's kind of a pretty good player in that regard right now.
This is why we say you're the alpha.
Rest of the team going to be running out on pretty standard stuff right now. Interesting, Reed's going to be going over to the D.Va here, trying to control the space, control all these angles, mirror composition aside from that. Tell us a little bit more about the difference between the Doom and the D.Va, and maybe what the D.Va can do here.
D.Va's better at peeling, D.Va's better at marking space, Doom is better at controlling off angles, and his dives are way stronger. So if he's able to go in deep, then that could be the difference maker. Pressure onto Reeth early, angles taken across the point. Right now, I'd say small advantage to the red side.
Yeah, and oftentimes the Doom gets advantage literally just by slamming in and then punching out. Just simply that AoE damage, building that ult slowly but surely, blocking just to take some space, can really do a lot without making as much of a statement. But Cow is still on the down low right now. That is a brutal punch! Bertie gonna be sent into the abyss right there. What the hell was that?
Bertie the Cow gets dispatched back to the field. A long punch sends him into the drink. Huge from Andreas, putting his name in the kill feed early on. Royal Nerds tries to escape, but there's a chase from J9 and could well find the frag. Of course, Kitty Input going to be Matt Murray. Novulant going to be J9. Fantastic start from the Warwick Angels. They would never really get opening themselves up to an opportunity, just waiting, knowing that any of their players are individually skilled enough to find an opening frag. This time it's Andreas who cracks that point open, and the can opener now going to have to continue to feast.
Yeah, there has been a swap over to the Orisa to try and put some more pressure onto the Doom, but already has built up this Meteor Strike, so going to be always a hard target to lock down anyway. Has this Empower punch, gets it in. That's some brutal damage on the backline. Of course, Keydog is there with the cleanup, has been making the mark on the Kiriko for the entirety of the year thus far, and that late kill onto Kitty Input, not going to be worth a whole lot. Andreas is just able to charge another punch, going in incredibly aggressively. The faith that this man has in his support is absolutely absurd, but it seems to be faith well paid.
Yeah, still just disrupting, still annoying. Doesn't get the Empower Punch that time, but the Kitsune Rush allows the re-pressure all the same. Just constantly locked into this health pack room of Reeth and Co. And while they're not dying, they're really not accomplishing much either. Just allowing Warwick to continue to take up progress on the point until the sound barrier is activated.
Yeah, Kitty Input's coming over to the high ground now, and the headshot came in at the same time as the pulse bomb as well. Perfect timing from the DPS duo here, syncing up beautifully to get that damage through, take the Orisa down. With the Orisa down, it's only a matter of time for the rest of the Goober gang are going to be going the way of the Dodo. As this damage just comes through, a chase coming through onto Bertie the Cow. Are they able to get the kill? Yes, they are. That is brutal. Oh, and no one's going to be able to. Okay, never mind. Reeds.
So one thing about this matchup between the Orisa and the comp that Warwick love to play is that while obviously it's designed to shut down Andreas on the Doomfist, and Andreas can't really interact with Reeth at all. But flip side of things, if Reeth isn't hitting spears onto Andreas, he can't really interact with Andreas. And what's more, the amount of railguns that you can charge as a Sojourn off the back of an Orisa versus a Doomfist is a huge advantage for Kitty Input. So we're going to be seeing a lot more value from the Warwick Sojourn just off the basis of that, not even thinking about the individual contribution. And speaking of that, I mean, these are two of the best DPS that we have in NSE overall, as well as the Scan Invitational. So I would be very much worried if I was Royal Nerds, if I was Bertie the Cow, and on a point like this, longer sightlines, more value for Kitty Input, very likely to find. Seems like the advantages keep on stacking up further and further for the Warwick Angels. I want to start on this Symmetra so they can TP out to spawn. I would very much expect Royal Nerds to go Trace, and yeah, we see this up there. Starting on the Orisa this time. We'll see if that gives Goober Gang the advantage.
And you just pretty well explained the issue with Warwick. You cut off one head and two more grow back. You deal with Andreas and suddenly, whoa, okay, there. Kitty Input is going to almost be felled there, but is going to be chilling as well. Bruce Wayne actually felled here as Novulant goes into the backline, syncing up with Micro Yeti as well. Who needs a DPS duo when you have a DPS support duo? In this case, maybe it's just Micro Yeti who has to chill out a little bit, falling quite low on the point. The picks are still in favor of the Angels thus far. They are going to have to back this up just a little bit as Royal Nerds wants to put some pressure on the point too. Andreas can always get back into the fight incredibly quickly alongside Novulant as well. And in this straight up brawl on the point, you do favor the Orisa, but so much open space makes it pretty hard to try and work with. But Andreas just gets absolutely melted on that engage.
Yeah, I think expecting a little bit more sustain than he got. Either way, it was going to take a hell of a lot of damage. That's Tank's exchange. Kitty Input posts another frag. And looking for more advantage now to neither side. These are going to be a full mirror matchup. Tankless pressure again onto Bertie the Cow. Will be able to escape with his life Warwick trying to establish control of the objective.
Yeah, and that's Bertie the Cow caught out there once again. Warwick are very in sync with this. They can kill you at a moment's notice, it seems like. Absolutely terrifying play here as they end up taking some more angles, and Wreath, again, can, hit spears onto Andreas, but Andreas can oftentimes just escape, and the resources put into shutting down Andreas are not being put into shutting down the rest of the team.
Yeah, very much so agree. I also think that there's a huge advantage to Kitty Input and Novulant because the Orisa takes so much more resources. Put that thought on hold, though, as Kitsune rushes mirrored on the point.
Yeah, Mirror Kitsune is on the point. As you said, Andreas going to be taking Royal Nerds out of Narnia, apparently. That Terra Surge is going to be all for naught there. Just a cosmetic ultimate there. Later beat is out from Bruce Wayne, so the sustain can last for a little bit longer. But Wreath didn't get it. Wreath just didn't get that overhealth, I don't think.
Yeah, no two ways about it. A huge loss there. Sandbag just doesn't find the value that you needed. That's 3 ults spent and no results at the end of things. Yeah, late kill onto Royal Nerds. Andreas Kitty Input push as deep as they want. Overclock and Meteor Strike online means that realistically it is going to be a 1 ult fight versus no ults. To speak about how weak 2 of those ultimates or check marks we have online are, but still advantage most definitely for the defenders. We've seen value from Cool Beans on the Sojourn before. Can we see it matched by Matt Murray?
Yeah, Matt Murray, Kitty Input, Kitty Input for the time being actually gets the stick onto Andreas there. Count out with the Meteor Strike. Kitty Input is just from downtown. Has the overclock as well. Wants to go in with this. The damage is overwhelming. You have no answers to this. If you're the Goober Gang, being sent all the way back to the spawn room for the time being. And yeah, pump that damage into the back of Wreath as well. A late stagger hit onto the Orisa would be brutal, but it's another headshot. Someone check the charged accuracy. Someone check like the crit accuracy of Kitty Input right now.
Okay, by the way, Burst the Cow just ripped his overclock, and we just get insta spawn kill by Novulant. Lovely trace of work out of the NSE champion. Pulse Bomb speculative, doesn't catch the Lucio, but this is all Warwick's to win.
Yeah, but Novulant getting a bit, taking the eye off the prize right now. Orisa is able to punish that from downtown. Remember, you cannot take your eye off the ball against Newcastle. These guys are a strong team, a phenomenal team of players on any day of the week right now. That's just going to be the point taken off the back of that. When Warwick make mistakes like that, you have to capitalize on them. And
that they will, at least for now. Oasis drops low. Lack of sustain onto Wreath. This Orisa under pressure goes down. Tragedy strikes.
Yeah, Suzu was used early right there, and Andreas sees the Kiri, recognizes that there aren't cooldowns to work with, just executes them, deletes them from the game. Andreas going in as well, catching on to Bertie the Cow. It feels like having Andreas Doom on your team is like having the Mighty Eagle come in on Angry Birds. Like, if you're stuck on a level, you just put Andreas on Doom and have him just murder everything.
I was going to call him Thanos, but that works as well. Be activated for Micro Yeti. They want to stay on the objective, but will it be enough to outlast the Terra Surge? Micro Yeti thinks so. It has to be the primary fire, the fusion driver, to dispatch the backline of the Warwick Angels. Still fighting is going to be Andreas, but in the matchup versus the Orisa, he just doesn't have the tools to deal with Wreath. And Wreath instead deals with him. Yeah, lovely spear from downtown. Again, objective control by Goober Gang, but Warwick Angels at 99%. Only need a single slip up from the Goober Gang. And to be honest, Edgar, we've seen that before. Meteor Strike, Pulse Bomb, going to be the only ults they have online at now. But the Sojourn ult, sorry, I forgot about it for a second, is close on the horizon and could well wreak havoc. Yeah, and we've always seen the ability of Kitty Input with this ult as well, able to just lock on the heads and lock onto the head of Bertie the Cow as well. This is some laser-like aim coming out from Kitty Input today. Boop here, very cheeky, but unfortunately Bruce Wayne not quite going to be getting the value that you want there as the overclock kill does come out onto Oasis as well. There's going to be no reprieve, no relief right now if you're Newcastle. Warwick going to be taking that one 2-0 pretty clean. I think that this series is going to be going the way of Warwick, but Newcastle, they can prove me wrong if they want. Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning that the actual overclocks we've been seeing out of Matt Murray haven't been super flashy, but the actual dry railgun picks he's been finding are just fantastic. Lovely workout, but you know, while the Sojourns were the one on our tongues recently, then it was kind of Andreas, who I think was the hero. I mean, you look at him go. Doomfist mechanics, absolutely fantastic. He might be a one-trick, but there's a reason for it. The absolute value that man can find on Doomfist is unmatched.
Yeah, certainly no Cool Bean 69 with the overclocks, but certainly doing work with the dry railguns anyway. And, you know, you only get that overclock every couple fights or so. So the ability to get those dry railgun picks as well is also going to be tremendous. Why win one fight when you can win three? It's, I don't know, basic maths as far as I'm concerned. We are going to be going to our next map, which is going to be what type is it? I believe hybrid.
Hybrid,
Next. Yeah. So minus the map pool again. I believe it was what Eichenwald, Pariso, Hollywood, and
Midtown.
Midtown. Yes. Goober Gang. In terms of selection, you want something that's bad for the Doom here,
Just go
but
Midtown.
Doom's
Just go Midtown. Just go
yeah.
Midtown. Next question.
Okay.
I think Midtown's definitely going to be your strongest pick. It's best for Orisa and worse for Doomfist. Doomfist really going to struggle with fighting under the train, fighting onto high ground on second point. Really just the entire map, actually, I would argue, very much not a Doomfist map. So if I were them, that's what I would go towards. Yeah, again, sightlines for no-violent kitty input, whatever. You kind of have to deal with that. I think it just kind of goes with the territory of playing Warwick Angels. So unless you, and there's no King's Row or anything else to try and force a brawl 24/7, I'd say that if you wanted to beat Warwick, then a brawl might even be your best bet. But if you want to continue playing this Orisa composition that Goober Gang have been moving towards, I feel kind of hard to go for anything other than a Midtown here.
The Orisa sort of has to be the answer to the Orisa sort of has to be the answer to the Doomfist here. You're certainly not mirroring the Doom. That's out of the question. And most tanks have a not great matchup that they have to deal with, or they just kind of get danced around. Orisa sort of has to be it, simply because you are the most able to. You make it as hard as possible for the Doom to play the game. You know, you yourself are never going to get punished by the Doom simply because you have that fortify, the ability to just lock in place, and suddenly Doom cannot be punching you around the map and doing absolute work on you. You also have the spear, which can cancel the block, which is where a lot of Doom's value comes from in getting those empowered punches. You also have the ability to ignore the Doom to a relative degree and just try and walk on the backline and just murder them with pretty high damage output when you're up close to the enemy as well. Orisa worked decently well for Oxford in the finals, in the 4-2 finals. It seems to be that the best opportunity to deal with Warwick is to play the objective and bunker down as much as possible, deny angles where you can, force them to come to you where they'll eventually invariably make some kind of mistake that you can capitalize on. When Warwick are allowed to play slow and they're allowed to set up, take angles, and not have to worry too much about things like the objective, it's a really tough time, because when they pick their mark and they execute on it, there are a few better teams in the world. I believe they competed recently in the LCS qualifiers, and they did pretty damn well, if I recall.
I think stage 1 they got top 30 or so, top 24.
That's
around
in
then.
Europe, by the way.
Yeah,
like,
I think a smidgen weaker in stage 2. I didn't follow them as closely, but I would still expect that they got definitely top half of the qualifiers. They are a fantastic team. They've been playing together for a hot second, and their coordination is on point. We have been reminded, of course, that he is Kitty input, not Matt Murray, so we will be referring to him as such from now on. Eichenwald going to be coming up next, and I don't think this is the worst pick by any means. I still think Midtown would have been maybe better, but I think this is probably your second best option. Scaling through first choke in Doomfist is pretty tricky, so I would very much expect it's going to be Andreas punching through choke onto kind of the pillar area, then casting until the rest of his team walks through. And
Castling. I like that.
Castle, yeah, it's like chess.
No, yeah, but also like it's Eichenwald with the big castle in it, you know? So castling.
I need to get me a new duo at some point, man.
I like what you did there. It was very clever.
This one's broken.
I'm literally complimenting you.
I don't take compliments.
Right. Okay. Anyway, moving swiftly onwards. I'd be very surprised if Warwick stuck with this composition. It'll be funny, but not going to be happening. On the defensive, Bertie the Cow on the Cass is going to be probably your best bet. We were able to see the success that Renee on the Cass in their finals was able to accomplish. Whether Bertie the Cow can execute to that same kind of level is a big deal, but that Magnate, it can put a lot of pressure onto Novian's Tracer. The Doomfist, whenever they go in, has to be scared of that E. Again, it's about not necessarily shutting down them. It's not necessarily about shutting down Warwick or killing them outright. It's about how can you make them a bit scared? Can you just deny their value so that you can get more on your angles with your picks? And when you get a pick like that, the answer may be yes.
I mean, yeah, extra scaling was pretty nice for the most part, but just a lovely spear from downtown dispatches Kitty Input. Andreas could be next on the chopping block. Instead, it will be Keydog. The Chase very likely will be able to dispatch the Doomfist. The Pugilist hits the floor. Perfect start from Gooba Gang. They found a kill. They capitalized on their opening. Very little to analyze there. They just have to hit their shots again to replicate that, and a team like that most definitely can. A little bit ahead in terms of ult. Smoke Wreath 62. The Terror Surge, which could be used to disrupt another cycle. Again, pressure onto Kitty Input, but will be healed right back up.
Yeah, a whole lot of damage going onto the backline here. You can see Wreath trying to balance between how much am I going to be shooting the Doom to pressure out while also putting some pressure onto the backline as well. And now Andreas is up in a really nasty angle too, but does get speared out of the punch. He's going to have to chill, but Bruce Wayne just gets head taken clean off there. The damage simply came in too much, too fast for Bruce Wayne to bear right now. Going to have to go to the Batcave and review what went wrong with that one.
Yeah, a little bit. I think it was way too easy for Andreas and Co to walk onto the objective. And once you are on the objective, then I think a lot of the strength of the Gooba Gang composition kind of goes away. When you don't have the distance of range, when you don't have the guarantee that Andreas has to take space into you, when it's just a straight-up rule, then Doomfist and Co can do kind of whatever they want, and that involves winning. So now they have the objective. They are close to all ults, and while they have high ground as well, I would expect very much so that Gooba Gang will be able to retake it, clear them out, and then it will be fighting from a disadvantage. Will be Warwick.
Yeah, never mind. They're actually just going to run straight onto the point, see if there's any targets that can be locked down there, but it doesn't seem like it. Map going to be totally flipped right now. Mirror Kitsune's on the point, so both these teams have a lot of firepower to work with. Kitty Input as well has this overclock if they want to let it rip at any point. Micro Yeti caught out there, 99% to the beat there. Wreath does end up using that Terror Surge, but the damage comes in. Kitty Input decides that it's time to go with the overclock, but the stick comes through at the same time as the kill. Ace is going to be stealing some credit there for the time being, but Gooba Gang cleaning up quite nicely. Warwick still want in this fight though. They are going for it. They are aggressive. An extra single shot onto Buddy the Cow would do it here, but Kino is still alive somehow.
There's a chase coming through from the Tracer. Royal Nuz forced to recall, though. That means that Keydog's life will be extended, at least for now. This battle's still ongoing, still favoring the defenders. Andreas going down, but again, it's a trade from Warwick.
Yeah, it's going back and forth on the point right now. Wreath is here on the Winston. The tank presence may suggest that you can keep yourself on the point, at least stall for time just a little bit. But Andreas is going to be back so soon, so quick in the fight. Can the Doom get back? And the push is going to come through. The damage is simply overwhelming as Punch comes onto the high ground as well. Andreas right now doesn't have to fear for a damn thing. Kitsune Rush is out here from Orace as well. Keydog this time does not have one to be matching it, so this has to be danced around by the rest of Warwick. It is going to be more time for off the clock, but the Novulant Pulse is good onto Buddy the Cow. That's the DPS being shut down as the time being. Novulant so clean on the Tracer. You see the tracking. Wants to track this man into oblivion.
No, that was a crazy
thought he could escape.
I love that so much. I mean, he drops low ground, saves his blink so he can steal the health back away from the Lucio player. Just brilliant play out of the Tracer player. Objective going to keep on rolling. Sometime burnt by the defense. Wreath, of course, on that Winston has been hard marked by Andreas. Coming up to support ults as well as the Meteor Strike. We've seen so many of these fights win out by Warwick before.
Yeah, Andreas has this empowered
oh
charge
my
in.
God.
That's brutal. A single right click and all of them end up falling. Has the Meteor Strike as well. Uses it just to deal some damage and get out as fast as he went in. Oh my God. What do you do against this guy? What do you do?
That's kind of the question, isn't it? That
pray to
right
whatever
now,
gods you hold dear, I guess.
Yeah, that's the. I mean, Gooba Gang trying to answer it, but right now haven't really been able to. Just working. Whoever tries to go in deep, missing the punch this time, saving Grace, going to extend the life of Wraith for now.
Yeah, speaking of saving graces, Bruce Wayne's beat there was very helpful there. Kitty Input eventually gets hounded down. Good for the Gooba Gang here. They're able to hold just a little bit there. That missed punch onto Wreath earlier was pretty impactful, Spec.
Very much so. They can re-push, but I will say Andreas is a smidge too far forward for my taste, especially with your Kiriko down. If there's an aggressive push, they could punish, but they've missed their window of timing. Ultimate's online. Kitsune Rush gives a small advantage to the defenders, but will it be enough?
Interesting that Reed's sticking on the Winston here, even on this final point. I guess just had the ultimate, didn't want to let go of it, and after that winning fight has been doing it. Because right now you can see there's absolutely nothing to be shutting Andreas down. Reed is just forced to back out, and Kitty Input can go in with the overclock now. We've seen magic happen for it before, but currently not quite getting the same level of pressure that you want to. There's a whole lot of pressure now coming out. The Reed falls incredibly low, went in a little too aggressive to try and get that kill and got punished badly for it.
Very much so. Still 3 players left alive. 4, in fact. The pole spawn takes care of both supports!
Royal Nerds, what are you doing? The fight was over. You'd lost your man, you'd lost your tank, but you bring it back anyway with an absolutely gigantic pulse bomb. Laser focus was Royal Nerds today. Whatever they put in this man's Weetabix this morning, I want it.
Lovely work out the trace. That allows the stabilization. That allows they stay in execution too. Only the sound barrier going to be online for the Goober gang. And when you look at the check marks that Warwick have accrued, it's hard to feel like that pulse bomb was only a temporary reprieve, but there's always a chance. There's always an individual who can step up, and it might have to be Bercy here.
Yeah, that's going to be Key Dog popping the Kitsune Rush. Bruce Wayne can bounce back here with the... That's the stick coming through, and this time it's Novulent's turn. Had enough of Royal Nerds taking up all the spotlight. Clean stick onto Reed there means no more tank presence is here, and with that there's so much space to work with. It could be Andreas, it could be Kitty Input, Novulent, Key Dog, Mike Rietti, any member of Warwick right now. They can do what they want until Reed can get back into the fight. It's 30% away from that primal rage, but dies before it can be charged up. We do have Bertie the Cow on lock here, but not able to get anything with the Deadeyes. The Kitsune Rush is here from Oasis onto the point to try and keep everyone on the point with some more firepower, some more cooldowns, some more ability to stall this one out, but the beat is real good from Micro Yeti. Kitty Input is downtown, has the damage coming in, and eventually the longer this fight drags on here, the more spawns get back in, but the more time that a scrap can happen, the more time that Warwick can hit their shots, land some punches, land some headshots, win out the point.
And in an extended battle, you would often favor the defenders, right? They have the closer spawns, they have closer respawns, and if you trade 1 for 1, then that's going to favor them. But unfortunately, Warwick just too entrenched by the time that they got those respawns going. Kitty Input, Novula, Andreas, the whole roster really did their job, and because of that, 47 seconds on the time bank. Not something too ginormous by any means, but a comfortable lead as well. You have that extra level of safety, knowing that if it goes extra innings, you won't just be forced to try and tide things out. So lovely from Warwick. They are going to be super comfortable with how they played that. Did get stopped by, I think, some sound barriers from Bruce Wayne were especially strong. Of course, that pulse bomb from Royal Nerds, I think, still in everybody's mind. As they head towards the defense, same composition with one singular wrinkle. Kitty Inputs off the Sojourn over to the Cassian. Sojourn, a hero where really he has cut his name. So it isn't something we see as much as well. This Cassidy struggles to follow up with the Doomfist as much. These dives aren't going to be as strong, but in exchange, your defense is going to be a little bit easier to pivot. You're going to have an easier time marking those off angles, and it's going to be a little bit harder to take down, at least when you don't have the defensive cooldown active. So fair enough. We'll see exactly how much value he finds on it, but I have a sneaking suspicion that should we go to second to third, then we will go back to the Sojourn. Royal Nerds looking at Echo here is super interesting. Maybe this is why we're seeing the Cassidy, actually, because Echo not played too often. We were discussing that earlier, right? But really shut down super hard by the Cassidy rather than the Sojourn. So Royal Nerds is going to be in for a particularly unwelcome surprise as the spawn doors unlock.
It's going to be an interesting because you give yourself a lot of damage pressure. Echo potentially deals the most burst damage of any character in the game, aside from maybe a Widow headshot or a Tracer clip. You know, it is absolutely brutal there. Provided that you can get onto your target and just get up close to them, you can just execute someone from the game, just like that. But Royal Nerds having to scale into that is going to be the struggle. And right now, they actually seem to be front-loading most of the damage onto Andreas here, allowing Reed to take a little bit of space instead. It's going to be chilling on the high ground for the time being, trying to pressure out this backline. Sees that Kitty Input is here, wants someone to come along for the dive with them. Backline trade is going to be coming out right now. Key Dog and Bruce Wayne are down, but Novulent's Tracer, you generally favor that in the Battle of the Trades. 2 for 2 right now, so both backlines have now been traded out here. But Andreas is just so tanky, has so much health, so much ult charge to work with for the time being. Pressure is going to be put on the point by Goober Gang, and eventually Kiri actually tried to just come back into the fight, but caught him. Without that key healer, there's not going to be a whole lot the Goober Gang can do to stay in this fight.
tick Garnet at the end of the day, but as you mentioned, yeah, they're going to have to disengage. Stagger on Novula makes it awkward, but if it can be traded by Andreas, then it will be stabilized. Instead, it's Microyes who finds the final blow, but all the same, it has the same effect. Time for all of Warwick's group up as a full 5, but it looks like Group Gang wants to fight 4v4.
Yeah, they're just going straight in with this. They do not care. Royal Nerd's looking like an absolute soldier on the Cassidy right now, hitting shot after shot after shot. Gets Oasis as well. So he gets Andreas as well. Gets the Deadeye, fans the hammer into oblivion. Gideon, but does not know what hit him. A crazed robot cowboy just ran up on him, fanned the hammer twice, and then punched him to death. I'd be confused.
I mean, if Royal Nerds can do that on the Cassidy, it almost makes me question why we haven't been seeing more Royal Nerds Cassidy so far. Fair enough to him, though. That's first point cracked open in about equal time to the Warwick Angels. Only spending the 2 ults as well. Not too bad a trade. I love the decision to go in 4v4 in retrospect. Great opening. I don't think Warwick expected this Tracer duel. Could get awkward. Help back garnered, but still advantage for the Novulant side, and a kill to Oasis 2 makes it awkward.
Ooh, clean fade through. It's going to force the Meteor Strike from Andreas, so, you know, it's a low-cost ult traded for a low-cost ult at the end of the day. A pawn sacrifice, so to speak. A little bit of trades coming out here. Reef is able to put some really good pressure onto his high ground. Microyeti so low. Keydog with the perfectly timed Suzu right now. But now it isn't here for Andreas, and they just keep the pressure up with the beat as well. Able to save Andreas, but Novula not so lucky. Does go down to Royal Nerds. Right now you're thinking the cooldown advantage is going massively in the favor of the Goober Gang, but the kill advantage eventually ends up going over to Warwick with Reef being felled. It's still a very brawly fight. Oasis is looking for a target, is holding out for a hero tonight, but no one is there. Bertie the Cow still trading out onto the backline, but Novulant back. Novulant gets 2, just exists in the fight and kills 2 the moment they get back. Gets 3 the moment they get back. This is the talent from this player. This is why people are talking about Novulant, you know, going into that extra tier, going into tier 2 of Overwatch, maybe even tier 1 at some point.
I mean, I know for a fact that it was a team featuring Novulant, you know, J9, that managed to get top 24 in OWCS, not able to qualify to top 16, but still fantastic showing from all parties. I mean, I'm really loving Royal Nerds in this Echo. Actually, I think it hasn't been checked super hard by Gideon, but it's just about getting the rest of his team to come up and mark him as well.
Ooh, but Novulant actually getting marks there. You finally put an end to the demon that is the Tracer as well. But Keydog getting a differential onto Oasis there. Retha swapped over to the Diva, and Gideon is here. The Suzu perfectly timed to counteract the Pulse Bomb too. And now they're all in this small room. Andreas says, this is the Thunderdome. This is where I want to be brawling, and gets the damage through, gets the pain onto Royal Nerds. Bertie the Cow still in the backline, working this one through. The cast falling so low. Retha able to just bomb to live here. Andreas that cancels the remake! Single-handedly might just win out this fight with that one punch. Call him Saitama, because Andreas right now looking like a one-punch man.
Yeah, rocks the world of Reef there. Uses the self-destruct to charge the punch, uses the charge punch to cancel the remake, and uses Reef's tears to lubricate Warwick Angel's way to a victory. 1 minute 40 seconds left on the time bank. I mean, after stopping that push there is a small advantage for Warwick, but I mean, really see the momentum far more important. Momentum was definitely in the favor of Andreas and co. Kitsune Rush pops, but it's hard to feel that that's all that's useful.
Oh, Bruce Wayne felled early to a Novulant Pulse Bomb. Andreas is down, however. The trades, these fights for Warwick, even though they're winning them out, they're very messy, very sloppy, and eventually that's going to catch up with them as they end up winning this fight out a little more conclusively right now, getting those initial 2 picks, sending everyone else running all the way back to spawn. Gideon, but's had enough, has gone over to the Sojourn.
Yeah, we did kind of expect to see this coming eventually. Sightlands is a lot stronger for it. Attempt to recontest from Andreas, but Bully back in. We'll see if there's going to be any battle. Beating Gage forces it.
Yeah, had that Empowered Punch, got it through onto Reef, and ended up just walking it on through, got the damage through onto Oasis. And yeah, you can get out of a dive situation if you're a Kiriko, but you can't really do anything about a team just fully walking on you. Kitty Input is felled, however, but Andreas does end up hunting down a couple more members. Once again, it seems to be a repeat story. The definition of insanity is going into a small room against Andreas. It doesn't go well for you.
Bertie the Cow going to reset. I thought it was trying to escape there, but missing the ledge. 20 seconds left to go, and a touch is going to be tricky. It kind of has to be Bruce Wayne to get there on the point, so going to have to hope he's got the same skills as his alter ego. Overtime, if it gets started, is going to be relatively even with the self-destruct, with the pulse bomb. Ult's about created, but if Warwick Angels can make it tricky to even touch, then that's a different story entirely. Cleanse forced early, this pulse bomb could be free.
Yeah, still has it on the backside. You can see this is so much pressure. So many cooldowns are being forced out now. But it's all well and good forcing cooldowns. But what about the kills? And Keydog falling here means that it's a domino effect. Andreas goes down to Reef with the remake onto Novulant. And finally we get some work being done from the side of the Goober Gang. There is less than a minute on the point, so Goober Gang do not need to cap this with time to get a second chance here today.
That's true. However, there's almost definitely going to be a better. There's also definitely going to be a better time bank for Warwick Angels. So they've already garnered themselves the lead. It's just whether they can close out here or in extra innings. Overclock, of course, nearly online. Again, has been quieter, has been kitty input with them so far. And the duplicate from Royal Nerds. I mean, remember what the last one did.
Yeah, it was absolutely brutal there. Oasis does have this Infinity Rush. It's going to let it rip nice and early. There's so much pressure that's coming out. Royal Nerd's actually duping the Doomfist. Bro thinks he's him, I guess. We're going to be seeing whether he is him or not, or is just going to be falling. No, isn't him, but that's a lot of pressure on the point, guys! Come on!
Yeah, I don't really know what to say
do you have
about
anything to say? I'm out of things to say about Warwick C9s at this point.
Yeah, they didn't have anyone to touch the objective. I think they definitely could have touched. I think there's a little bit of egg on their face, and I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. Thrall would never C9 there.
Thrall. Micro Yeti maybe. The issue with Micro Yeti is like his muscles are too big, and he was more focused on like flexing in the mirror instead of looking at the screen and like touching the point. You know, it happens to the best of us, man.
Muscles so big, he's too busy flexing instead of looking at the overtime wick, which didn't burn down. Instead, they just forced it all through to the end. So a little bit of egg on the work faces. At the end of the day, they're still in a not too bad scenario at all. Extra 10 seconds. We'll see if that's going to be enough to garner them the lead. Starting on the defensive side. Royal Nerds won't be able to charge into the ultimate to crack this point open. So it's just about whether they can do it in the neutral. So far, that has been the realm of the Warwick Angels. That has been where they've been finding their most success. So I'm still, if I was a betting man, would put money on Warwick getting a win here, but a draw looming likely and likely on the horizon here, Edgar.
I know that like we're trying to move on, but that is still one of the most egregious scenes I've ever seen. I mean, the pressure coming out from Royal Nerds on the Duke Doomfist was really good. Did charge that power punch, push everyone back, and they were so low and so preoccupied with this threat that they did just kind of forget about the point. So you can see the value coming out there from the Echo. Gimpio already charging this rail and can make some magic with it. Echo can have a pretty rough matchup into the Sojourn because Sojourn can simply charge a rail off the tank and then just take that Echo's head clean off the moment that they go into the sky right now. And yeah, it's really going to be on Royal Nerds to kind of make something happen here. Something we still see poking and prodding. It could be Bertie the Cow instead. Mike Yeti getting a bit too antsy there, and the damage that's coming through onto Andreas is good now. So very well played here for Newcastle. Able to open this point clean up. You don't see a world in which Warwick are able to win this out. They've done it before, but not this time. And they do actually just let the point tick over. Seems like they're going to be trying to live and take an early refight here, but the chase onto Novulant is going to be absolutely brutal. This is a manhunt right now.
Yeah, lovely pick from Goober Gang there, recognizing that Micro Yeti was a little bit out of position, so the both guys DPS sync up on the target. This trade to 1v1 is awkward. Novulant has no health pack, so forced a backline for a little bit. At least drawing resources back. No one's really pushed any far forward, so Warwick can at least take all the space they wish for free.
Yeah, and it's actually a big credit to Novulant being able to live there. Just still, now if you're Goober Gang, you have to worry about that threat in the backline. Oasis does charge up this Kitsune Rush, which may not get the kills, but it does still buy more time, more space. Every single meterage on this point is a boon for the Goober Gang right now. Great spear as well. Damage is very good onto Kitty Input right now, but now they have the Kitsune of their own to deal with. They want to try and hold into this, and Bruce Wayne is able to do that with that beat. Micro Yeti still 20% away from their own, but that stick onto Reef is big. Is there the ability to keep him alive just just about. Reed somehow living there, still going to be dancing in and out of the point. Royal Nerds is once again on the Doom. We've seen the magic that's happened with the Duke before, but Micro Yeti has this. But Micro Yeti has the beat out and also the overclock from Kitty Input as well. Eventually, Reed simply couldn't deal with it. Too much of a burden to bear damage-wise, and the rest of them going to be forced off the point there. But that's a decent attack. You can't be too mad about that if you're Newcastle.
Especially off the back of a minute, right? And again, there was a small lead for the Warwick Angels.
But it's only 9 seconds.
I think it's fair to say that their opponents have since eclipsed them in the map. So it's definitely possible. It's definitely winnable. They're going to need 2 fights, I think, in the next minute, 10 seconds, not including overtime. So a bit rough for them. They will have 1 attempt to flub their lines, and after that, it's going to have to be picture perfect from them. I think last time the big mistake was Micro Yeti getting caught out of position. They cannot, and I repeat, cannot have anything similar like that. I mean, you think back to Warwick's first attack, the first fight they lost because Kitty Input just got speared across the map by Wreath. Again, that simply cannot happen. It's going to have to be, I would expect, a Sojourn headshot across the map to open this fight up, but they need a bit of a miracle. They definitely need a mechanical play, and while they're so strong at it, I'm not too hopeful that they can continue to put out plays like that on a map like this where they are so far behind in the lead. So Goober Gang almost punched their ticket to it in 1-1 tied series, but most definitely it's possible for Warwick to come back into things. Just depends on what happens in the next 70 seconds.
Not only is this a test of, team play and mechanical skill, but it's also a massive test of endurance to have to deal with as well. Remember, both these teams have played a match before this. They both did win quite convincingly 3-0. That's still 3 maps down, plus the first map, now into extra innings on this one against very strong opponents. These players must be mentally exhausted. And remember, they may still have a finals to play after this. So we're going to be seeing which team kind of has the better fortitude here, can stay in this for a lot longer. Royal Nerds here wants to get those stickies out, but when you miss those stickies, that gives the window of opportunity for the rest of the team to take some space for it to go in here to kind of overwhelm that damage, and eventually Bruce Wayne going to be falling, not really able to call Alfred to get out of that sticky situation here. Instead, it's going to be Novulant instead doing unspeakable things to the backline of Goober Gang. And this is now firmly 1-fight territory right now. Ooh,
yes,
you need to charge some ults or something.
I mean, if you look at the HP trade between those 2 teams, it always starts at an advantage for the Goober Gang, but it always peaks with Warwick finding a kill because their comp is so cyclical. When there's Soj Rail online, when Andreas is in, then their comp is so strong. When not, then they are going to struggle. But managed to get all the stars aligned at the right time because of that. Yeah, as you mentioned, 1-fight territory. Novulant could be the hero with a pulse bomb, but spotted out by Burst of the Cow means that at least for now there will be no heroics.
Yeah, and this high ground position is going to be very rough to deal with here. Novulant does try, does end up getting forced out for the time being. So still more time here for Goob Gang to sit on this high ground, try and see if Royal Nerds can make something happen. Buddy the Cow also charging a pulse of their own in the meantime. Drop is going to have to come through eventually. This is do or die, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the fight is going to get long. It's going to get scrappy. Royal Nerds falling so incredibly low. Is the pressure going to come out there? Yes, it is. That's Kitty Input from downtown. And the Terror Surge is just going to be disengaged from Andreas. Had to get off the point for a second. Able to get back. However, damage is pretty good, but the healing is even better. And the overclock, maybe even just a step up there. Warwick once again in the clutch, as you expect. Going 2-0 up in this series. But man, Goober Gang had to make them work for it, lad.
Yeah, I think that Warwick Angels show that under pressure, they do form into diamonds, and 2 clean fights like we need to see from them, playing their cycles so well, playing their ult super well. I love how they control tempo. I love when they go in and out. I think that was really the big difference maker there. I think a team with less understanding of that push and pull would have fallen, but not the Warwick Angels. And finally, we get to see a bit of a snazzy overclock from Kitty Input. 3 frags off the back of it, but realistically, that fight was 1 out already, just with the sound barrier mirroring out the Kitsune Rush of Goob again, and then not too much chance of Warwick Angels losing that fight. So 2-0 in the series push. Coming up next, Goob Gang have the pick. I would expect to see a Colosseo, but I gotta say, what do you think the odds are in the series here, Hector?
They really made Warwick work for that one. It really could have gone either way, but the final fight wasn't particularly close. You see that Warwick still have the edge. If you're a betting man, you would put your money on Warwick here, right? But there is still a world in which Goober Gang take this, especially if they do go to Colosseo. It's a map where the Doom can really struggle where if you are Gubkang, you can just play the objective a little bit heavier. It's more linear, so you can shut down those flanking threats a lot more easy. And they've shown not just great skill in terms of countering Warwick, but also in, getting differentials every now and then. Oasis able to find, picks onto Key Dog, or Wreath able to get a nice spear onto Andreas, or even on occasion, Royal Nerds of the Cow just taking the head off of the Warwick DPS line. Again, they are not infallible at the end of the day. They are a team that can be beaten. And Gubkang right now showing pretty good example of that. But, put your money where your mouth is, right? Because even with all of this talk, all of this yap that I'm doing right now, Warwick is still 2 up in this series. And right now, they aren't being dislodged.
Hard to disagree with that. I do think that normally pushes the map that's a little bit weaker for them. I think we've seen them historically sometimes put in Micro Yeti on the Orisa so they can, open up their map pool a little bit. Again, the Andreas Malga could come out. Wouldn't expect it, but it's a possibility. Again, it's a kind of a rough scenario though for the opponents, for Gubkang, because they forced it so close. But unfortunately, when you fight it close up at the final hurdle, that can do absolute havoc on your mental. So, as you mentioned, if they can keep that mental high, if they can have that endurance, then we could continue to see a competitive series, one that Warwick might have the lead on all the same. Colosseo has been locked in, I believe, from Bertie the Cow. So, yeah, that is what I would expect. Again, there's no off-angle controls. There's no real high grounds. Oh, there are high grounds, I suppose. So there aren't as much high grounds for the Doomfist to play around. It will be the map that favors Gubkang the most, but will it favor them enough to take the actual victory?
I mean, that's what has to be seen as we do go over to Esperanza here for our first map today. Just once again, a quick reminder that this tournament is being powered by Scan Computers, and to celebrate this Invitational, they're giving away an amazing gaming hardware bundle to one winner, member type ! Giveaway, for a chance to win some of that amazing hardware that's being provided by our friends over at Scan. And if you haven't already and you are looking for some kind of upgrade or just some kind of something to take your game to the next level, make sure to go to scan.co.uk/3xs, have a look at their award-winning custom system. So once again, ! Giveaway, and thank you very much to Scan for helping out with this tournament, for providing us with this stuff for the giveaway. Meanwhile, it seems like the mind has been changed for Gubkang. It seems like they are away from Esperanza and have gone over to Colosseo, which we have spoken about a little bit as probably the weakest map for Warwick here. But saying that this is the weakest map for Warwick is like, it's like going into Greg's and saying, oh man, this is like the worst like pastry in Greg's. It's still like pretty good, it's still up there kind of deal. Before you ask where that analogy came from, I just made it up because I didn't have anything locked in my brain. So,
are you hungry right now?
A little bit. I've had one Squares bar. I've had one Squares bar today, and that's it. I'm gonna have some scran when this match is done.
Yeah, I mean, when you start coming up for like reaching Greg analogies, something's up. But yeah, I do agree with the sentiment, if not the deftness of the analogy. Warwick is still perfectly comfortable on Colosseo. As you mentioned, again, it's probably their weakest push map, so it's probably the best pick for Gubkang, but it's still a rough scenario for him. I think that as well, we're seeing Kitty Input begin to actually hit some of these overclocks and find some of these rail guns a little bit more. I mean, he's been strong in the series, right? But it has to be giving you a bit of a heebie-jeebies if you are Gubkang. Most of your success throughout Eichenfeld came off of Royal Nerds on the Echo, and I think that Colosseo is a really not a strong map for it, especially against the Doomfist. So I would be worried about that, I think, a little bit. So I would expect a hit scan tracer setup from them. So I don't know. I think you're hamstring yourself a little bit by picking this map, but also I see why. I think it is their best option. But going to be fighting from the back foot from the beginning of this match, going to have to do the reverse sweep to win out the series. If you're Gubkang, if you want to go forward to the grand finals, Warwick Angels likely feel like this tournament is theirs to win. And, I am tempted to agree. The main competition has to be the Portsmouth roster, with so many of their alumni playing.
Well, speaking of that, right now we do have a brief update on our other semi-finals, which is happening. The Portsmouth Paladins, they're not Paladins. The Portsmouth Retirement Home. I think that's a more fitting term at this point. The Portsmouth Retirement Home against the Kensune roster. It's currently 2-1 to Portsmouth, I believe. So Kent definitely battling them close here. Would be a very interesting finals to see if Portsmouth are able to get beaten out here. But the favourites for the final right now is Warwick versus Portsmouth in a match which we can talk about a little bit more if it happens. But right now, Warwick have to seal the deal. They have to, you know, maybe rein themselves in a little bit and actually beat out Goober Gang here. And Goober Gang have proved to be a very competent, very strong team. So they may struggle.
Okay, then we're moving over to some of the double flag support setups that Warwick are very fond of. You know, they're not always running out the most meta backlines, but it looks like Ana Zen, super pokey, super long range. You've got nanocycles onto Andreas. Now, this is something we've seen before, haven't we? Nano boost Andreas and watch him go kill.
Yeah, nano boosting Andreas is, in fact, it's the Thanos snap. I feel like that's the better analogy here. This is very greedy. It's very greedy from Warwick, and they know it. Micro Yeti has to do absurd work, has put in some ludicrous damage from range, and on Corsair first, you can do that. It's very difficult for the enemy to scale into you, right?
Yeah, definitely true. I think it's also worth mentioning that Novulant has to be the main protector of the backline just by stopping any flanks from being a possibility, because if Royal Nerds gets in close, there's not too much Microsy and Keto can do. Poking, giving it a lot of space, just waiting for a pick to come through. Does mean there's a little bit of a lead for Goober Gang right now, but nothing of note.
Yeah, you also give yourself an extra win condition in the fight here. You're not just thinking about, you know, Andreas slam into a headshot maybe, but there's also the Zen 5 orb to deal with from downtown, which can get the damage through as the pressure is going to be coming out from the Tracer now. Now Mariette isn't really looking in the fight and is forced into an awful position, and this is the issue. Eventually, if you do not get your kill quick enough, you're going to get punished on the Zen. You're simply too immobile, your hitbox is too massive, and Bertie the Cow is too good at clicking on heads, apparently.
Yeah, lovely double exit frag. Kitty input likely going to be staggered. Oasis finds the final blow. And as you mentioned, the Tracer gets onto the backline. As I mentioned, they don't really have the tools to deal with it. And Keto getting staggered as well, only going to make things go from bad to worse. 90% to the Nano boost. Super powerful for them. So I do think that the Nano fight has to be the scary one. Again, said it before, say it again. Second fight is the important one. But with so much time already off the bank, then huge advantage here for Goober Gang.
Yeah, pressure is going to be coming out. That's a nice little two-man job onto Bertie the Cow, but able to escape with their life here. As we get onto this point here, that's going to be the nano onto Andreas. It's like something out of a slasher film right now. Going to be met the Transcendence as well to keep him in the fight currently, but no kills actually coming through off the back bit before eventually Bruce Wayne is going to be felled by the supervillain that is Andreas. Mike Rietti still down, however. Remember just how vulnerable your backline is, because Royal Nerds has killed both backliners now. Andreas is all but dead in this fight, and Forward Spawn is going to be capped here for Goober Gang.
And the question has to be now, would this be working more if they just ran Lucio Kiri like they often did? You know, I don't want to say that it is just a backline. Oh yeah, they're running Lucio Kiri now. Okay. I think that they go back to normality. They try their experiment, but realizing that Royal Nerds a bit more of a handful than maybe they expected. Did get taken down. I think Novulant maybe going for backliners himself a little bit too much, not healing for his own, knowing that Keto Mike Rietti would find more value by dint of being able to live unharassed for long enough. As Tracer Drill awkward for both sides, but looks like they will handshake a disengagement.
Yeah, well, Novulant has this pulse bomb, so can definitely return to the main crux of the fight and see about getting some of that. And now you have the Lucio Kiri. You don't need to worry about your backline. You don't need to worry about the Tracer either, because Kitty Input's just going to land another rail. It doesn't even need to be a headshot at that point. The damage that you can do with just a single body shot is kind of crazy. But the Cow wants to do this, but Novulant dodging, ducking, dipping, diving, weaving in and out of the fight. And eventually, Twinkle Toes were just a little too fast for Bertie the Cow to deal with.
Yeah, lovely stake there. Would have been an entirely different fight if the entirety of that overclock has to be shown. And nice tech coming through from Novulant, just showing off what Tracer can do in terms of the mobility. And in terms of the ultimates, though, double sports do make Goober Gang pretty scary. The overclock of Kitty Input does contest it. But at least early on, I think that Warwick Angel is going to have to respect the space that Reef and Co can take.
Yeah, Kitty Input, you say, with the overclock, but has to actually kind of scale here to get onto a decent high ground position to really let it rip from, you know, because if you do it in main, then you're just kind of going to get bullied out. Bertie the Cow was Well, no, but I was going to say Bernie the Cow was in. No, Bernie the Cow was in the right position. The rest of Warwick just 5-manned onto the man and deleted him from the game. A little bit of confusion there because Warwick were just playing the game well, I guess.
That is the power of this Lucio Kiri comp, though. The fact that all 5 players can just run into the backline. There's not that much you can do to stop that. That's, you know, the thing that Kiriko really enabled, the thing that we couldn't do before her release. You can just 5-man people now, and again, no counterplay. Speaking of 5, I mean, 5 check marks online for the Warwick Angels. In fact, 4 for the defenders. This is going to be such a chaotic fight.
Yeah, and that's a great punch there. Going to be forcing a lot of damage through onto the backline as Oasis and Bruce Wayne. Going to be forced to pop the beat, but Micro Yeti now building one of their own. Can always use this a bit later in the fight, but a nice spear onto Andreas. Actually going to force the temporary disengage, so a little bit of reprieve now for Gugang's work before Andreas wants to go back in. Once again, an overwhelming amount of damage, but that's another use of the Meteor Strike here. Just onto Wreath as well. Not going to be taking a whole lot of damage off the back of that one, but the damage is very good onto Bruce Wayne. Kidimpa is going to be shut down mid-ultimate, however, but losing that tank presence is real bad if you are the Goober Gang here. Andreas going to be charging a punch. A nice little tech there, charging it off the Disruptor shot. But the spawns here are decent. They are going to be better because 4 spawns have not been obtained for the Angels thus far, and the rest of Goober Gang can get back in this fight off the back of their initial picks.
Yeah, so close, but no cigar to garnering the lead. Pulse Bomb, extra damage is nice to have, sure, and the frag onto Oasis too means that there can be a repress from the Angels. They're not finding the kills just yet, though. There's one.
Yeah, there we are. So 4-1s are eventually going to be going over to the Angels right now. Andreas is still cleaning up. Micro Yeti getting a little bit of revenge on Royal Nerds for the bullying that he received earlier. You know, he's the one calling him a pipsqueak right now. Ends up taking the lead here. And you see what happens when Warwick, they swap back over to Lucio Kiri. They play something a bit more mature, so a comp that you can, you know, take home to your parents and they might approve of.
As a metaphor, I wouldn't have reached towards, but fair enough to it. Overclock again online, but double sport is going to very likely be extra powerful here on Bridge, but there's nowhere really to kite from. Headshot onto Novulant, lives on a sliver of HP.
Yeah, Reed's certainly not living on any kind of HP at all. That's going to be Bertie the Cow trying to get the overclock from up high, but just counteracted with the beat of Micro Yeti. Good discipline there. More distance being gained now. Warwick don't just want the win, they want the domination. They want to take this all the way to the very end right now. Finish off this series with a statement win right now. Goober Gang are able to get back in this and take control of the bot for just a little bit longer. Novulant also on the side. That's another stick. Have we seen Novulant miss a pulse bomb thus far?
Yeah, but at this point his conversion rate's high enough we can forgive it. Gets an extra frag as well, looks for more as he presses into the back line. Not really the help to follow it, but he doesn't need it. Advantage for Warwick. They're still getting progress on the bot. 120 meters for him, and looking for more.
Yeah, Andreas is so low, and T-Dog actually going to be the one felled there instead. Novulant still,
lovely.
You don't even see the melee go off. 20-player kill streak right now. Oh, Novulant, what are you doing, man? These guys, they have careers, they have loved ones. You can't be playing like this, man.
There's a certain Dustin Baumann quote that comes to mind now about exactly what Novulant is doing. Like, taking the kill onto Wreath, I mean, just continues to impress, continues to astound, and continues to make the lives of the Goober Gang a living misery. Only a sound barrier is going to try and stop the cap. And against it, 3 check marks from Warwick.
Yeah, Royal Nerds has had to go over to the cast. Yeah, it has to go over to the cast to try and shut the Tracer down because Novulant is just too much of a problem child right now to have to deal with. Andreas does get bullied out here, so the damage is going to be good here. Mike Yeti on the side, also falling pretty low. Bruce Wayne trying to go on a bit of a scouting mission right now. Beat pretty well timed to shut down the overclock from Kitty Input, but still has some time left remaining in it now that it is being gone and the pressure is now coming out here, but there's still nothing to deal with Kitty Input on the high ground right now. And now he's bunkered up in the room with a Kiri. Yeah, they may not be killing you, but you have to do a whole lot to try and dislodge them right now. There's essentially 3 individual fights taking place right now, going all over the place. Kitsune Rush is here to match for Oasis. T-Dog going to be getting one of their own so soon. That's just so much healing going into the way of Wreath, and eventually you front load enough damage. Royal Nerds hits enough of these left clicks. The rest of Warwick is going to be felled. So it will not be quite a humiliation for Goober Gang. They're not going to get it pushed all the way back to spawn. But they certainly have an uphill battle.
I'll say, I mean, we finally get to see the Royal Nerds Cassidy come through. We've kind of been speaking about the specter of it all series long, but finally going to be brought out and finally finding some value here. Objective in deep. Oh,
Ooh.
dear.
Losing. Yeah, losing your golden cow there is probably the worst thing that could happen. But the cow going down with the overclock as well. Royal Nerds actually going to be trying to get the speed boost through. That's a use of the Deadeye to buy some space and actually get some decent damage off. No kills, but Kidok is bullied out. That's a nice little bit of Neo dodging right there. Andreas is able to use the Meteor Strike to get out, however, but takes a bit of a while to get back into the fight, and Reef gets absolutely deleted from the game. So we have a few seconds left on the clock. Bernie the Cow wants to try and do something with this overclock in the meantime, get the damage in, get the picks in, but you're being booped around all over the place. They're attacking you from every different angle. It's like trying to fight off a damn swarm of hornets, and you just can't do it. Warwick 3-0 in the series. Commiserations to Goober Gang. They're only taking their third, fourth place slot here, but that's Warwick locking their ticket into the finals.
That it is. And, I mean, I think it's pretty fair to say that everyone expected it. The only thing that would have stopped Warwick getting to the finals would have been a matchup early on against the Portsmouth retirement home, and evidently didn't happen, so fair enough to them. They will be going all the way through to our first of 4 finals. Oh, fantastic performance out of them. I do think that occasionally it was the Cassidy we saw from Goober Gang that made it competitive, but unfortunately just not enough to really deal the damage necessary. Warwick Angels weren't stopped by it nearly enough times in a 3-0 that was competitive, yeah, but ultimately I think the Warwick Angels were by far the better team, and they do deserve to go forward. Andreas, the hero, when we started that game off, but Novulant was the one to put a cap on things, because that was really just freakish. What else do you call it that he was doing on the Tracer?
It might just be recency bias here, but like Novulant has to get player of the match simply for that Colosseo performance. It was unworkable, you know. Something Prodigy player, I don't know, man, but was playing pretty damn well on that point today. Was doing pretty unspeakable things on Eichenwald as well. The pulse bombs, it seemed like never missed any of them at any point in time. Was just killing backliners by himself, was killing frontliners by himself, was killing midliners, if that's even a thing, by himself. Point is, the man can do it all, right? So definitely well-deserved player of the match for Novulant here on this matchup.
Yeah, can't disagree with that. I mean, just looked like the best player in the lobby for a lot of that, and that's why he gets player of the match. See if he can do it against the Portsmouth retirement home, though, because those players have been playing together for a hot second, even since they left university. Going to be an uphill battle, most definitely, if they end up going there. But the other semi-final is it's going 2-2. It could go either way. So we'll have to wait and see who finally the matchup for the Angels will be. Like we said, we're pretty certain we think it'd be Ports, but there's always a chance for an upset, especially in University Overwatch. It always gets a little bit chaotic, I'll put it that way. So we'll see. I'm super curious to see eventually who gets the final blow.
I'm actually very curious. I'm genuinely asking. Okay, the answer is no. We cannot get in the last map. So we are simply just going to have to wait and see how that pans out in the break. We are going to get that information to you when we get it. But right now, yeah, 2-2 between Portsmouth and Kent. Wow, what a timeline. If Kent ended up knocking Portsmouth out of the tournament, that would be an upset for the ages. But in the meantime, we are going to be running it over to a break in preparations for our finals. Please remember, exclamation point giveaway, our friends over at Scan Computers, who are powering this tournament, are giving away a gaming hardware bundle featuring things such as the 180 hertz monitor, the 4060 Ti graphics card, the new mouse, the mechanical keyboard. It's all great stuff. So exclamation point giveaway for that. And of course, if you are looking for an upgrade of your own, head over to scan.co.uk/3XS. Have a look at some of their award-winning custom systems. Again, thank you to Scan for powering this tournament. We're going to be taking a quick break. Warwick could punch their ticket to the finals. Is it going to be Kent or is it going to be Portsmouth facing off against them for that grand £500 prize? We'll find out after the break.
Insomnia Gaming Festival is the pinnacle of gaming nerdiness, and we at Scampro Gaming didn't hold back. Over the Easter weekend, we showcased some incredible gaming products and had some wicked fun features at our stand at I-72. So let us take you through it. Our entire area was sponsored by NSE and Intel and was situated in the heart of the festival, which drew in crowds all over the weekend. First up, our tabletop RPG area presented the ultimate way to tack up your TTRPG sessions, thanks to Shaw, Roland, Iyama, and JBL. Across the weekend, we had our team teaching visitors about the products and how to best utilize them in an RPG fashion, as well as some show-stopping showcases. We had the team from I Made This announce and display their upcoming TCG Creator Clash for the very first time. We also welcomed Billy Tricks and Rage Darling from the live improv D&D team Session Zero, as they teamed up with the Scampro Gaming team for a D&D one-shot run by Dungeon Master Barlow. For those who fancied a bit more fast-paced action, we had Helldivers 2 across all of our stunning 3XS systems, beckoning those who wanted a challenge. Compete in our Helldivers 2 competition to get 100 kills during one single game and continue on around our booth with your head held high, moving on to the next challenge. With pure performance of our 3XS systems, it was a hard carry for some and few were victorious. We had a rage booth for those who literally wanted to show us their rage for a chance to get onto our event leaderboard. Some of the highest scores we saw were 120 to 122 decibels, which is as loud as an ambulance siren. Finally, with Helldivers 2 and the Rage booth under their belts, guests were welcome to our claw machine, the Claw, hosting thousands upon thousands of pounds worth of goodies from our sponsors JBL, Intel, Iyama, Corsair, Elgato, Nvidia, Cooler Master, Deep Cool, and Asus. We also had a lineup of amazing streamers who went live on our booth, like old school RuneScape legend Skidler, drumming sensation Mr. Greggles, talented cosplayer Bex, and many, many more. Our streamer booth hosted only the best quality Elgato products and dived into the premium Elgato suite to ensure that our streamers had the best quality stream at the event. Our sponsors NSE and Intel were also running the British University Esports Championships, which saw an insane amount of nail-biting action across their selection of tournaments. Our friends at Monster Energy also showcased their brand new 3XS custom build PC, built inside the chassis of a very, very, very big Monster Energy can. We were sandwiched between them and the Pringles booth, which we can't complain about as they kept us fueled throughout the weekend with their brand new tantalizing Pringles flavors. The festival was also jam-packed with its own tournaments, LAN parties, tabletop games, stage shows, evening entertainment, indie games, expo stalls, cosplay, and much, much more. We had an incredible time at I-72, and we hope you did too. Snapped a pic or video of us at the event? Make sure to tag us at Scan Gaming or Scan Computers on socials so we can see it. And if you'd like to check out any of the wicked products from our partners, all those sweet, sweet systems we had at Insomnia Gaming Festival, then make sure to head over to our website at scan.co.uk. Thanks again to NSE, Intel, and all of our partners, as well as you guys, for making I-72 so special. And we'll see you at I-73.
I'm Becky, I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE. We are here at Insomnia this weekend running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals. That's 8 weeks of competitive play leading up to this moment, and it's just great to get all the teams here in person playing their finals live here at Insomnia.
I'm Kenny, I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. It's just so cool to see how much things evolve and how amazing everyone has gotten at playing the games we know and love.
I think just seeing people come together, getting Monster, trying out Pringles, getting really stuck in everything we have to offer here, it's great to see it, honestly. So on the main stage, we're super lucky to have the Intel NUCs, which have Intel graphics cards in there. They're so small and compact. This morning we had our Valorant Women and Non-Binary Finals, and it's awesome to get women and non-binary members of our community up on the main stage.
When the players get loud, it's just amazing. And the fact that they get to come and show up in the finals, it's just so much fun.
That's the longest series I've ever played in, to be honest with you. We just knew we had the mental fortitude to keep going when we went into the final overtime. I'm just so happy with all the boys, man. I'm really happy.
Big thank you to all of our partners, Intel, who is our main headline sponsor, and then also Monster Energy, Pringles, Special Effect, and also Bucks.
Insomnia Gaming Festival is the pinnacle of gaming nerdiness, and we at Scampro Gaming didn't hold back. Over the Easter weekend, we showcased some incredible gaming products and had some wicked fun features at our stand at I-72, so let us take you through it. Our entire area was sponsored by NSE and Intel and was situated in the heart of the festival, which drew in crowds all over the weekend. First up, our tabletop RPG area presented the ultimate way to tack up your TTRPG sessions, thanks to Shaw, Roland, Iyama, and JBL. Across the weekend, we had our team teaching visitors about the products and how to best utilize them in an RPG fashion, as well as some show-stopping showcases. We had the team from I Made This announce and display their upcoming TCG Creator Clash for the very first time. We also welcomed Billy Tricks and Rage Darling from the live improv D&D team Session Zero, as they teamed up with the Scampro Gaming team for a D&D one-shot run by Dungeon Master Barlow. For those who fancied a bit more fast-paced action, we had Helldivers 2 across all of our stunning 3XS systems, beckoning those who wanted a challenge. Compete in our Helldivers 2 competition to get 100 kills during one single game, and continue on around our booth with your head held high, moving on to the next challenge. With pure performance of our 3XS systems, it was a hard carry for some, and few were victorious. We had a rage booth for those who literally wanted to show us their rage for a chance to get onto our event leaderboard. Some of the highest scores we saw were 120 to 122 decibels, which is as loud as an ambulance siren. Finally, with Helldivers 2 and the rage booth under their belts, guests were welcome to our claw machine, the Claw, hosting thousands upon thousands of pounds worth of goodies from our sponsors JBL, Intel, Iyama, Corsair, Elgato, Nvidia, Cooler Master, Deepcool, and Asus. We also had a lineup of amazing streamers who went live on our booth, like old school RuneScape legend Skidler, drumming sensation Mr. Greggles, talented cosplayer Bex, and many, many more. Our streamer booth hosted only the best quality Elgato products and dived into the premium Elgato suite to ensure that our streamers had the best quality stream at the event. Our sponsors NSE and Intel were also running the British University Esports Championships, which saw an insane amount of nail-biting action across their selection of tournaments. Our friends at Monster Energy also showcased their brand new 3XS custom build PC, built inside the chassis of a very, very, very big Monster Energy can. We were sandwiched between them and the Pringles booth, which we can't complain about as they kept us fueled throughout the weekend with their brand new tantalizing Pringles flavors. The festival was also jam-packed with its own tournaments, LAN parties, tabletop games, stage shows, evening entertainment, indie games, expo stalls, cosplay, and much, much more. We had an incredible time at I-72, and we hope you did too. Snapped a pic or video of us at the event? Make sure to tag us at Scan Gaming or Scan Computers on socials so we can see it. And if you'd like to check out any of the wicked products from our partners or those sweet, sweet systems we had at Insomnia Gaming Festival, then make sure to head over to our website at scan.co.uk. Thanks again to NSE, Intel, and all of our partners, as well as you guys, for making I-72 so special. And we'll see you at I-73.
I'm Becky, I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE. We are here at Insomnia this weekend running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals. That's 8 weeks of competitive play leading up to this moment, and it's just great to get all the teams here in person playing their finals live here at Insomnia.
I'm Kenny, I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. It's just so cool to see how much things evolve and how amazing everyone has gotten at playing the games we know and love.
I think just seeing people come together, getting Monster, trying out Pringles, getting really stuck in everything we have to offer here, it's great to see it, honestly. So on the main stage, we're super lucky to have the Intel Nooks, which have Intel graphics cards in there. They're so small and compact, This morning we had our Valorant Women and Non-Binary finals, and it's awesome to get women and non-binary members of our community up on the main stage.
When the players get loud, it's just amazing. And the fact that they get to come and show up in the finals, it's just so much fun.
That's the longest series I've ever played in, to be honest with you. We just knew we had the mental fortitude to keep going when we went into the final overtime. I'm just so happy with all the boys, man. I'm really happy.
Big thank you to all of our partners, Intel, who is our main headline sponsor, and then also Monster Energy, Pringles, Special Effect, and also Bucks.
Hello everyone and welcome back, and we are now proud to present you the grand finals of the Scan Invitational. It will be the Portsmouth retirement home versus the Warwick Angels. They made it a little scary. We were kind of quaking in our boots a little bit. Kent played them in a very, very close 5-map series, but at the end of the day, Portsmouth retirement home able to punch their ticket into our finals. Once again, just a reminder that this event is powered by Scan Computers, and if you took exclamation point giveaway in a chat, we are doing a giveaway which is supported by them. They're giving away a lot of very great gear, if I just can find it quickly, which might take me just a second because I wasn't at
I don't know why we've got you doing all the reads, considering you don't know that much about technology or like esports, like gear. You know, you're not the nerd one. I'm the nerd one here, so I feel like I should be doing the
point
reads.
Is what is included in this bundle is an NVIDIA 4060 Ti graphics card, a Cooler Master 27-inch 180Hz adaptive monitor, a Razer Black Widow Razer Green Switch mechanical gaming keyboard, and a Razer Cobra lightweight hyperspeed RGB gaming mouse. So again, exclamation mark giveaway for a chance to win that bundle of prizes as well. And if you are looking for an upgrade for yourself, head on over to scan.co.uk/3xs. Have a look at some of their award-winning custom PC systems, and yeah, join the giveaway. It's good and it's free, and I've joined it as well. So if you join it, then I might be sad because you might win and I might not, and I would like a new mouse. Yeah. Oh well, live and learn.
What gear do you need it upgraded, Edgar? Other than everything.
My haircut could do with an upgrade.
Yeah.
Probably my teeth could do with an upgrade.
Yeah. In terms of your computer and gaming setup, Ben Smith.
I probably need to just get better at the game, click more heads.
Well, it doesn't help you're on a 60Hz monitor.
Okay, well, you know what? I don't care about your opinion. Anyway, we are through to the grand finals. So there's enough yapping. Grand finals, Portsmouth versus Warwick. This is a little bit of a blood feud. Not quite so much. All the players are actually very chill with each other, very nice. But blood feud in the sense of these exact rosters almost have been going at it for years. I mean, since I've been in my first year at university, every final without fail has been Portsmouth versus Warwick over and over again. And it never seems like one team is able to beat out the other. Now, in recent years, a lot of the old guard of Portsmouth have left, and some of their newer replacements haven't been quite as adept, still consistently reaching the playoffs, but not quite winning them.
I wouldn't say Portsmouth are a weak team by any means. Yeah, as you mentioned, they consistently make playoffs, but I mean, they lose to teams like Strathclyde, for example, coached by me. But also, it's just not as consistent. It's not as dominant as maybe they used to be. So, fallen from their glory days, the core, however, of the Portsmouth Paladins continue to play esports competitions in kind of tier 2, tier 3 EU under the name Galera Esports, and they're pretty good at it. Pretty good at these Ramacha Rhino comps. They often lean towards JGPT piloting them. And of course, current Portsmouth players, I believe, Pink, Rifts, Pink, JGPT, I believe, still on the roster. No, not JGPT. My mistake. It's Pink and Lukey Boy. There, I got it in the end. Sorry, I'm a fake fan.
I know.
But no, they will be the strongest players, or the players who are still on the roster, the most experienced with the whole Portsmouth. But I think Portsmouth are the big team who really get to make use of being able to play alumni, right? I think these guys get the biggest buff by far of being able to have basically whoever you want in your roster. I think other rosters like Warwick are basically all still active students. A lot of other players, maybe once they kind of leave university, stop playing, stop competing as much. But Portsmouth, no, they keep on the grind. And we'll see if that extra experience playing T3 that maybe Warwick didn't have as much of is enough to get them the edge today.
Yeah, and these teams, it is so evenly matched. I mean, just to give an idea, we've seen Portsmouth today go 5 maps with Kent. Yesterday, Portsmouth have handed Warwick their first loss in forever, I want to say. I don't think Warwick has lost since NSE, I want to say NSE winter of 2023. I don't think Warwick has lost a university game since then.
Sounds about right, I'd
Someone
say.
can correct me if I'm wrong, because I could just be spreading misinformation on the internet, which is one of my favorite pastimes. However, I think this is true. And it has been with this roster. They are down Thrall today, but dare I say, Micro Yeti, a perfectly capable backup option for them on the support role. Finding a new Lucio player has been interesting for the Angels. Key Dog, Thrall, and Micro Yeti, all traditionally more kind of flex support players, and traditionally forcing Thrall over onto that Lucio, a role which has actually been taking pretty well, almost, like a swan to water kind of situation. Micro Yeti, something similar as well, as we are just waiting in the lobby for these teams to get ready. Portsmouth are all ready. Warwick, they're still kind of waiting on things.
Yeah. Speaking of Lucio players, by the way, Galera Esports recently had some roster debate, I suppose, about what main support they're going to be playing. They started with 2 about a month or so ago with Horrocks, the famed MMU character, personality, Twitter poster, whatever you want to call him, as well as Yukino playing the Brigitte for the most part. However, both of them have since left. Horrocks to 5 stars and Yukino to Hypnos. Both made it close. It made it into top 24, I believe. No, sorry, Hypnos was 25th. But that means that Galera Esports have been trialing new members to replace them. So we'll see if that consternation with the roster is going to be enough of a disadvantage. Of course, we mentioned as well how then no Thrall means that, again, not the Lucio player starting for either side they'd be comfortable with. But at the end of the day, Lucio is Lucio, I feel like. Also worth mentioning that I think you said earlier, both these teams are very friendly with each other. That's entirely true. I mean, I asked them for trash talk, hearing nope, nope, and then a little bit of jokes about playing Orisa. But other than that, I guess what that means is we can expect Orisa, and these teams aren't going to flame each other. No love lost between them. Of course, they're playing for the championship of the Scan Invitational and the grand prize of 250 Great British Pounds, I believe 150 for second place. And off stream, we've got the 3rd and 4th teams, the teams who lost semifinals, playing a 3rd place decider. Winner of that will get a cool £100 to at least finance whatever one wishes to finance with 20 odd pounds for. So fair enough for them, but you would love to get that 1st place prize.
I mean, £250, like, we're talking about a lot of money here. We're talking like at least 200 Freddos, right? Which is a lot of value. We're talking like a sizable number of meal deals. I don't know, like at least 150 meal deals or so, maybe 120 or so.
Great maths. Wait, How do you have a meal deal is £3.40?
Oh wait, no, I did that like really wrong. We're talking maybe more like 80 or 90 meal deals.
Bro, my co-caster can't count.
8. All right, you can get 80 meal deals. All right, so these teams aren't competing for 250 quid; they're competing for 80 meal deals instead. Right, is that what we're thinking about? And they could be spending some of their stuff on, some. They could also be spending some of their money on the the new scam products that we have been talking about. Again, gentle reminder, go over to scan.co.uk/3xs if you are looking for any upgrades, any Scan custom PC built systems that you're interested in, something that could be on the late Christmas list, so to speak. We are also having a prediction in the chat, so make sure to get on that as soon as you can. Show some support for the teams that you like the most here. Portsmouth, Warwick, both big teams. They both have a lot of fans. And I think what we know is that it's going to be some great Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, I think my personal prediction is probably going to be 3-1 to Warwick. Mm-hmm. That is kind of the voices assembling in my head.
Do you feel that Portsmouth win against Warwick yesterday doesn't affect your... How does that affect your 3-1 to Warwick prediction?
Oh, well, firstly, it's 1st of 4, so I'm changing it because I forgot. It's actually going to be 4-2.
Okay, 4-2.
I think just based on what we've seen today, it gets a little bit more awkward. JGPT is going to play Orisa and he's going to be very bored, and I don't think Andreas, Kido, the rest of them like that all that much.
Right.
But we'll have to wait and see, really.
Yeah, and Control is a map type that favors the brawlier style. Again, the weakness of, if you can call it a weakness, the weakness of the Warwick composition is you lack a lot of point presence. And at the end of the day, Overwatch is about the objective, ultimately. And the ability to lock yourself in on the Orisa to stay there, and the ability to lock the Orisa, stay on the point, force Warwick to come to you, and eventually make some kind of mistake. It's going to be pretty good for him if Portsmouth can manage that.
Most definitely, I do agree. Note, they're really playing to punish Andreas here with Pink on the Cassidy, Lukabu on the Mei. They want to make these cycles as tricky as possible for the Warwick Doomfist player. Fair enough to him, but that is going to give a lot more freedom to Kitty Input, to Novulant to just run rings around their opponents. So it's a Portsmouth retirement home versus the Warwick Angels starting here on Nepal.
Yeah, and Rift also going to be playing the BAP as well, so you give a lot of healing output, a lot of protection, but also you are a vulnerable target, as this wraparound is going to come all the way through, really trying to bully out Andreas there. Heal does end up trying to come through for Rift to stay alive in this fight right now. JPT going to be positioning themselves on the point a little bit more. Again, anything that you can do to bully off Andreas is going to be good right now. Because now Pink is bunkered a little bit close to the backliners, so Novulant going to have a hell of a time getting in here. Still poking and prodding on the point. Wall just going to be splitting the point into two. Not really finding a whole lot here. Andreas punched into the corner right now. Does have this Empower Punch charged up now. Can looking to make some magic with it. And it is going to be that. The snipe onto Lukey Boy. The timing is absolutely perfect right now. Andreas going absolutely hog wild on the Doom Pit currently. And the Sousa as well. The pocket that the man gets is absolutely ridiculous. And eventually, yeah, Warwick going to be winning this one out. Very late window from Rift there. Going to want a refund on that one.
There's a chance that it makes this fight a little bit more winnable, but I'm still not in love with the decision. Yeah, Lucio, JGPT, all those players dispatched, and that's going to be an ultimate that the Portsmouth Paladins are going to be one team back very, very quickly. Gives a huge advantage to their opponents instantly. Note Lukey Boy swapping over to that Tracer to mark Novulant a little bit more. Goes back over to the Mei, so that's just resetting the ult charge. Look how far away that Blizzard is compared to everything else. With back of basically no value. So great start for the Warwick Angels. They have pretty much the lay of the land here. They can use pretty much whatever ults they want and have a pretty decent chance in this upcoming battle. Has to be the Sound Barrier, the Terror Surge, that finds something for Portsmouth.
Blizzard also not even the most effective ultimate against the Warwick composition, because every single person has a cooldown to just run away from it. You're going to be very hard pressed to lock anyone down. I don't want to beat you. Hop in that beat very, very early here, just in response to the Keydog Kitsune Rush. Is going to counteract that all a little bit, but nothing's counteracting the punch here. And actually going to be pulling in with the Terror Surge. Kitty Input just walking to the side, has absolutely no fear right now. Why would you need to? It's not like there's a cast to deal with you anymore. Andreas already taken care of that problem.
Yeah, and just continuing, I will say, Kitty Input, every overclock he's popped, bar like 1 or 2, does somewhat remind me of a certain clip on Colosseum. But unfortunately, he finds the railguns whenever he needs it, you know, outside of the ultimate, and that is unfortunately for Portsmouth, of course, very fortunate for the Warwick Angels. Portsmouth for Novulant, if they walk high ground, then that will spell the end of them pretty quick. Like, walking low, still an opportunity for the statement, might just be a lab force.
Lukey Boy over to the Tracer as well now, so going to be devoting a lot of their brain power to marking Novulant to keep their own backliners safe. The best defense is a good offense, right? If you can shoot out the Tracer before they get to you, that might just be the key to shutting that pick down. As Rift actually plays up on this high ground, and Pink just going to be killed in the middle of the rest of the team there. That's a disastrous fight for Portsmouth. What happened there?
Lovely adaptation to On's taking care of Lukey Boy. Super impressed by how Novulant is playing. Of course.
No ults used.
Yeah, no, that's about as nice as you'd want. It allows you to get your ult economy in a great scenario, but it doesn't even matter because you just simply can't touch. Portsmouth get collapsed out of this first point of Nepal. Warwick looking in control here.
Oh my, okay, Warwick, coming out swinging here today. Certainly getting revenge from yesterday. That ended up being a 2-1 in favor of Portsmouth, remind you, and Warwick out here for blood today. Now, if you're thinking about a point where you can make the Orisa work, you would like to think that this is it. You know, you'd like to think that you can bunk yourself on the point and just be, you know, an unstoppable object, right? Especially if you're running the Reinhardt for the shielding as well. Going to be seeing whether Warwick has this scouted with the Far Mercy or whether we're being trolled a little bit. However, the Far Mercy actually has some legs to work with on this map, wouldn't you say?
I think it's fair enough. Legs to work with his strong placing. I'm very much a Pharah hater. I think the Echo is almost always a better pick, but if nobody wants to run it, I mean, there's no answers for it on the JGPT side of things at all. So it's just about waiting, and eventually you will find a pick. You can do the same thing with your standard comp of Tracer, but if you're feeling more comfortable on the Pharah, then fair enough. Look how much they have to hide. Look how scared all of Portsmouth is.
Yeah, going to be TPing over to the backside of point as well, and the amount of... Novion is so free. Actually freer than the United States of America right now. Literally, there is no pressure. Already 70% alt built for Novulant just on this skybox. You need some kind of adaptation, surely, if you're Portsmouth.
Yeah, Pink's over to the Cassidy. I mean, if they keep playing with that sim, then Novulant will essentially be a Costco sample, and yeah, just no chances there. So full adaptation, JGPT even over to the D.Va. They want to do everything they can to shut down this Pharah, even at the expense of changing up their playstyle. A little bit too far from what they had originally game planned out. So we'll see if these adaptations are going to work out. Plenty of pressure though onto Rift will likely come through as someone who can't really keep up with the D.Va Tracer.
Yeah, and the idea here is to just sort of use your Tracer and your cast to mark out a lot of... to mark out the threats and the supports of Warwick. Going to be a trade here, but the res actually advantage there onto Novi. I mean, this is currently a 4v5 for Portsmouth to work with. Pink seems to just kind of be in his own little world right now, playing deathmatch, trying to shut down onto Novulant, who has the barrage, wants to let the pain rain down on the rest of the Portsmouth retirement home right now. Warwick very solidly in control, showing that they can, you know, stretch their legs a little bit. They don't have to confine themselves to the Tracer Lucio the whole time. They'll also just play Pharah and win.
And they're winning pretty comfortably. This is also pretty much the same scenario as last fight, where Warwick have ult advantage, position advantage, and you have to sprint to the point. If you're the Portsmouth, you have to try and challenge for something, but I just don't see what you can do.
Yeah, and this Tracer has to be so careful of Novion. Not quite able to one-shot with the damage boost anymore, but still a single rocket into Lukey Boy is going to force a recall or force him to leave, maybe even get a kill right now. Kitty Input is going to be dropping here. Has this overclock, I want to be you, hiding in the corner, thinking that someone will save you, but nothing is going to help you there, bud. That's the Lucio that's going to be felled. Point has flipped the way of Portsmouth for the time being. But it's just a bit of cosmetic percentage on the point because, yeah, Warwick right now, they're just showing how effective it is to just dance around this composition.
Yeah, very much agree with you. I think that JGPT is kind of struggling to find value on this D.Va. Not really able to mark Andrea. It's not really able to pressure Novulant nearly enough. And if you're not pressuring any of the DPS, you're not taking care of the Doomfist, you're kind of getting a lot less utility than a couple other tanks would get. They're just running to the objective time and time again. And you find a lot more value doing that with a Rhine, with a Ram. As you know, often these characters, these players will be more proficient on sound barrier activated. This beat might give an advantage.
Yeah, didn't end up punching Pink out of the ult, so has to play a little bit scared there. Once again, another point flip is going to go away. Beautiful stick there, but ends up blocking that at the perfect time. Damage onto Andreas is good though, but the healing was going to say maybe slightly better, but Lukey Boy has the edge in that. Micro Yeti is Valking, but taken out of the sky. Pink with a damn laser rifle right now, just finding these headshots through the sky, catching one onto Kitty Input as well.
Yeah.
And remember earlier when we talked about how cosmetic that percentage was? It seems to have built up now.
Yeah, I mean, Rift's primary fight is honestly feels like the biggest factor marking Novulant right now. And decides to move over to the Tracer, and fair enough for it. Back onto their standard comp now, no fun and games, just full focus Warwick Angels.
Yeah, they're done playing around here. They have to deal with the D.Va, and Rift just gets absolutely brutalized, leads from the game once again. You have to be considering whether the BAP is really your best option here if you're Portsmouth, because you just get hounded down because there's too many threats to have to deal with. A Tracer, a Doomfist, a Kyrie Lucio, anything at all will just fall from the sky and batter you against a wall. 97% here, unsure if Touch even able to come through.
Not happening.
That's Warwick, first map of the series right now, making a statement in our grand finals here today, powered by Scan Computers. And my God, that was brutal.
Yeah, super impressed by Warwick Angels once again. I mean, a couple of nice plays come out from Portsmouth, but it's simply not enough. I think the thing about Warwick Angels is that it's not like they only play this Doom comp. They kind of pigeonhole themselves into being Doom one-trick. So that's true, but there's multiple different looks they can do around it, and Nice shooting from Pink, unfortunately won't get them the victory. So Warwick Angels get there first, and in such dominant fashion, I'm almost a little bit worried about my prediction. It continues in a manner like this, we could see a quick clean 4-0. Portsmouth going to have to make some adaptations to make them not so. I feel like, at least personally, I'd like to see them go like Tracer, Cassidy, Ramatra, if I were them. So you can kind of blend what they're super comfortable on with the Ram, as well as some DPS who can really mark fight for these off angles. That would be my personal look, but they're going to have a think about what works best for them, because right now this Orisa isn't really finding the same success, and it is the Orisa, I think, that got the victory last time they played.
Yeah, Portsmouth, they need to try and find something from their back pockets right now. Whatever happened to Warwick yesterday, heard a couple of tellings that maybe they just weren't quite syncing as well as a team. Maybe Andreas is having an off day. Maybe, I don't know, someone poisoned Micro Yeti's spaghetti that he ate at lunchtime, getting food poisoning. There are a bunch of things that can go into why a team is underperforming. The Warwick Angels that were seen yesterday in the tournament, they got 2-1 by Portsmouth. They don't really seem to be an issue. They don't seem to be a factor right now. Everyone's locked in. They're laser focused, and they're sending Portsmouth back to the retirement home, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that right now. Super impressed what we have seen out of the Angels. I think Portsmouth, again, just looking for these off angles and not really finding them, just sprinting to the point. In fact, Warwick Angels have so much control of the angle, so much control of the space that it doesn't matter if Portsmouth have the point presence. They're just getting picked off before they can really get anything done with it. Often how the Farah comp ends up working, and in fact the Warwick comp at all. It just kill them. If they get the point, whatever, who cares? We've killed them again. So we have control for a longer period of time. Midtown going to be Locks first. I think this is the best pick for them by far. Whether they actually find success or not is going to be a different matter entirely. I think we also have to see a little bit more out of the DPS, because Lukey Boy Pink have been so quiet.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you there. Like, Lukey Boy was really struggling to decide whether they wanted to play the Mei or wanted to play the Tracer, and eventually tried to just kind of go 50-50 on both. It never really worked. We mentioned the weakness of the Mei. In theory, you think that Mei is going to be really good into the Warwick comp, because you can slow the targets down, you can pressure Tracer with icicle headshots, you can wall people off, but the enemy comp is too mobile for that. Tracer is too mobile to get hit with your left clicks. Doom is never going to stand around and just let you slow him down for that long, especially not a Doom the caliber of Andreas, right? And then going over to the Tracer, it was just too little too late. Midtown, as you said, the mature option here, the correct one, so to speak, if you're Portsmouth, it's the one that they have by far the best chance of winning. Orisa is very effective on this map, very strong on this map as well. And also Pink on the Cassidy can do a lot of good work. I don't believe we saw a whole lot of Cass coming out, or at least not getting a whole ton of value earlier. On this point, maybe on the defensive side with a little more space to work with, get those magnades onto Novio and onto Andreas, you can get some more work done.
It's worth noting as well that Pink plays tank for Portsmouth during the regular season, so maybe not given a chance to flex his DPS legs as much as maybe he would have wanted to get kind of synced up with the rest of the members of the roster. But now on his main role, I would expect, and hopefully should be able to put on a bigger performance. Yeah, you mentioned it starting the Orisa comp. Novilant just wants the Widowmaker for the spawn peak, but will go Tracer. Everything we'd expect. It's going to be on Warwick, probably to try and go around this left alleyway. I don't think really Portsmouth can stop them walking there, so it's how they punish them after they move there that is going to be the big difference maker.
Warwick need to, they need to take their angles and they need to plan their mark. In fact, they're actually going to be forcing point, which is a fairly reasonable play. This high ground is very strong to work with as the defensive side. Now, Portsmouth, however, they don't seem to care too much about the point if they can just, kill Kidian, but kill that Sojourn outright. So 60% on the point has been claimed here. Battle might be going the way of Portsmouth thus far, but maybe the war in the long run could be tipping over in Warwick's favor. On the last point, we did see how effective it could be, that getting a couple of early ticks of percentage could be a boon in the long run.
Yeah, it means you can't really give up the objective as a fight plan again, so they're going to have to send somebody to contest, and that may well be a sacrificial lamb. We'll see if it actually goes on to that, or if it will be a more consistent fight here for the Portsmouth Paladins. So they're winning the poke war, at least for now.
Oh, and it seems like Novulant ate a magnet this morning, because Rift Kunai are going to be connecting with the head very cleanly there. Another push shut down the talent on Portsmouth, the individual talent is really strong, and you also cannot forget, as you said earlier, most of these players do make up that Galera esports core, so they know how to play as a team as well. Putting in a strong performance right now. Not a single ult has been burnt from either side, however. So around the 2-minute mark is where things might get a bit hairy. As Portsmouth, do they want to get creative here? It seemed like they wanted to.
I think that right now we're not seeing anything too creative out of them. Just passive angles, just shooting when they need to. They're not really going for any super aggressive crunches unless they're trying to chase these kills. Again, you have to go deep. 5 ultimates online for the side of Portsmouth. Again, point being forced, and it looks like no one's going back to contest. Lukey Boy will do it, but that's space garnered for the attackers.
Yeah, Andreas does get pushed out eventually, but this is the game that Warwick want to play. They can take things slow. They can deal with things just fine. Andreas blocking up on the point so incredibly low. Doesn't actually have the meteor strike. You question the aggression that Andreas went with there, but it's always on Keydog to find the left click when it matters the most. Beat does actually come out from Micro Yeti. I want to be you popping one of their own, and the damage coming onto Micro Yeti is good. You need to get back onto the point here, Portsmouth. And things are looking decent for them in this fight. They have the tank presence, and they do still have both healers. Andreas is now back, though, so tankiness on the point is good. And now Killian puts on the high ground, and remember, the Brawl Comp has nothing to realistically deal with this one. Nofion falling so incredibly low does go down, but Andreas is still in the small room. This is a story that we've seen time and time again, and the definition of insanity, right? Same thing over and over again. Don't go into a small room against Andreas. It rarely ends well for you.
Yeah, I mean, the Overclock as well pulls so many resources, forces so much space that they're forced into the small room with Andreas. And as you mentioned, we all know how that ends. So no ults online for the Warwick Angels, but they got the cap all the same. You look at their opponents, only the Deadeye, not the end of the world for them at all. They can either kite it or cancel it with the Doom Punch. Just cycling for high grounds will be that Doom Fist, aforementioned. But right now, just waiting for a pick, waiting for an opening, waiting for the players to go so far, they're forced to fight.
You're seeing some very clean Kiriko gameplay here from Keydog, just always in the right spot to deliver both damage from the off angle before then returning back to the DPS to enable them on a different angle as well. That is the real strength of Kiriko. Is Pink actually going to be popping this from the high ground here? Force Andreas onto this angle, get some decent damage. Micro Yeti got clipped in the ankle there, but not quite the Achilles. The Achilles of his team might be Andreas' death there, heralding a little bit of disaster for the rest of the Warwick side. They're staying in this, though. They want to get some poke out, get a little bit of extra ult charge, some more damage while they still can. And this comp is so tough to lock down that you struggle to get those staggers, but Nofion eventually will be falling, and that's a nice stagger.
That it is. That means that I would expect a reset, and it looks like, yeah, the cool has been given just to back. Kitty input inserted in deep, does have some rail charge, but not enough to be threatening, not little enough to be chased down, so we'll be able to live at least for a while in this kind of deadlock. Forces the objective, great for the Angels, but they want to fight for high ground as well.
Once again, everyone on this high ground is going to be turbocharged here by the Kitsune as the cart is pushing all the way underneath the high ground, being stolen away right now. But Lukey Boy, beautiful stick, Nofion getting the differential there. But sometimes the flashy play isn't always the best one. Nofion may have gotten a very clean false kill there. But at the end of the day, Lukey Boy getting Micro Yeti, simply a little more bite than it was bark.
Look at the ultimates now. Once again, a small advantage for the attackers. Kitty input with the overclock could well find some work. Nobulan taking a shot early means that you're going to have to stable for a while. Note how Warwick are just again forcing the objective, because that way they can force JGP to drop and they can get a real battle going. If they just try challenging onto this high ground, then without a sound barrier, they don't have much of a chance, and they don't want to burn theirs before I Don't Want to Be Here does, or before this Orisa pops that Terror Surge.
Yeah, Portsmouth right now doing a great job of both keeping presence on the high ground and the point at the same time. They go so aggressive into the brawl here, and all in onto Micro Yeti is going to be what they want, and a victory beat there for I Don't Want to Be You. We wonder exactly how that will fare out, seeing that Micro Yeti is now charged a beat of their own.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's the best decision in the world. As you mentioned, it gives beat advantage over to Warwick, so more and more ult advantage for them. That being said, if I am the Warwick Angels, I'm looking for something to go as fast as possible, else Pink, else Rift will be able to charge those check marks of their own. So it's speed, the name of the game here. If we use the full-time bank, then Warwick Angels might be looking at getting held on first here.
Yeah, and that'd be such a different look from what we saw on the last point. It would be night and day, but Pihu! Sometimes when you need a miracle, Kitty Input will be there with the left click. Pink being felled here means that this high ground that Portsmouth is into like glue suddenly cannot exist because Kitty Input has just decapitated you with a railgun. So, oh my lord, this guy is a nutcase on the social, man.
For real. Just one body to clean up, and honestly, I was worried that it would have been another scenario that we saw on that first capture point, right? Where they spend everything and they get it, yeah, but they're kind of worried going to the next point. But here, equal ult trade for them, 1 for 1. They get the pick as well, and they get the fight in clean fashion. So, minute and a half extended to the bank, but still going to be hard to finish with time. They can keep it competitive, though, for these last couple of engagements.
Yeah, as we don't have a whole lot of time on the clock, has been mentioned here. Andreas does have the Meteor Strike, can always use that to go in aggressively, and Pink is having a one-sided discussion with Kitty Input's railgun right now. It's not going particularly well. Brutal body block there onto JJPT, and the aggression coming out from the Kitsune Rush is going to be enough to see Warwick through to closer and closer to the end of this point. Remember, Midtown is the best map choice here for Portsmouth by far, and they are making it, and Warwick is still making it extremely competitive.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I do think that looking at the tools that both teams have, then gonna have to be a pretty tricky fight. Andreas, yeah, you need to Meteor Strike there. Drops down to a sliver of HP. Will be able to escape, looking to land on the Kiriko.
Yeah, that's a nice damage that's going to be coming through. Eventually is forced to back. However, Suzu is here. Back into the waiting arms of the Kiriko, and JJPT stayed there welcome just a little bit too long. Pink wants to lock everything down right now, but Novulant is just too tanky. Had that BHP, can simply face tank the Deadeye shot, no problem whatsoever. If Warwick cap here, it is going to be overtime, but that is looking like it's increasingly likely.
Warwick going to keep the payload moving. There'll be time for a recontest with that Terra Surge Kitsune rush down barrier. There's a decent chance for it. If Kitty Input, though, can get this final 10%, it could be all over Red Rover for this defense.
Yeah, and they have the Kitsune Rush and the beat as well. It's going to take some absolute God's work right now. Yeah, it's going to take God's work right now for things to get done. Unfortunately, for the Warwick roster, Portsmouth are atheists. They don't believe in that, so they just end up winning this one out anyway.
Yeah, Hull comes through smidge before the end. Leaves the line in the sand that the opponent's going to have to cross. We'll see what Portsmouth can get done. I will say that overall, definitely a lead to Warwick Angels. I think this is a very hard map to finish, and normally getting past kind of the second point as a whole is tricky enough. I also think that from what we're seeing, is Arisacom isn't finding nearly as much success as I think Portsmouth wanted it to. JGPT, I wouldn't say having a weak game at all, but not maybe as flashy, not as oppressive to Andreas as maybe they would have wanted. So they're playing super soft angles, playing super soft cycles, and unfortunately, maybe not enough to really be punished as hard as they want. It's still Kitty Input and Novulant doing kind of whatever they want. Lukey Boy, super strong Tracer player, but we're not seeing it here. Pink, super strong hits here. We're not really seeing it here. Those are probably the players I'd highlight most to step up from Portsmouth, but they've still put themselves in a very winnable scenario. Just have to basically finish the map, and they'll be tied 1-1 in the series.
You also have to think about how they're going to attack first, simply because first point Midtown, and even second point Midtown to a degree, are absolutely brutal. It's not uncommon to see that these hybrid maps sort of get harder as time goes on, but it almost feels like it's done in reverse in Midtown, where the first point is so oppressive. The high ground by the train is absurd to have to deal with. The left side wraparound that you mentioned having to come out from Warwick, likely going to see something similar here from the side of Portsmouth.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how they elect to do, but again, this is going to be a lot harder for Warwick on the defense, playing the cyclical comp, right? If they can find a pick, then fair enough to them, but they need to find one before their opponents reach the objective, and with Andreas having to play so soft, then it's going to be tricky. That's nade out, but it's going to be online in a couple of seconds anyway, so this window of opportunity shortly closing.
Yeah, and you can see Andreas actually getting bullied out from the angle. If it wasn't Kitty Input finding the clean headshot onto I Don't Wanna Be You and forcing Portsmouth to bunker in this small room, Andreas could have been dead there. Speed boost could have come through onto that target, and we'd be looking at a lot of different fight right now. But that's that universe, and it's one that we don't live in, because Kitty Input has cracked aim. Who would have thought?
I think you need to force them out here and not given the opportunity. The respawn is here. You need a kill if you're Warwick, else you might be a massive disadvantage. Lukey Boy takes a face full of lead from Novulant and a sound wave too from Micro Yeti that finds the final block. Extending the advantage is Micro Yeti, but 4-3 is still winnable for the aggressors.
The man, the myth, the legend, Jamie Reed is simply too handsome to contend with, you see. That being said, Andreas is down. There is a brief window of opportunity here if you can get your Trace back in the fight, but you have to recall that Andreas is going to be back in the fight in about a moment's notice. So whether you are able to actually ferry yourself back here, they're going to sync up with the rest team, timing the Kitsune Rush perfectly here, but Novulant's still on this angle, still with the pulse bomb, and Kitty Input is still downtown with a railgun. There's too much to deal with if you're going against Warwick.
And they don't even give over a tick. So fantastic discipline, just touching at the last possible second to make it so that their opponents get absolutely nothing out of this engagement. I do think that what we're seeing is maybe better macro even out of Portsmouth. Who I also think is that the individuals are just so much better for the Warwick Angels, or at least much stronger in this series. It's always Kitty Input, Novulant, Andreas, doesn't matter who. They'll post a frag out of nowhere, no resources, no nothing invested for it. And that's why they're able to keep this defense going. That being said, I will say that this fight is going to be a little bit tricky now. Ults are in line. Instead, I can just buy so much space.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of the timing. It's so simple. The speed boost plus the Deadeye combination. That's a huge punch that comes out. That's a huge bit of tracking coming out from Lukey Boy instead. T-Dog, a very tentative Kitsune Rush there, but it does just about cover the rest of the point. Portsmouth, they have to chill this. They know that they don't have to fight into this Kitsune Rush. This is buying time right now for Novulant to get back, but you're talking about the time, you're talking about this beat, which is just going so aggressive for the rest of Portsmouth. Beautifully timed sound barrier, though, is going to save everyone on the roster. And the stick onto JJBT is going to be heralding towards the end of this Orisa, as they do end up retouching the point right now. Andreas also low, but has the Meteor Strike, has the get out of jail free card to work with as well. Kitty Input is playing the game way too hard today. Like, way too hard.
Yeah, I mean, the exits they're finding here are nice. Maybe we'll call this winnable, but so low is JGPT. No healers ready to keep him up means that I'm just not
winnable?
that. Yeah, in fact, it is winnable. The retake of Andreas and co was strong. Trey's back and forth. This is nobody's game to win.
Winnable, losable, could be absolutely everything right now. Kitsune Rush is here from Rift. That certainly bodes well for the rest of them. Pink holding space with the Deadeye right now. You know that if the touch comes through, it's tentative and it's not even going to happen there. You recognize there, if you're Warwick, that the ults were simply too overwhelming, but you also take some comfort in the fact you know you've got almost all of them out.
Yeah, absolutely. You trade back and forth, and eventually it does take them the full 4 minutes pretty much, but they get the cap. So already, if you're Warwick, you're feeling pretty comfortable about your defense, just the amount of time you were able to burn off. This is normally the hardest point to egress onto, but it might be a little bit easier when you're only playing inside Doomfist rather than an Orisa, rather than a Ramatra. So you see if the lack of HP is going to be hamstringing the Warwick Angels, or if the Doomfist OTP is able to make his character sing once again.
Yeah, you can see the wraparound that's going to try and come through for the rest of Portsmouth here. Andreas simply like a cheetah right now, just going to be matching him every single step of the way, but they caught him out. That's the hinder coming through. That forces the Doom out with all of the cooldowns, has to return to the rest of the team. This is a really good window of opportunity, and Lukey Boy hounds that tank down. Kitsune Rush out, not in time to deliver the much-needed healing, and Suzu's right now. I don't want to beat you, takes this as the go signal. It seems like Portsmouth have really been favoring these aggressive beats, but when the results go like this and you're able to take second point, push it through so easily, as I say that, the DPS are still going off. You cannot count Warwick out of any fight at any given time. Even with Andreas falling so low here right now, that you need to get your Kiri back in the fight ASAP. Nice little Neo dodge coming out there from I don't want to beat you. Not going to be caught out by the pulse bomb on the side there. As the fight is going to be back for high ground once again, as Andreas still getting bullied out so hard right now, but the beat is good from Micro Yeti. The rest of Portsmouth have to disengage back out of this. Kitty Input, though, doesn't care about your disengage. If there's a head to click on, the man's going to do it.
Absolutely, he will. Lovely on to Rift, looking for more, but realistically, whoever gets the final blow at this point is cosmetic. Again, down to a minute. With how slowly some of these fights have been going through, I think there is a world in which we only see these single recontest from the side of Portsmouth. And, you know, to their credit, it will be a strong one with this Kitsune Rush. But I think they're just running out of time, and the amount of picks, the amount of opportunities, the amount of advantages, in fact, the Warwick are able to create for themselves make me very, very worried about their future in this map.
Yeah, going to be trying to hold on this high ground right now. Rift can always just go with that. Rift can just go with that Kitsune Rush. Andrea simply bursted down out of the fight before it could even begin. Pink has to be a little careful here, but the support is here. Luboy goes very antsy with the Pulse Bomb right there. Has all the cooldowns to work with, but stuck in a really rough position. You think that maybe flying a bit too close to the sun and those wings of wax melted quickly.
Yeah, that it does. Still players left to dispatch. We'll see exactly how that ends up going. Deadeye zones the space. Going to allow them to continue to force the objective as well. Mekriesi going down and painful here for the side of Warwick.
Yeah, just clipped a little bit of the headband there, Micro Yeti, but it was enough for the kill to come through. And it seems like at the very final hour, it's going to be Portsmouth holding on to this so cleanly right now. A little bit of heroics coming out from Pink, and maybe a little bit of a questionable peak coming out from Micro Yeti as well.
I wouldn't call it super clean, but it's a cap all the same. Again, reaching second, the exact same time bank as their opposites did. Don't know why I said that. But what that does mean is that there's going to be about the same odds of trying to get the completion on the map. Minute 20, and what they're going to have to do is win out, again, about a fight and a half. Ults a little bit in favor of the side of the Portsmouth retirement home, I would say, but it is close. So it's down to the individuals once again, but it has been the individuals of Warwick who I think has been a little bit louder.
Yeah, both these teams going to have to care Pulse pretty hard here as they're dueling on the high ground right now. Looking like some warriors up here. That's a Kitsune Rush, and that's just going to be a full retreat from the side of Portsmouth. Playing this very carefully, I say that. Rift tries to get an angle onto the high ground to enable Pink, but ends up going down for their troubles. Andreas being hounded down here, 13 HP, and the Dream will be caught out here. So off the back of that very messy fight, Portsmouth work that one out, and they're able to push this one continually through.
Yeah, last fight territory here for both these sides. 20 seconds on the bank, but if Warwick lose this fight, then they will have no more space to give. So all the marbles come down to this. Terror Surge, Kitsune Rush, beat Pulse, Overclock, beats. It's rough for both sides, but small advantage here for Portsmouth as they pop ults first.
Yeah, that's the Kitsune, and that's going to be Kitty Input falling so incredibly low. The beat had to come out at that time. Perfect to save him. Kitty Input doesn't care about the Orisa in the face, simply cares about hitting the shot, but will be eventually felled right now. The Lucio is dead, however, Tracer down too. It's currently a 3v4 in the fight. The numbers are just a little bit better. The pick's a little bit cleaner. The shots hit a little bit more often. JDBT got that in the backside, able to just about cap onto the point. But right now, it's just a stranded soldier. I don't want to be you. Does come in for the backup, however. But JDBT use all the cooldowns. Is just a lonely Orisa on the point right now. And I don't want to be you. Can't get back onto this one. Warwick Angels, 2-0 up in the series. 2-0 up in the series. But my God, Spectrum, final fight once again. Hybrid. What was initial? Hybrid's meant to be a very strong map type for the Warwick composition, but they've been struggling with it today.
I mean, that series comes super close. Well, that map, sorry, comes super close. But in the end, when the dust settles, it was a test that Warwick were able to pass. I think it shows great odds in our series that it can be this competitive. But equally, you know, Warwick going 2-0 is kind of what we expected. They are, on paper, the stronger team, I would say. And Portsmouth still have odds. They still have chances. I would argue, perhaps, that but if we manage to go to something like a Flashpoint, then Portsmouth would have an advantage there. I think they kind of had to take Midtown, so I'm a little bit stressed about how many maps they have left to give. Remember, this is a first of 4, so 2 maps left. They won't lose, even if they end up losing this next one, but they would have to reverse sweep. Again, I know I keep inverting myself, but it's a little bit rough overall for Portsmouth. I think that the best odds for them would end up going to, again, like a Colosseum. We saw Warwick Angels test on it in their semi-finals matchup, and Esperanza looks like it will be locked in.
The issue that we have here right now is that, as we were saying, the best shot for Hybrid was going to be Midtown. It's a map which so heavily favors the Orisa, and it's a map that Portsmouth were doing a lot of work on. You could argue that Portsmouth just hit Warwick with, you know, their best shot, like their one punch, and Warwick just stood up. And now you're thinking, right, well, we're screwed sort of situation. Portsmouth can't let it get to him because that map was so incredibly close. A single different press of a button, a single different time movement could have really swayed that. We'd be talking about a very different game right now. But Warwick are on top for a reason. And it seems like they are very angry about yesterday's performance, and they kind of have a point to prove here today.
Definitely agree with that. I do think that maybe a point to prove is strong phrasing. I think these teams are always looking to bring out their best. I do think that every time Warwick play against JJPT specifically, they have a little bit of extra skin in the game due to the personal relationships and also because he plays Orisa. But right now, the Orisa is kind of getting shut down.
Because he plays Orisa.
Yeah, I haven't seen all that much heroics. I feel like when we were seeing, was it half? Who was playing Orisa before? In our first matchup against Warwick once again. Like, I think we were seeing a lot more flashy stuff with that first Orisa we saw. We continue to play, and it has been a good macro overall from Portsmouth. The individuals, again, they're just not posting as many frags as maybe they could have. So I think if these players go away, spend 2 minutes in Kovacs, whatever you will, then fair enough. I think we'll be in a decent chance there. But if they stay cold, if they stay quiet like this, I don't think there's a way that they can out macro their way around around Andreas. I think that right now the Warwick individuals are just too hot.
It's always been the issue when you're fighting against Warwick of how do you deal with a team full of very individually talented players who are also playing a composition which rewards individual talent. Their go-to compositions of the Sojourn, the Tracer, the Sojourn, the Tracer, the Doomfist. It's very pop-off kind of compositions, where mechanical skill is a huge factor, and the ability of your players to get frags and hit shots and make plays is fundamental to it, right? It's greedy in that regard. Compare that to Portsmouth, who traditionally play the Brawl comp, which may have a stronger macro game, but there's less room for individual expression, right? Orisa, for instance, has a lot less pop-off potential than a Doom ever would, right? Now, that's fine, provided that you can do your job on the Orisa, keep the Doom in check, while, also trying to put some pressure onto the backline as well and soaking up damage for the rest of the team. The issue comes in the fact that you're dealing with Andreas' Doomfist, who isn't going to let you do that for free. You have to... There are so many things to talk about with the Warwick roster as to why they are so difficult to beat. Like, are we even going to talk about if they have a weakness? Or, if there's anything that these uni teams can do to beat them? It's clear that Portsmouth are capable of it, because they did it yesterday. Right now, I don't see an option aside from, literal food poisoning.
I think Warwick definitely have weaknesses. One of them would be their lack of, flexibility, especially only playing this 5-man roster here. They can't put Micro Yeti in if they want to play a non-Doomfist tank. So if you're able to bully the Doomfist enough, then Andreas won't really be able to play the game. You could do it maybe by trying Sombra ideas, Sombra comps, see what happens there, for example, because if the Cassie is not marking hard enough, you can continue to adjust that. I think that kind of flexibility is your only real weakness, though. I think if you can't force them to not play Doom, then you're kind of cooked. So, unfortunately, I feel like the answer might just be wait for Season 10 to come out and hope Doom's bad then.
hope that Venture is just like a very, very good character against the Warwick comp.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I mean, that's just a theory to talk about, right? Did want to remind everyone very quickly of the giveaway that we are doing. Again, this tournament, as I've said several times before, is being powered by Scan Computers. If you are in need of an upgrade, scan.co.uk/3XS if you're looking for any kind of upgrades to see some of their new custom PCs. Also, the giveaway that is happening, it is going to be a huge gaming bundle, ! Giveaway in the chat to ensure that you get in on this and you get some lovely goodies.
Yeah. I mean, like we've currently discussed, Egg specifically needing goodies. So you have a chance to steal away some desperate opportunities to keep him out of... Where are you plat right now?
Diamond.
Same thing, really.
Yeah. Very wrong, man.
But no, each rounds are coming up next. Normally considered a pretty strong Doom map, also pretty strong Orisa map. These sightlines, about mid-range, high ground's very playable. So I do think that in the kind of second fight is where Warwick are going to be the strongest, kind of fighting alongside that kind of big high ground, almost unassailable one. First fight is going to be kind of tricky, and once you get past those forward spawns, again, more Orisa favored. So I'd say that's where you would find your most success. That being said, a team like Warwick Angels, they find success everywhere. They're strong enough to find success anywhere. And it's the exact same kind of story that we've said before. You've got to stop the individuals from absolutely having their freedom. If you can do that, you have a very good chance to out-macro them. If you can't, it's GG.
As you say, Esperanza, people often try and theorize what the best tank or composition on it is. We see a lot of flexibility. You can play the Orisa to a lot of success, especially in the latter stages of the map, where it gets very linear with less emphasis on angles. However, you can't talk about Esperanza without talking about the absolutely brutal central portion, which is that high ground. And I say this a lot when casting, but I'll say it again. On Esperanza, teams will often give up the bot just so they can take a fight starting on the high ground. They lose the objective on purpose just so they can stay on that high ground.
To be fair, that idea of giving up space for a proper fight is something you do as well on Colosseo. You watch a lot of teams, instead of pushing into bridge, will just allow the enemy team to push it back into the archway so they can take a more even fight. I think that it's not just Esperanza, it's more like New Queen Street just kind of doesn't have that for the most part.
Yeah, basically.
Same comps we've been seeing. Again, Novulent starting on the sim for the TP, goes over to the Tracer, because Tracer's normally considered a bit of a stronger hero right now. Like we're seeing. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, soft cycle. It's going to be soft cycles from Andreas and the Angels until they see an opening, and then they'll probably try and commit onto Pink.
Yeah, I was actually speaking the other day with Mike Yeti about how much value Andreas can get simply by just slamming in and punching out. It sounds silly, but that does a lot, as it actually tries to go all in onto I don't want to beat you here. Window of opportunity, tried to seize it, but not quite finding the value that you wanted to. This is fine if you're Andreas. You're still building up that overhealth on every single engage so that when you do go in, it's going to have a lot more teeth to it. The initial point is going to be taken here by the Portsmouth roster. Who would have thought with the Orisa, right? And Andreas still just soft cycling as well, building up to his Meteor Strike to try and go very aggressive. And right now you can see the issue here. Everyone's just looking in different directions right now. But provided that no one on Portsmouth is dead, you reckon that this is pretty good for him?
Yeah, at least for now. I mean, it's just waiting for an advantage to come up, and being considerably closer to that Kitsune rush, I would say the advantage is on the side of Portsmouth. Watch this rush from Rift. It has to be the fight winner for them.
Yeah, it's going to go in here. Pressure can come out onto Andreas, but has the Meteor Strike to work with, but also doesn't have a Suzu to work with because the Hilo and Key Dog has been felled by I Want to Be You. JPT there, however, going in very aggressively, getting disconnected from the rest of the team, and Pink absolutely flattened, gets absolutely dunked on from space. Andreas looking like LeBron James out here with the amount of dunks happening right now, huh?
Yeah, we'll call that a fat finger because an overcook literally to take care of one Lucio. Not sure that's the decision that Andreas or the rest of them would have loved to make. So
it's the equivalent of seeing a fly on your wall and taking out an M14 to kill it, you know?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I will say that last fight, I love the fight plan to win with the Kitsune Rush. Unfortunately, they just don't win hard enough, and so the repush is in, and Andreas ruins the day of Rift.
Remember to check your corners and check the skybox, apparently. Andreas doesn't even need the Meteor Strike to just do the Space Jam themselves anyway. Moigrieti is going to be caught out by Pink here. However, you can never forget just how deadly a cast can be. You're out of line of sight for just a second, then you're dead. And we should also tell that to Pink because he made the mistake of walking in front of Kitty Input for half a second.
I will say that, I mean, being able to just like fall from the sky like Batman from Andreas, you can't really counterplay that all that much. Ult's probably an advantage for the defenders now, so we'll see what Portsmouth can do, and look, just ceding the space.
Yeah, but that's going to be the counter beat coming out from Micro Yeti, and the later beat is always better because the damage will be a little more lasting. I don't want to be you getting brutalized there. Novula doing some tricks right now, some shenanigans. Currently, as Lukey Boy does fall low, still living. JVT actually gets a little bit of revenge for the kill on the Lucio earlier, but Andreas avenges that one out too. And that's going to be the cleanup coming through from Warwick. Still on this high ground, still so dominant. How do you deal with this, man?
Again, it's just about punishing either the front line or the Doomfist. So Doomfist often playing kind of on off angles, whatever. So if it's possible to rush down, maybe Kitty input, maybe a Key Dog, then that's another win condition for you. But again, I think it's just your individuals being quiet. That I'm going to keep harping on time and time again because we're not seeing hero picks out of Pink. We're not seeing opening kills out of Lucky Boy. And if we aren't seeing that, then I feel like there might not be much chance for Portsmouth here. We need to see a step up from them.
Yeah, going to be running this one onto the high ground. And as we say, the duel is going to be won out by Novulant again. That doesn't just give yourself the edge on damage in the fight, but it gives yourself the edge on space as well. It gives yourself the edge of a health pool to work with. Everything that could go wrong has gone wrong for Portsmouth right now. Murphy's Law.
Yeah, I'd say it's fair enough. I mean, Andreas is almost pushing towards their spawn, has to disengage, but gets away with the empowered punch, so I call that a fair trade, all things considered. Remember, I said this area of the map was probably best for what Portsmouth wanted to play, so we'll see if they can find some success here.
Ooh.
Again, advantage for them, can they capitalize?
Yeah, cheeky spear that's going to be coming out here. Lucky Boy actually going to be swapping over to the main. Andreas is felled before the ability to use that Meteor Strike, so suddenly space has been created magically for the rest of the Portsmouth roster. Warwick's still on this back angle here. What can they do with this?
I would agree with that. I would say that what they can do with this angle is just pressure and eventually force resources like Cleanse, like Amp, whatever you will, and then you can capitalize later with your full 5. Again, pressure onto Andreas, and this time he's flattened.
Oh, okay. Well, this is what the May's working with, and it seems to be working a little bit better now. Earlier, we were harping on the inability of the May to really shut targets down. As Kitty Input decides this is winnable?
I don't know.
What?
I'm
Maybe
not sure
this
about
is a
that
swap
one.
to cast. Maybe this is a swap to cast situation.
If
it isn't, then
I don't
this
see
is
why
like
you go
a run
Cassia.
back of
I think it makes
Colosseum.
0 points to make Cassia. Yeah. I mean, I think it's our second, maybe flubs overcut we've been seeing out of Kitty Input. One of the rare weaknesses we've been seeing on the Warwick side of things. Some of these timings for the ults just aren't all that ideal, and they are getting punished for it. They're not getting value as one of their strongest check marks, and they are very rightly so now on the back foot here. JGPT, of course, on a Doomfist of his own. We'll see what he can get done with it. But,
Right.
I mean, going to be disadvantaged into the one-strike.
Well, this is certainly something, right? But JJPT actually getting the early differential onto Andreas. That was not on my bingo card this morning. I'll be honest there. Ping falling incredibly low on the side. Cannot really afford to lose anyone if you're Portsmouth, if you want to keep the ball rolling right now. But, okay, JJPT, you managed to diff Andreas. Okay.
Yeah, I think that it wasn't really a diff so much as every single resource in the game just going to ruin Andreas' day. He's getting walled, naded, and short punch. Like, you can't do anything there. So, Meteor Strike forced early advantage, I'd say, for the Paladins. We'll see if they can snowball this into a third consecutive fight win.
Yeah, and Rift going to be catching on to Kitty Input as well. There's a lot of long-range damage now gone here. Pressure is out, and you see the angles that Warwick are having to play on here. They're a little bit awkward to deal with right now. Portsmouth have a sizable... They have a sizable chance of pushing this one through to this checkpoint here. Only 10 meters to go. We are looking at this fight. It really is do or die.
Very much so. Giving over the lead here would be tragic for them. Kitsune Rush, not going to open too many oppositions. The beats down, sustainability online, but still no commit from Angels.
Yeah, but that's going to be the Blizzard. And it is going to zone a lot of space here as we get to 88% on the point. That's so close. Novulant is actually going to be felled here. And JJPT is still healthy. That gives yourself the pick in this fight. That gives yourself the advantage. And now Andreas is going to be pushed up against this wall again. Knows that he has a say on this to make some kind of miracle happen. But it's not gonna. The miracle never came. Portsmouth have taken the lead.
Yeah, the swap over to the May has made it so much harder for Andreas. And also been quieter from the DPS. Kitty Input post to frag to bring it not so.
Yeah, this May has been doing a whole lot of work right now, and Gluky Boy going crazy. Gonna be sniping out Kitty Input somehow. Fortunately, the spawns are always gonna be better for Warwick when they get to this late position here, as Andreas not too happy with what's been happening. All this shenanigans that Portsmouth have been up to, catching 3 in that fight alone. But we have not seen Warwick on the back foot in quite a while, and right now they are they have a long way to go.
Yeah, we'll see if Portsmouth are able to sweep their legs out from under them. Doom Duel on the higher ground, but will be inconsequential. Just about earning what space you can. Going to need to be this fight and the next one, I believe, for Warwick Angels to get the lead back again. Kitsune Rush looking to go early.
Yeah, very early. Andreas does fall pretty low early in that fight, but has the Meteor Strike to work with. But good discipline to not do that, as JJPT gets sent into the Shadow Realm by Andreas, apparently. Bot being stolen away, however, by a good chunk of the Portsmouth roster. Remember that when you're in the lead, you don't need to be winning out every single engage, every single fight. You just need to be buying time right now. And that push, really good there from the side of Portsmouth.
That is true, but there's only a certain amount of that for which it is true. You know, like if you buy a bunch of time here and then Warwick win the next fight as well, then you're in a terrible scenario and you have no time as well. So it's about whether you have a comfortable lead more or less. I think you really need to get progress on the bot if you are Portsmouth here. So they need to win out this particular engagement.
Yeah, but it's not just time. They also have all of the check marks to work with. The Meteor Strike does come through as Pink clears the space with the Deadeye as well. Again, you can just force Warwick to back up a little bit, have to wait to get back into this fight a little bit. Kitty Input does have the overclock from downtown. The beat was perfectly timed. Kitty Input was dead to rights there without it, but Novulant is dead to rights off the back of that headshot from Pink, and that's going to be the Blizzard as well, turning Kitty Input into a popsicle on the point. It's Andreas in the backline who has to do the Lord's work right now, but simply cannot do it for the time being. It's going to be gotten out, and yeah, that's the late pick here. There is nothing else that the rest of Warwick can do. Micro Yeti is able to retouch on this point. Novulant on the high ground can also dip in and out of this as well. Recall forced early, and that's the wall, not able to get back here. Will blink through this, but will be felled eventually. Tracer was never a great matchup into the May. And mirroring on the Doomfist, Portsmouth take a map off Warwick. What?
I don't think many people expected that, I'll put it this way, but JJPT Doomfist, yeah, JJPT Doomfist happens to be the answer to the solution. To the question, sorry, that Portsmouth have been looking for all series long, all tournament long, and eventually it's, I can only call it a desperation swap that they stick with that finds them their real success. Andreas really struggling to find value once he is marked in that mirror matchup, and Portsmouth are able to find their success. Loving how they're playing it, but also from the side of the Angels, you have to be feeling a little bit gobsmacked that someone else is even running out on the Doomfist here.
There was no predicting this. There was no predicting that the way that Portsmouth would win out this map was by mirroring Doom against one of the best Doomfists in Europe. But it worked for him. We do harp a lot on the Doom, but we also need to talk a little bit about Lukey Boy on the May. Of course, individually extremely talented on the hero. Plays it in a lot of the Galera Brawl compositions that he's part of oftentimes. But what is it really doing against the Warwick composition which caused them so many problems?
Doom in. Wall behind. Doom can't go out. Doom die. But yeah,
well,
really.
Thank you for the poignant analysis. After that poignant analysis, we are going to be running it to a break because the player's been going for a while, we've been going for a while. We'll be back very, very shortly, and we're going to be continuing to see whether Warwick can, bring this one back or whether Portsmouth might have just started a little bit of a comeback journey.
Insomnia Gaming Festival is the pinnacle of gaming nerdiness, and we at Scampro Gaming didn't hold back. Over the Easter weekend, we showcased some incredible gaming products and had some wicked fun features at our stand at I-72, so let us take you through it. Our entire area was sponsored by NSE and Intel and was situated in the heart of the festival, which drew in crowds all over the weekend. First up, our tabletop RPG area presented the ultimate way to tack up your TTRPG sessions, thanks to Shaw, Roland, Iyama, and JBL. Across the weekend, we had our team teaching visitors about the products and how to best utilize them in an RPG fashion, as well as some show-stopping showcases. We had the team from I Made This announce and display their upcoming TCG Creator Clash for the very first time. We also welcomed Billy Tricks and Rage Darling from the live improv D&D team Session Zero, as they teamed up with the Scampro Gaming team for a D&D one-shot run by Dungeon Master Barlow. For those who fancied a bit more fast-paced action, we had Helldivers 2 across all of our stunning 3XS systems, beckoning those who wanted a challenge. Compete in our Helldivers 2 competition to get 100 kills during one single game and continue on around our booth with your head held high. Moving on to the next challenge. With pure performance of our 3 access systems, it was a hard carry for some and few were victorious. We had a rage booth for those who literally wanted to show us their rage for a chance to get onto our event leaderboard. Some of the highest scores we saw were 120 to 122 decibels, which is as loud as an ambulance siren. Finally, with Helldivers 2 and the Rage booth under their belts, guests were welcome to our claw machine, the Claw, hosting thousands upon thousands of pounds worth of goodies from our sponsors JBL, Intel, Yama, Corsair, Elgato, Nvidia, Cooler Master, Deepcool, and Asus. We also had a lineup of amazing streamers who went live in our booth, like old school RuneScape legend Skidler, drumming sensation Mr. Greggles, talented cosplayer Bex, and many, many more. Our streamer booth hosted only the best quality Elgato products and dived into the premium Elgato suite to ensure that our streamers had the best quality stream at the event. Our sponsors NSC and Intel were also running the British University Esports Championships, which saw an insane amount of nail-biting action across their selection of tournaments. Our friends at Monster Energy also showcased their brand new 3XS custom build PC, built inside the chassis of a very, very, very big Monster Energy can. We were sandwiched between them and the Pringles booth, which we can't complain about as they kept us fueled throughout the weekend with their brand new tantalizing Pringles flavors. The festival was also jam-packed with its own tournaments, LAN parties, tabletop games, stage shows, evening entertainment, indie games, expo stalls, cosplay, and much, much more. We had an incredible time at I-72, and we hope you did too. Snapped a pic or video of us at the event? Make sure to tag us at Scan Gaming or Scan Computers on socials so we can see it. And if you'd like to check out any of the wicked products from our partners or those sweet, sweet systems we had at Insomnia Gaming Festival, then make sure to head over to our website at scan.co.uk. Thanks again to NSC, Intel, and all of our partners, as well as you guys, for making I-72 so special. And we'll see you at I-73.
I'm Becky, I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE. We are here at Insomnia this weekend running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals. That's 8 weeks of competitive play leading up to this moment, and it's just great to get all the teams here in person playing their finals live here at Insomnia.
I'm Kenny, I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. It's just so cool to see how much things evolve and how amazing everyone has gotten at playing the games we know and love.
I think just seeing people come together, getting Monster, trying out Pringles, getting really stuck in everything we have to offer here, it's great to see it, honestly. So on the main stage, we're super lucky to have the Intel NUCs, which have Intel graphics cards in there. They're so small and compact. This morning we had our Valorant Women and Non-Binary Finals, and it's awesome to get women and non-binary members of our community up on the main stage.
When the players get loud, it's just amazing. And the fact that they get to come and show up in the finals, it's just so much fun.
That's the longest series I've ever played in, to be honest with you. We just knew we had the mental fortitude to keep going when we went into the final overtime. I'm just so happy with all the boys, man. I'm really happy.
Big thank you to all of our partners, Intel, who is our main headline sponsor, and then also Monster Energy, Pringles, Special Effect, and also Bucks.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the finals of the Scan Invitational, powered by our friends over at Scan Computers. Remember to use ! giveaway in order to join the lovely giveaway full of wonderful gaming bundles that they are offering. And if you are in the need of an upgrade to your systems, go to scan.co.uk/3XS. All the details are still linked in ! giveaway in chat. Warwick versus Portsmouth. Warwick currently 2-1 up in the series, but we've just seen something very interesting, Spec. Would you like to tell the class as to what just happened?
The Doom one traits got beaten on Doom, guys. You don't see that every day, especially not
over?
JGPT. Is this over for me? I can't remember my German well enough to continue, so let's stop that right here. Let's nip that one in the bud. But I will say, I'm super impressed by seeing it. I wouldn't expect it from the kind of Portsmouth team at all. They're historically known for their brawl, their ram, their rhyme, what have you. So them playing this Doomfist and you're actually getting the better of Warwick, not something that I would have put money on. In fact, if you told me that would happen, I probably would have tried to commit you to an asylum. So super impressed that they were able to do that. And being able to draw blood in this series, make it 2-1 means that in this map 4, then they can continue to deal damage. I do believe we have Escort coming up first time into the day. And of course, it's going to be the Warwick Angels map pick. I think, let's see what
I believe it's Flashpoint.
Flashpoint. You're right. I'm wrong and silly. Okay, so New York City is Reversa.
Wrong, silly, but still handsome.
True. I will say that A, the map pick doesn't matter that much. I think it's fair to say that the Flashpoint maps are relatively similar. And B, if I wanted to play heavy brawl like Ramacha, I would go to Flashpoint. So we'll see if they stick on this Doomfist. If they keep, defaulting back to what has worked for them, or if they go towards their comfort comp, what has historically been the thing that produces results. We'll have to wait and see. I think they should probably start Ram, and if it doesn't work, then go Doom. But down to them. They clearly know how to find some success, and Suravasa will be up next.
I kind of theorized that some kind of middle ground might be the best option here. It's clear that on these points, you were getting a whole lot of value from Lukey Boy, right? Bro was doing absolutely nuts things on the May. Really shutting down Andreas, really shutting down Novulant as well. However, the Doom was initially just a pocket pick to kind of respawn, but it was kind of working out, and so you just sort of kept on it, right? JDPT going to be comfortable on the Orisa here. It still makes a lot more sense to counteract the Doomfist as opposed to just, mirroring it, especially because JJPT is not a Doom one trick, even after the, as chat would say, Doom Canyon that occurred in the last match. I wouldn't quite call it that much, but it was interesting to see anyway. So yeah, it's going to be the hybrid. They're going to have the May, but still the Orisa.
Yep, fair enough. Just want to punish the front line. We've seen this before. And, okay, so they're back to what they have theory crafted. Again, change onto the May, which I think was one of the big adaptations. So we'll have to wait and see whether it was the Doomfist or maybe the May of Luka Boy that found much of their success. Starting on the outside, actually, is interesting. For Risicom, I would have expected them just to walk onto the objective, but they want to stop their opponents taking angles on them, even if they have to sacrifice point positioning to do so.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see whether Pink's able to do a whole lot about kitty input on this high ground. Could just kind of dip in and out of this at a moment's notice. And Lukey Boy also going to struggle to shut any targets down on the May. That's a wall from the back. Actually kind of denies entry in the fight for the Lucio and Tracer, who are a combo right now. Andreas still on the point. Actually staying pretty healthy. You'd think that would be bullied out by this point, but no, still just chilling here. Once again, kitty input over to go to the high ground. Eventually, it took too long for Portsmouth. And if it takes this long, then Warwick are going to make some magic happen.
Yeah, I agree with that. Typically, in the long fight, Warwick will have an advantage. Because finally they will find a headshot. I mean, Andreas finds a double kill, and yeah, you're right, they ripped it onto the Doomfist. So now this is going to be the full scientific investigation. Orisa, no bueno. Will the Doomfist be any different? And of course, attacking into any Flashman's tool is tricky. So we'll have to wait a little bit to really pass some judgment. But I have to say, again, in theory, I'm not hopeful, but neither was I last time, and I was proven wrong.
A peer-reviewed study into JJPT's Doomfist will be required here. So we're going to be seeing how that's able to do. It's able to actually deal with kitty input on this high ground, which is more can be said for earlier. And will also get bullied out by Andreas, which didn't happen all that often earlier, but makes sense given the situation we're in.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. And so far, no bueno, I think, on the Doomfist as well. So peer-reviewed study, well, we have one data point for it. Mike Racy finds a double kill 75% left to go. A touch is going to be tricky at the best of times onto the objective. They can't do it, actually, no Tracer. So that means the first Flashpoint going to be going the way of the Warwick Angels, and it looks like it maybe was a flash in the pan for JJPT and co. Warwick Angels looking for their victory, and it looks like Flashpoint in the place where they want to get to map and series tournament points. So there's first through. We'll see if they can continue it, but, you know, looking at the ult scenario, at least in this next fight, there is a small advantage. JJPT, the only person who's particularly far from their check mark, could just be an absolutely chaotic fight here. An absolute conflagration of check marks here, Edgar. Who comes out on top?
All has yet to be seen, as it is going to be both these teams mirroring the Kitsunes first. I Want to Be You has consistently been building this beat up before Micro Yeti, as Andreas does eventually get bullied out. Still has the meteor strike to escape, however, and Kitty but still has the time downtown to get the pick onto Rift, and losing your Kiri, losing Lukey Boy before the wall goes up. That is a disgusting kill coming out from Kitty Input. That's a clean 4 for the man right there.
All I'm saying is the controller players have been so damn good in this tournament. I mean, Cool Beans and obviously Kitty Input as well. They are just on fire. Maybe everyone should swap to controller. Maybe we should swap to controller, Edgar.
What?
Yeah, it would make us better at the video games, what I'm saying. But like Pink,
we don't need to be good at the video games. We just need to yap at the video games.
True. I mean, exactly. Pink with the Deadeye could use to try and punish Andreas, but so far that play has not worked nearly as well as it did for Oxford during the regular season finals. Andreas just anchoring the point right now, but looking to go and win in a power punch.
Yeah, you can see the amount of resources that they're giving Kitty Input here to just stay on the high ground. They trust Andreas and Novian to play almost on their own. That's a well-timed beat to counteract the Deadeye from Pink right here. And almost a one clip that came through, but the damage simply too overwhelming. Andreas slams in to get the clean up there. Novian does get punished for it, though. And so it is going to be on the rest of Portsmouth to try and find headway onto this point. But losing your Mei is going to make that very difficult. And losing your head if you're JJBT is going to make that even harder.
Very much so. Kitty Input, another 3K. I don't know how he continues to find more multi-frags with the Sojum without ult than with it, but I mean, if he finds the multi-frags all the same, then you really can't complain too much, can you? So 2-0 here on Flashpoint. Unfortunately, the Doom experiment from the side of Portsmouth has unfortunately, I think, begun to fail. Even though it might be a slightly older pugilist, then I think that maybe the age difference between these two sides could be the difference maker. Andreas, again, has been doing whatever he will, but Kitty Input has been the hero.
Yeah, Kitty Input is almost coming up on this overclock as well, which could be absolutely deadly. Almost getting picked out there. That's a Suzu burn early, and Andreas burn even quicker, dare we say. That comes out, that's exactly what you want to see if you're a Portsmouth fan right now. Andreas being felt first. Micro Yeti also going to get cleaned up, and finally they have some room to work with here, some space to breathe. But do they have any tools to work with?
Well, in terms of ults, they are slightly behind.
In terms of
tools, not really. They have ults, they just are bad ults. They have Meteor Strike and they have Pulse Bomb, so, you know, unlucky. That being said, they have defensive positioning, which is so much more valuable now, so I think that has to be the difference maker. They clearly have struggled on some of their egresses into the point, but this is the real test.
Yeah, JPT going to be forced to use the Meteor Strike early. Not really in a spot that you want to be using it there, but you can see was getting bullied out there. Trying to block, Andreas is there with the punch. Is very comfortable in the Doom matchup. I wonder why that would be. So Andreas does try and go in for some aggression right now, and the aggression from I Don't Want to Be You is just a little... From Novulant, onto I Don't Want to Be You is just a little bit better, as Novulant on the side here still has the pulse locked and loaded, may not even need it because the damage onto JJVT simply overwhelming, and a cosmetic kill onto Micro Yeti won't be worth a whole lot here for the rest of Portsmouth. They are able to reach 99% on the point, so they are in firm one-fight territory.
Very much so. They're only going to need one cap, but they have historically struggled to find this flip, and if they don't, then they will be going down 3-1 in the series. I mean, the ult scenario as well means that at least this next fight is going to be super tricky. So I think if I am Portsmouth, I'm losing the next fight, but I'm trying to make it as spenny as possible. Trying to get the Meteor Strike out, trying to get maybe a beat out of Micro Yeti. Because if I allow my opponents to snowball ults heading into final fight territory, I am essentially giving up any chance of having a tied series here.
Yeah, you need to get something out of here, because the 5 checkmark Warwick Angels is one of the scariest things to witness in the world, you know. That's a punch coming through. Andreas hindered up at the perfect time. Pink taking the opportunity here, but Kitty Input going to be taking an opportunity of their own to pop this overclock and the Kitsune Rush as well. The damage is just overwhelming onto JJPT. Is able to live. However, that's credit to the supports of Portsmouth doing work in the backline, as Pink also overlooks the point with the Deadeye, turns it into a death trap for anyone who dares to enter. That would be key. It would be fail, but Kitty Input getting the shot when it needed to come through the most. Nice Suzu there as well, but Kitty Input is taking over the game. Kitty Input is taking over the lobby. Not even a pulse bomb can stop the man.
And the flip comes through. Yeah, 99% accrued for the defenders, but Warwick Angels, just 10% left to go. Can a touch come through? Because if it does not, then there is no chance. It will be the Lucio who attempts to reach the objective first, but bullied off, shot down, 100% reach. 3-1 here. Warwick Angels, one map away from being the Scan Invitational champions, claiming that first place prize of £250. And is there any chance to fight back from the side of the Portsmouth Paladins?
You know, maybe it was just a flash in the pan kind of situation. The Doom here simply wasn't doing enough work. Honestly, the matchup into Andreas wasn't the worst part. It's simply... Kitty Input was allowed to play the game. Kitty Input was allowed to play the game so unbelievably hard. And you simply cannot let that happen if you're Portsmouth. It's far easier said than done. Warwick are dumping more resources into this man than the United States of America ever could. But still, it is absolutely ridiculous, the value that this guy is getting on the Sojourn. Yeah,
I would agree with that. I mean, yeah, he does get about 35% of the Warwick University's GDP invested into him, but I mean, when you pump out results like that, I mean, we'll keep the money flowing.
Yeah.
Keep this guy on like a lifetime full ride scholarship, whatever you can to keep him playing, because the absolute results that he produces for his team, just unmatched in the university circuits.
Kitty Input is going to be at university until like 85 years old, simply because Warwick refused to let him leave.
They're going to keep failing him. every time he has to defend his dissertation, he's just going to fail. Because no matter how good it is, just because they want to keep him playing Overwatch.
Yeah, exactly.
They have decided to make a map pick, have the Portsmouth side, and they have went for Shambali. We've seen them play it before. They played it when they've struggled into their previous matchup. They did win it out in that 3-2 series, and it is where they like to play from their Romanche.
Last map.
Yeah, it's where they like to play their Romanche. It is one of their best maps, but equally, it might be a little bit easier for the Warwick Angels to do kind of whatever they want because it's so easy to take high grounds. If Portsmouth are trying to contest Robot on the defense, then Warwick will take high, and if they don't, then Warwick will force point, and vice versa. Portsmouth won't really be able to split their combat the same way that Warwick can, so we'll see how it ends up playing out, but this is probably Portsmouth's best map, if you ask me, at least on paper. So we'll see how it ends up playing out.
Yeah, it's certainly one where they can... It's one where their composition makes the most sense. They can run the Ram, who is a very good hybrid, and this map sort of calls for that. Ram is a brawl tank. Of course, that goes without saying. But the ability to actually be able to poke and prod before the fight begins and burn a couple of resources from the enemy team before then going all in with that Nemesis form and then the shield to enable yourself to continue poking, it allows you to play a more, I guess, gentleman's brawl kind of style, for lack of a better term, where instead of just hard committing every single fight, you're playing very tempo, you're playing very carefully, and then seizing the moment when you see it, rather than just how hard can I unga bunga onto the enemy team kind of situation, which you need against a team like Warwick.
To be honest, I'm always more of a Ryan enjoyer than a Ram enjoyer, so if they end up locking the Crusader, I will be a happy boy. I don't expect them to do that, though. I mean, JGPT is strong at both heroes. Ram is good now, though, and Ryan isn't, so likely we'll see that change come through. Very much so, I would expect to see the Doomfist in for the side of Warwick. No surprises there. There are much I would expect out of Portsmouth. Time will tell, of course, and with Portsmouth starting out on the defense, they can draw the line in the sand, as it were, for the Warwick Angels. See exactly how far they themselves going to have to get on their own attack. But will that be enough? Again, I do think it is worth noting that I think Novulant will struggle a little bit more here on the Tracer if that is what he elects to play. I think the sightline's a lot worse for that particular hero. This is a Soj map through and through, and Kitty Input has him running the server, running lobbies on that hero.
Yeah, and as much as the Novulant file went off, it would be intriguing to see here. No Ramatra is going to be coming out, still sticking to the Orisa, so those guns to shut down Andreas. It's still the idea that the Orisa is the better matchup into the Orisa is the better matchup into the Doomfist as opposed to the Ramatra. And as Ram, you can either play to rule out the enemy tank or walk onto a backliner. But what backliner are you realistically going to walk on if you're a Ram here, right?
Yeah, you're going to struggle to find a target in certain scenarios. Orisa here, yeah, fair enough. Just here to disrupt. Novulant, I would expect, will change off this Widowmaker after a hot second, but seems comfortable to sit here at least for a while, at least for his first hold with these long sidelines. Note how Pink simply can't peek even on the Cassidy.
Yeah, and Novulant's Widow could prove deadly here. It's certainly a character within their wheelhouse right now, going to be playing a bit of a solo mission for the time being. Speaking of solo missions, Lucky Boy is just in this small room alone, and we know what happens when you fight Warwick in a small room, right? So going to be bailed out of that situation, but the cart being dragged away. Now being dragged away from the side of Portsmouth, they're going to have to do something to eventually retouch this. That's the wall just going to be barreled through, and they're going to be trying to barrel onto Andreas as well. Very good damage, very overwhelming right now, but Suzu was perfect. Now Andreas has the empowered punch, and he's going to punish I Don't Want to Be You with it.
Yeah, I mean, you get the opening frag there, and that might be it for the defenders here. Of course, they have flipped the map, but that's going to make respawns much harder to regroup with the rest of the peloton here. Rift falls, no supports. Kitty Input dismantles the rest, and lovely from the Angels. They flip the map pretty much as soon as they wish, just by forcing the objective. Their opponent's forced to follow and taken down while they are in that inferior position. So great start from the Angels. Closer on ults, they can take as much forward space as they want. And Novulant, what a chase! I Don't Want to Be You dies a sort of 20 seconds after the rest of his side. That's time off the bank. Can they even contest for first?
That is such a late pick onto I Don't Want to Be You. Is the Lucio, so the likeliest to get back in the fight nice and fast, I suppose, but this is going to be a bit of a brutal drop having to come through, especially because Andreas just goes straight to the high ground. This is the window from Rift to keep the point locked down, but right now there's no one to shoot with it because the rest of Warwick able to just dodge around that. Nice dodging there from Rift, dare we say, but he's just being bullied in the corner. This is a brutal watch if you're a Portsmouth fan to see your boy Rift get deleted from the game like that. But the picks are pretty good. Novulant is so low, does end up getting poked out here. Portsmouth, by the skin of their teeth, holding on to this one.
It takes them everything, though, and it takes them very back and forth trades. That was not clean. That was not repeatable. That was winning in like a fight in the mud, right? Just like wrestling in the dirt. And when all's said and done, there's also advantage as well for the attackers. Overclock just a stronger ult than the Deadeye that Pink is almost having, and these beats going to be mirrored out. So whoever beats first is going to be at a disadvantage, but ultimately it's going to be an uphill battle for Portsmouth here.
Yeah, wall attempt came out there, not quite getting value. What a Gideon for being sent to the Shadow Realm with that spear. Andreas going to be sent to the spawn room with that Rift headshot as well. Kitty Input swallowed 12 magnets on the way to work today, and is feeling the effects right now.
He got actually banished there, no value from the Sojourn ulti there, just not so high. Can't contribute to the fight, and in the 4v5, yeah, frontline does get punished, rightly so. Great fight from Portsmouth. I mentioned how that was just disadvantageous for them, but now they're going to have to replicate it, and I don't think you can prey on a spear just launching Kitty Input to Narnia and back once again.
Yeah, and it is going to be that beat coming through here. The aggression is good. I Don't Want to Be You punched against the wall here. Pink has some time here, but that's going to be cancelled out for the time being. Lucky Boy, however, going to be trading the pick onto Kitty Input. This is a good defense here for Portsmouth. They're still in this one as Lucky Boy gets these late picks. There's 10 seconds left on the clock right now. Warwick right now just falling over like a sack of potatoes spec.
I don't think they can touch. Kitty Input's going to try it on the Sombra, but it has to be Kitty Input. And getting spy check consistently. 1 second left to go. Overtime will not be started.
Wow.
Full hold here for Portsmouth Paladins. They only give up these singular points. And because of that, I mean, the attack could be quite a lot easier. Note that Warwick's comp is, by its nature, somewhat unstable, right? It's very easy to make mistakes when you're playing very mobile heroes. That's kind of how they work. But that means that it's going to have to be a nigh on perfect defense. They have one fight to give up in 4 minutes. That's tricky.
I guess this is just proof that old dogs can always have new tricks, right? And Portsmouth showing a whole lot of tricks today. Going to be going over to their comfort map. And so many of those so many of those fights just seem lost. And here we were thinking to ourselves, right, let's see Warwick push this to the end. Let's see maybe the full hold or the one cap come through and crown Warwick our champion today. Portsmouth right now, they do not want to go down without a fight. They want the prize. They want the glory. They came into this for a reason. They are showing that they are going to be the ones who can, beat this unstoppable force that we have called Warwick for so long.
I mean, they beat them before in times long past, so possibly they can do it again. Of course, I think that it's worth mentioning that this is about as Ports as it can get, bar playing actual Reinhardt. I mean, this Orisa, they're piloting as a brawl composition and just kind of castling, taking the space and waiting, forcing Warwick to try and take it away. Okay, that's an ancient spray. For Skya animated, JJPT is ancient, man.
JJPT is like 43 years old and actually has to be done with this game quick because he needs to pick the kids up from their after school club. So hopefully able to finish this one off quickly, right? Going to be trying to front load this damage here. Andreas is going to have a rough time to play on a really kind of short angle here. Doesn't have the luxury of the high grounds to work with right now. It's already fallen to about half HP. It's going to get healed up from a distance from Key Dog, but Portsmouth are so clean. They know their rotations on this map pretty well, and they just want to walk all the way into this small room. They went on a side mission, bro, just to kill Gideon, but before actually continuing with the main storyline. They power leveled their characters so hard, and well, they're reaping the rewards of it now, right?
I mean, I love that chase there, but notice how as soon as they want to take high ground, they just can. Warwick can't contest. Because any space that JJPT and co occupy, Andreas and Novulant, the rest of them, it's a no-go zone, right? So you have to run away, and burning the slide once, meaning that Kitty Input was totally defenseless when they just kept on pushing. Mount Casey taken down. Things go from bad to worse for the Warwick Angels, and no exit frag and onto JJPT. Oh, there's one at least, so maybe a chance, but they're close to spawn still.
Yeah, single exit frag does come out, but there's still so much damage to work with. Andreas is still in the back, trying to bully out Rift, but eventually the hunter, the hunter becomes the hunted, ends up staggering just a little bit there. JFT can now come back with the ultimate. 2 minutes left on the clock. We are firmly approaching final fight territory here.
Very much so, but only for the side of the Warwick Angels. So many attempts for Portsmouth now. Window to force the sightline. It's going to have to be Andreas to touch as it is ever, but it's going to be so tricky for him.
Yeah, and there's a Kitsune Rush out. Lukey Boy's in a really rough spot right now, but Kidima's actually been felled, and that's going to be the Blizzard on the point right now. The moment that Andreas tries to lock down, can't touch the point. Yeah, we can't even really call that C9. They just had no room in that fight right now. Portsmouth making this competitive 3-2 in the series. Map 6, ladies and gentlemen. This one might just be going the distance.
It may well. I mean, it's going to be the Warwick pick here, and they will be going back to control. So I have to say, on paper, that would give an advantage to the Warwick Angels, who have been very strong at their control map so far. I don't believe they've dropped one yet, except for, I mean, possibly to Portsmouth. In the first series today, of course, it did very much the favor of the Warwick Angels. That was Portsmouth's pick of Nepal. Now, Warwick have it. They could close up this series 4-2, like I predicted, but also I'd say it's about an equal chance that Portsmouth could take it back. And finally, they found their stride. They found their comfort in playing this Orisa composition. And they could well be able to snowball that momentum and to bring us tied up to 3-all.
Yeah, we are. We're trying to get into the next map as soon as we possibly can right now. And I was very wary of the May pick from Portsmouth early on. I called it out on control, where it simply didn't work, making the point of the fact that how are you going to lock a Doom down with Wall when they can just slam over it or punch around it? How are you going to lock down a Tracer who's never going to really be in range to actually hold those left clicks? Lukey Boy just heard that and decided to not miss on the May at all. The walls have been perfect. They've been cutting off Andreas perfectly. Right clicks to constantly hound out Novulant as well. It's been working so extremely well here for the side of Portsmouth, and credit to them for making the adaptations to overcome this Warwick side, as again, Warwick on the back foot isn't something that we see very often.
Yeah, I mean, it's so rare that they're tested. I'm trying to think back, but They'll occasionally lose maps against Oxford.
Yeah, but that was just maps.
And occasionally they'll lose series if they're competing in an OWCS or maybe an Epic Land, something like that. But they're normally very confident, and especially in the tournaments they normally play, your NSEs of the world, then they're pretty much uncontested the best. It's been a hot second since they've had real competition. I'm really wondering if they're feeling the burn right now, having to play it close against a team of, what we have to call their equals.
And this is also so impressive for Portsmouth because, again, a point that I mentioned in the last match and we'll mention in this match again today is endurance, right? Warwick, they just got through with 2 very clean 3-0s, right? They were able to kind of rest on their laurels between matches and, go off and have a nap, get a Mackies, whatever you want to do, right? Whatever you want to do in between maps, right? For Portsmouth, however, they had to play a 5-mapper and then go essentially straight into this one. And they are playing one of the best UK uni teams. Remember, a top 20 European team. Very, very close right now. This is scary for Warwick.
Oh, most definitely. But they do have the bonus of an extra map. They have the bonus of still being at, tournament points. So I don't think they're super stressed just yet. If I were them, I'm not feeling the burn just yet. So I think that it's not the end of the world. We're heading in to the map just now. So it looks like Samoa will be the point of choice, and not what I would have chosen. I'll put it that way. I think Samoa is actually very strong for the Orisa. So we'll see if that comes back to bite the Warwick Angel side, or if they're able to close out their map pick. Volcano possibly could be where we are starting out this engagement. All pressure, again, has to be on to JJPT to continue this level of dominance on the Orisa. The side of Warwick Angels, it was a little bit quieter for KD Impact and Novulant. I think the map just not too strong for it. So hopefully they'll have access to some more off angles on a map like this. I think they will be able to be a little bit more active on a map like this. And if that will be the difference maker, then fair play to them. Pink on the Cassidy to stop them from happening.
Yeah, Pink has really been stepping it on the Cassidy thus far as well to really shut down those threats. Always have to shout that out. Speaking of shout-outs, remember, giveaway in chat, some amazing hardware provided by our friends over at Scan. And also remember, if you are looking for any kind of upgrade, scan.co.uk/3XS for some of their award-winning custom systems. Sponsoring this tournament, getting it to us, getting some of this amazing gameplay right to your screen.
Rift's insta-dead. That might just be the spike cooked. You don't have to sustain. You have to instantly out and watch the disengage coming through from the entirety of the Portsmouth Paladins. No reason really to chase if I am Warwick. So great start for them. A little bit of rail charge for KD Input. And I mean, you look at the ults, no one has almost anything here. So it's basically just going to be starting the map once again, but with Warwick instantly in control of the objective.
Yeah, and you see the aggression that's coming out here from Portsmouth. That's how they want to play the composition, but the rest of Warwick are able to dance around them. Not going to have a problem with that. And I don't want to be you going to have a real big problem right now because that slam coming through. Point is going to be taken here for Portsmouth. And you can take that as a bit of a consolation prize, especially when you have characters such as Orisa and May who can just sit on this point for long periods of time without being felled. It's only an extra 15% or so, but you take anything you can get.
I mean, yeah, but equally, Rift has died twice before a member of the Warwick Angels has been pushing up the daisies. Just the backline is being absolutely flattened right now. They don't have the tools, by the looks of things, to shut down the Warwick Angels dive. So brutal. So I would love to see a little bit more of a passive play, probably from Pink, so Rift has a little bit more help. They don't have to focus on getting the kills as much as just living on the objective for as long as possible. I think that's how they need to find their success.
Yes, the pressure is going to come out. Andreas wanted to get a little peekaboo punch there. Absolutely no respect for the empowered punch. And yeah, Point once again going to be going the way. Brutal punch into the backline there. And that's exactly what you want. This is why maybe you should respect the empowered punch.
Yeah, Infinity Gauntlet straight into the backline of the Portsmouth side. They get flattened once again. I don't know, there's a reason why people call Dawnfist Thanos half the time, because this hero is just crazy. When you hit punches like that, Point flip back the other way. Remember, because they were able to get the flip to their side was Portsmouth, they're still at 33%, but lead firmly in the favor of the Angels, getting up to halfway mark here. Ults online for pretty much everyone. Better ults, I would say, on the side of the attackers, but will it be enough?
Yeah, that's going to be the May ult, but not really catching anyone out. Does buy a little bit of space, though. Thing is, when you see Andreas on the Doom, you really think, yeah, this guy can level skyscrapers, right? Smigrietti is going to be caught out, however, JJPT just spinning that spear again, generating some space on the point right now. Andreas bullied out in the backline, but still has this Meteor Strike to work with, can just keep going in and out of the fight. Finally, though, it's a beat, and that's some good health, really good beat there. Andreas will finally be felled as Lukey Boy catching a nice little 3-piece there.
Yeah, dust settles, and I think that the value that Portsmouth are able to get as their ultimates is representative to the success they found, right? They used ults, traded, I'd say, negatively with their opponents, but in exchange, they were able to get the objective. They're able to stop their opponents from getting any more capture progress, and though it is more or less last fight territory for the Warwick Angels, then they have at least given themselves a stay of execution, have the Portsmouth side. Lovely pulse, forces Lamp, Rift, at least for now, will subside.
Yeah, there is a window to cover the point, however, so the rest of Warwick have to chill here for just a minute. Maybe get time for Rift to get another one of those Immortality Fields online. Give Kitty input time to hit these shots. Pink isn't dead! That's an absolute miracle. That guy's still alive right now, and still rest of Portsmouth able to stay on the point, but not for long. Actually going to go flip the way of Warwick, so we're on a pretty nice percentage now if we're the side of Portsmouth. Kitty input is still on this high ground. Maybe a spear can always send him to the Shadow Realm right now, but Micro Yeti is going to give the go signal with that beat, with the engage. That's so much health to have to overcome right now. 98% on the point. Touch barely comes through. That's a decent ultimate, and he's able to actually catch on to Keydog at the very end of that. Micro Yeti 2. By the skin of their teeth, Portsmouth is still in this one, Spec.
That beat was an overinvestment, to be sure, but at the end of the day, the pressure's high. You need to get the fight win no matter what, and investing it, well, I mean, you'll take it, you know? Keydog dies in a particularly awkward scenario there. 93% to the Kitsune Russian, of course, being his team's only real form of survivability. Then the rest of them are just going to fall like dominoes whenever Keydog dies first. It's been fantastic at, mitigating those deaths early on in this series, but slips up here. We'll see if it matters enough in the end.
Yeah, Rift has to play life here as much as humanly possible, and that's a lot easier said than done. It's going to be a very aggressive May ultimate. Freeze isn't able to get through onto anyone, but Andreas is able to get through onto a couple of members of the side of Portsmouth, and they're just going to be wrapping this all the way up. And as you say, hindsight's 2020, maybe a beat there from I Want to Beat You would have allowed them to sustain through that fight a little bit longer, but it's no real use in thinking of what could have been, because what is right now is Warwick on the brink of winning the Scan Invitational.
Yeah, the precipice of victory, they can feel it, they can almost taste it. Yeah, you are going to be kicking yourself if you mess up your beat like that, but at the end of the day, all you can do is think about the future, and in that last fight, Andreas really just decimates the entirety of Portsmouth. Lovely double kill onto the DPS, the rest of them fall basically as a matter of course, and on a point like this, I reckon this is probably the best Orisa point on the map. I'm not sure exactly how true that is, but I would say a solid 80% certain of it. So this is probably JJPT's best chance to really shut down Andreas. Hasn't found the same level of success that they did on Shambali last time. So it's going to have to be here once again. Sim TP's out of spawn for Novulan. They don't really want that spacing do the Portsmouth side, so instead they are just starting on their DPS picks, willing to give up a little bit of that positioning in exchange for having their whole unit grouped up as one.
Yeah, Andreas once again slamming in, trying to build up some of that shielding so the engage can have a little bit more bite right now. Pink once again being sent back to Narnia, but able to get out pretty quickly as well, as the pressure is from the side of Novulan. You have so many places to look if you're on Portsmouth, so many things that you have to deal with at any given time. But that's a beautiful wall there onto Andreas. Once again, just powering up that punch, and in the short term, you think this might be fine. In the long term, could be a problem. But Andreas actually forced to use it to get out here, and the damage overwhelming Suzu as well. The Magnet didn't quite land, and Rift was felled by Novulan. Yes, the cap does come the way of the Portsmouth retirement home, but the war is going to be won out here by the rest of Warwick.
Oh, most definitely. That's clean up here first. Yeah, 15% or so that you're able to get as Rift and Co. It's nice to have, yeah, but you'd really rather have the full control of the objective. They'll be touching the point just at the time where the Angels have been able to equalize and eclipse their lead. And Novulan close to a pole, someone could finish this next fight, before it even starts. Best case scenario for their opponents is a miss. Other than that, it's Lamp Force.
Yeah, Andreas' ability to live and Novulan's ability to live is sublime when there is so much pressure, so many things that can and will punish them. You know, Lukey Boy's right clicks or left clicks. That's a very early ice bomb. It's been forced out. What was that? Novulan? That was disgusting, man. He's just him. He's just him.
He really just is. Fantastic play out of the Tracer player. forced out by the off angle, but it really doesn't matter. You've got such a lead in this fight. Andreas does go down. It does make it awkward if they want to continue pressing in. And with respawns being closer for the attackers, then it looks like Warwick Angels have bitten off a little bit more than they could true here, Hector. They have to drop back onto the objective. Novulent's going to be the one to stall out for as long as possible. But that even that is not that long at all. A one tap through the window.
Yeah, good stall, I guess. Keydog is going to come through here with that Kitsune Rush as well. Andreas has the Meteor Strike too. I don't want to beat you. Forces the beat out. Micro Yeti thinks that, yeah, this is winnable. We can invest our own and work this one through here. But Lucky Boy has something to say about it. Wants to turn this into a cryogenic chamber right now. Andreas was able to escape that, but was pressed up against the wall anyway. Feeling pretty frosty right now is Andreas. He will be felled along with Keydog. And finally, Portsmouth have a say in this, but we're on one fight, maybe retouch territory for Portsmouth, but they do need perfection here.
Yeah, you can touch here. I mean, I really don't like the decision to engage all of those ultimates. Keydog's beat, or Keydog's Kitsune Rush, sorry, Micro Yeti's beat. You just want those back. I think you invested in like 3v5, and yeah, it does allow you to get an extra 20 or so percentage points on the board, but it doesn't matter in the end. You want the fight win, you don't get that. Just the overclock to work with here. You only need one fight win, but will it be this?
If there's anything that can win you a fight, you know, it is going to be Kitty Input with the overclock right now. Forced out by the spear once again. Kitty Input has been shot in the head about 67 times just in this map alone, it feels like, but still will not be dying. JVT does use the Terror Surge to apply a little bit of pressure here, but you look at the Portsmouth health bars, they fall lower and lower and lower. Is able to give Rift the opportunity to build another window right now, but it's used in such a awkward predicament right now, and is eventually just going to be felled. Yeah, there's too many angles to have to deal with there. Window really strangely placed there from Rift.
Very much so. Kitty Input does go down. Pulse Storm onto JJPT, knocks him low, and yeah, will be dispatched in the end. Just the May on the objective and will be cleaned up. So about tied percentage points when it flips. Small lead here for Ports, but that will be vanished in quick succession. And yeah, they will be able to get touched on the objective. That's almost a guarantee. They'll have the beat, they'll have the Deadeye for it, close to a Blizzard too. So if I'm Ports, I'm really thinking of taking a slow fight so I can charge that Blizzard, have the best chance possible. The opposite for Andreas and Co. You want to go early. You want to keep them as off kilter as you can so their final recontest is as weak as possible. That they're doing. Beat in.
Yeah, Beast in going very aggressively. They want to shut down Member very, very quickly, as well as the ultimate out from Pink. But that's now been used. That's the best shot that you got. You just threw it at Warwick, and now you have to win this. Point is actually taken, and Keydog is felled, however. So very wonderful pick there coming out from Rift. The supportal combat does come through. Keydog is gone. And now as we approach 90% on the point, Warwick realize that they are the ones who have to retouch on this point at the last possible second. Is going to be catching Novula on the side here. Does get the touch, but is forced to recall out there. That's a key resource. Not going to work with it. Lucky Boy just chucks that, yeets that one right into the stratosphere, I guess. And Rift is going to be found. It's Kidia, but again, opening up the fight with a left click, which is exactly what you want to be seeing from the man. Kitsune Rush is here as well. How much damage can you get onto Andreas? The answer is clearly not enough, and Micro Yeti has his feet as well. The overclock too. Is there anything that Portsmouth can do to relieve this pressure? The answer is no, Spectral, because it's going to be just overwhelming damage, far too much. That Terror Surge not going to be coming out from JJPT. Oh, Warwick are going to be winning this one out. They took him out back. They told him about the rabbits, and this is the problem with, the retirement home, right? They just couldn't compete with the new blood today. Warwick Angels winning out the Scan Invitational 4-2. They are still on top of University Overwatch.
I mean, they've had an ironclad grip, gauntleted perhaps, on the University esports scene for a hot second. They continue. Oh, that punch is just so juicy. Really nothing that you can get done in that fight. We were talking about what the beat would have done differently. I mean, you need to cast it before you even realize there's any danger, right? Else, you're just going to get Andreas. No two ways about it. Warwick Angels will be your champions. And again, it was just a whole team performance. I think every single player stepped up when they needed it. And Keydog's heals, Micro Yeti's sheer survivability was super impressive. And the frags that we saw from Kitty Input, Novulant, and Andreas all absolutely exemplary. Fantastic series played. Warwick really were tested on those maps that they lost. And even on those ones they won, I wouldn't say any of them were particularly one-sided sweeps. Other than first, of course, really. Just fantastic series to close out this tournament. Of course, the Scan Invitational still has a giveaway, still open, so you can put exclamation mark giveaway to get your 4060 Ti 180 hertz monitor, bi-cooler master, Razer Black Widow V4, and Razer Cobra Pro if you wish. And of course, the prize will be allocated quickly to the winners of this game. Warwick Angels are going to be getting £250 to their roster. Portsmouth, 150 the consolation prize.
I mean, of consolation prize you could get, it certainly ain't bad, right?
Yeah, I'd take it.
Yeah, hell yeah. If I can get some of that 150 quid, then I don't know. It's certainly not a bad result. Portsmouth, they can be happy with what they did here today. They did come in, they did, do their damnedest. They gave Warwick a damn good show. And remember that in summer, for at least NSE, I believe, alumni are able to play during summer simply because it's slightly less competitive. People are busy trying to enjoy life, have holidays, boring things like that, instead of sitting indoors and playing Overwatch all day. So they do allow alumni to play as well. So we could be seeing this Portsmouth team reunite. And it does seem like if anyone's going to knock off the Angels, it's got to be Portsmouth, right?
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I don't think many other teams are simply that competitive with them. I'd say the top two, there's a large tier break between the top two of university esports. You've got Warwick, Gap, Oxford, Gap, everyone else. It's kind of how it stands with the active students. And, when you add Portsmouth into the equation, I'd still say Warwick are number one, but I wouldn't say there is that same tier break as it was between the two rosters.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, Portsmouth get their win yesterday. Unfortunately, just not able to replicate it here. Adaptations, of course, in for the Warwick Angels, who are so good at shifting around their composition while kind of mitigating their lack of flexibility to find their victories. And because of that, they get the win.
And they did a damn good job as well. I think if we wanted to be highlighting anyone from Portsmouth, I'd have to say Rift. Playing BAP into Andreas and Novulant, Matt, and just everyone from the Warwick side, right? It's absolutely ridiculous to have to try and overcome all of that pressure that's coming out onto you because as BAP, you are so vulnerable. That being said, Rift felt like healing was leading the lobby, not only in healing, but also damage somehow, using the Immortality Field to prevent deaths, popping windows to get value, even if some of them were slightly questionable by the end. I think I've had to shout out anyone on the side of Portsmouth. Definitely Rift for the consolation player of the match kind of prize.
Fair enough. Yeah, we'll give him that, I think. I mean, when Portsmouth did have a chance to get their footing, I do think they played some really clean Overwatch. Winning on the Doomfist, I don't think anyone expected. And I think there's going to have to be some real VOD review for Warwick to figure out exactly how that came to pass. Getting gapped by the JJPT Doom, no one ever expects that. I don't expect. And of course, winning on their home map of Shambali, very consistent for them. Not always a strong map for the Angels as well, but it's just one of the Galera Esports best at the worst of times. And they do find their success there. They get a lightning quick attack, a ironclad defense on it. And even in a series where they happen to lose it out, maybe convincingly, then that looked like a map where they are just the undisputed kings of. So definitely some positive takeaways for the side of Portsmouth. And I think the retirement home doesn't have to shut its doors just yet here, Edgar.
Yeah, I mean, the only explanation for that Esperanza game was Doom Canyon. Like Doom Gap, Doom like gargantuan differential, whatever words you can use. Then we went over to Flashpoint and Andreas grew arms again. And suddenly things were quite bad for JJPT, which was a little unfortunate there. Very strong play that came out from Portsmouth. Again, they don't have to fully disband their roster. They're going to continue playing and scrimming together as a big unit with Galera, which I believe all of the players except maybe, I want to say, I Don't Want to Be You, it doesn't play for the Galera side, but everyone else is still going to be playing together, still practicing. But we say this as if, Portsmouth are also going to get better and then eventually be out Warwick. Warwick aren't content to rest on their laurels. I know them pretty well in that regard. They are going to still continue to try and improve. They are still going to try and be the best that they possibly can.
As most competitors will do. I think the great thing is having these two teams who play together, not just in the university competitions, but also in, external competitions as well, be it official Blizzard, be it random tier 3 nonsense. They keep competing together, they keep scrimming together, and because of that, they have a lot more, unity than pretty much any other side in the competition, right? Even like Oxford don't do that. So I think that's a huge reason why these two teams are so dominant and why the kind of rest of us kind of fall back into the wolf pack altogether. And as you mentioned, they're going to keep competing. They're going to keep trying to improve, and they both most definitely will improve. So the level of these kind of finals between these two sides only ever going to go up. And with that, they're going to raise the level of the scene in general, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think it's such a, as you were saying about raising level of the scene, I think it's such a good thing for university esports that we are having these kind of caliber of teams such as Portsmouth and Warwick who are capable of competing at these very high levels. As we were saying, the idea of top 20, the kind of idea of, top 20 placements in not just, Newell and NSE, but also just in the Overwatch competitive series, the championship series, shall I say, in general, to say that we have some of the best European rosters at these universities, it's a big boon for university esports and also just kind of getting esports recognized by universities as a whole. And, well, we do have a little bit of a surprise for you that we are going to be introducing to you. We've got a guest here on, a guest that we haven't been able to speak to before we got here, but it is going to be Key Dog from the Warwick Angels joining us for a winner's interview today. Right there. How are we feeling after the win today, man?
Yeah, pretty good. It was a really tough series, I think, and also it was very fun. So we enjoyed it a lot as a team. But we're feeling pretty good about ourselves after that.
I mean, first I got to start with a question on everyone's minds. Each for answer, guys. What happened?
A lot of things went wrong. I think we staggered I want to say 70 meters. I think we can put this down to Andres' Q button not working. It's a mechanical issue.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, that was a bit of a mentally booming one for us, not gonna lie, but we managed to bring it back after that. So
of course. I mean, obviously, congratulations on the win, a 4-2 victory, well deserved, well earned. It's clear that Portsmouth were giving Warwick a little bit of trouble that we've seen more than other teams in the university scene. What adaptations were Portsmouth making that were giving you some troubles? And then how did you ultimately overcome those to end up taking the championship today anyway?
I think the main thing they pulled out was the Cas May sort of stuff. So in Swiss stage, they played that a lot, and they did beat us in the Swiss stage with that comp. So today, going into it, we were trying to enable J9 more on the Offhanger, so just making sure Micro was just on the Lucio, just followed him around the map, just so make sure we keep him healed. And then also the main strat we had was to shoot the Orisa. Once she forced out that gold, she's very, easy to kill. Kiriko can dink those headshots. Matt Murray on the Sojourn. Sorry, Kitty Input on the Sojourn. Hit those rails, and then that's basically it. And then J9's just doing his thing in the backline while us three are just shooting the Orisa, basically.
Fair enough. And then, I mean, I do want to get a little bit more expansion on something you kind of mentioned in passing. Obviously, you did get beaten in the Swiss stage. Would you say that's just because of the maps that came up, or would you say you guys maybe changed anything? Maybe your opponents played weaker? What's the difference between then and now?
I think there's a couple of things. One, the map rotation had Shambali come at the end. And Shambali for our comp is probably one of the hardest in the whole map pool, and it's their best map. So that was really tough. I think as well, just as a whole, we weren't playing quite well together, and also it was the fourth map, so maybe a bit tired. We weren't all playing on our A game, a bit mentally boomed. So just a combination of things sort of fell into that.
Of course. And the final question that I wanted to ask here today, obviously, £250. Surely you'll be getting a little bit of pocket of that. How do you intend to spend it? I think before, when we were talking, we were theorizing that you could buy however many meal deals with £250. I mean, is that how you intend to spend it, or slightly differently?
Not probably just buy a couple of drinks with it, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, we got money from NSC, Newell, and this, so maybe we could go have a really big night out. I don't know, in London somewhere.
Wow, the Warwick Society is eating good today, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, for me, final question would be probably, why can Matt Murray not hit overclocks?
Well, you've seen the Colosseo clip, right?
Yeah, I cast the Colosseo clip.
For the Colosseo, man.
I think today he was saying at the beginning he was feeling a little bit off, but I think by the end of the series he was hitting those shots. Last fight, he just picked off that bat. Maybe not, it was an overclock, but he was hitting those shots.
No, his regular rails were really fine, but every time he pressed Q, it's like he just forgot what aiming was. It's brilliant.
I think what Matt would say is we normally tell him when to overclock. So probably what he'll say is something like, you told me to overclock, but I couldn't really see anything. I think, again, against better teams, overclock gets, less value overall because they know how to kite it. They play around it more often. So I don't think, we should hate on Matt a lot for his overclocks,
It'll always be funny though, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Key Dog, for joining us for this winners interview today. Thank you so much. Enjoy your prize and enjoy celebrating with the team. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. And with that, we are going to be wrapping things up here today. Warwick winning yet another tournament spec. Are you surprised?
Is this the face of somebody who looks surprised?
I see.
Did I not before this match say it would be 4-2 to Warwick Angels?
What do you want? A medal? Like
yes.
a hug? Like a kiss on the cheek? Like,
okay, let's cool it down now, mate. Either way. I mean, Warwick get their win. As we said, I don't think many people are particularly surprised. Portsmouth played a fantastic series, unfortunately not able to compete. And you heard Warwick, they've won every tournament that's been thrown their way, realistically, in the UK University Overwatch scene. They are the undisputed kings, and for very much good reason. But I think for us, it's just about wrapping everything up. So thanks, obviously, to Scan Computers for sponsoring this tournament, for putting on the Scan Invitational. Of course, you've heard us plug the giveaway time and time again. One more time, ! giveaway in the chat. Remember to visit the website, all that kind of jazz. I'd like to thank myself for casting this, Edgar as well for always being my buddy. We've got AJ Butter, who's been running production behind the scenes. Kate's been lobby admin. And I think it's everyone I can think of. Kenny V2, of course, has been doing the administration for the tournament. And I think that's everyone now for real. So I think that's for everyone behind the scenes and us signing out. This has been the Scan Invitational, and we will see you guys next time.
Insomnia Gaming Festival is the pinnacle of gaming nerdiness, and we at Scampro Gaming didn't hold back. Over the Easter weekend, we showcased some incredible gaming products and had some wicked fun features at our stand at I-72. So let us take you through it. Our entire area was sponsored by NSE and Intel and was situated in the heart of the festival, which drew in crowds all over the weekend. First up, our tabletop RPG area presented the ultimate way to tack up your TTRPG sessions, thanks to Shaw, Roland, Iyama, and JBL. Across the weekend, we had our team teaching visitors about the products and how to best utilize them in an RPG fashion, as well as some show-stopping showcases. We had the team from I Made This announce and display their upcoming TCG Creator Clash for the very first time. We also welcomed Billy Tricks and Rage Darling from the live improv D&D team Session Zero, as they teamed up with the Scampro Gaming team for a D&D one-shot run by Dungeon Master Barlow. For those who fancied a bit more fast-paced action, we had Helldivers 2 across all of our stunning 3XS systems, beckoning those who wanted a challenge. Compete in our Helldivers 2 competition to get 100 kills during one single game, and continue on around our booth with your head held high. Moving on to the next challenge. With pure performance of our 3XS systems, it was a hard carry for some, and few were victorious. We had a rage booth for those who literally wanted to show us their rage for a chance to get onto our event leaderboard. Some of the highest scores we saw were 120 to 122 decibels, which is as loud as an ambulance siren. Finally, with Helldivers 2 and the rage booth under their belts, guests were welcome to our claw machine, the Claw, hosting thousands upon thousands of pounds worth of goodies from our sponsors JBL, Intel, Iyama, Corsair, Elgato, Nvidia, Cooler Master, Deep Cool, and Asus. We also had a lineup of amazing streamers who went live on our booth, like old school RuneScape legend Skidler, drumming sensation Mr. Greggles, talented cosplayer Bex, and many, many more. Our streamer booth hosted only the best quality Elgato products and dived into the premium Elgato suite to ensure that our streamers had the best quality stream at the event. Our sponsors NSE and Intel were also running the British University Esports Championships, which saw an insane amount of nail-biting action across their selection of tournaments. Our friends at Monster Energy also showcased their brand new 3XS custom build PC, built inside the chassis of a very, very, very big Monster Energy can. We were sandwiched between them and the Pringles booth, which we can't complain about as they kept us fueled throughout the weekend with their brand new tantalizing Pringles flavors. The festival was also jam-packed with its own tournaments, LAN parties, tabletop games, stage shows, evening entertainment, indie games, expo stalls, cosplay, and much, much more. We had an incredible time at I-72, and we hope you did too. Snapped a pic or video of us at the event? Make sure to tag us at Scan Gaming or Scan Computers on socials so we can see it. And if you'd like to check out any of the wicked products from our partners, or those sweet, sweet systems we had at Insomnia Gaming Festival, then make sure to head over to our website at scan.co.uk. Thanks again to NSE, Intel, and all of our partners, as well as you guys, for making I-72 so special. And we'll see you at I-73.
I'm Becky, I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE. We are here at Insomnia this weekend running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals. That's 8 weeks of competitive play leading up to this moment, and it's just great to get all the teams here in person playing their finals live here at Insomnia.
I'm Kenny, I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. It's just so cool to see how much things evolve and how amazing everyone has gotten at playing the games we know and love.
I think just seeing people come together, getting Monster, trying out Pringles, getting really stuck in everything we have to offer here, it's great to see it, honestly. So on the main stage, we're super lucky to have the Intel NUCs, which have Intel graphics cards in there. They're so small and compact. This morning we had our Valorant Women and Non-Binary finals, and it's awesome to get women and non-binary members of our community up on the main stage.
When the players get loud, it's just amazing. And the fact that they get to come and show up in the finals, it's just so much fun.
That's the longest series I've ever played in, to be honest with you. We just knew we had the mental fortitude to keep going when we went into the final overtime. I'm just so happy with all the boys, man. I'm really happy.
Big thank you to all of our partners, Intel, who is our main headline sponsor, and then also Monster Energy, Pringles, Special Effect, and also Bucks.